doesn't work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. I know what he gets the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joybox getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do it. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm swelling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're going to try to close it in. Shark wants to return, though. Joybox, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO going to lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But
I'm ready for anything. Everything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. 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 Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar Qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. there is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at third place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia. Just our home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 2, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 3 opening tournament, where you'll be seeing 32 teams revving up, making their way to that grand finalist position. Currently, we are in the qualifiers, which means this is a best of one. Today, 16 out of the 32 teams are competing for a top 16 spot. After today, we will be moving forward for the final day of the qualifiers as well. And speaking of the qualifiers, let's take a look at the schedule. Day 2 qualifiers, we've seen BTK go up against Team Ace. Team Ace was able to push forward, taking down the best team in North America, but there was a slight roster change as we did see Cardi running the jungle instead of Moba Zane. Moving forward, my name is Steph Weezy. I am your host today. Pleasure having everybody in North America on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy watching North America's future talent. We have an amazing desk to paint the picture and see all these teams on their way off into the land of Dawn. Let's go ahead and swing over and meet them. That's right, we got Master Rim and we got Coach Deku in the building. How you guys doing?
You know, I'm doing great. Excited for day 2. Day 1 was very, very explosive, and I'm sure Deku feels the same way, right, Deku?
Absolutely. I mean, day 1 was a lot of heart-throbbing pain and excitement, depending on what side of the action you were on. But we are on the side of day 2, and that's what I'm ready to see getting kicked off today.
That's right. And speaking about kicking it off, the first team's ready to go head-to-head. The Refugees and Alpha 1 already ready to jump in the draft. Let's go ahead and swing over there.
Your team is banning.
Here we are, Rim, back on to the usual spot. The forever duo here, Deku and Master Rim. Like you said,
wait. Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah,
There we go.
It's Coach Deku and now Master Rim with me as we go over Alpha 1 here in the Refugees. So, Rim, a few faces that we already kind of know. Over from Alpha 1, we got Arc, one of the gold laners we've seen with that original roster for Excellent Era, right? He's hopped around a few teams on the gold lane. I think right now he's kind of find something stable for him. I think he's enjoying this roster. So I'm excited to see what they've been doing. They brought back one of the other faces from Excellent Era, which was Akira, who's a player / coaching them, I believe, right now. So a little bit of player coaching going on there from that team. And then from the Refugees, right, we have players like Satari, iFinesse, who actually, I believe they competed underneath the same name in NACT Spring as well. So a couple faces that we are aware of in between these two teams. So it'll be really nice to see how they collide together because only one can advance.
You know, and it's interesting, right? And speaking of things that can definitely advance, some things that aren't going to be passed into the land of Dawn this time around. We're going to see the Lancelot being banned out for AO, and then for TR, we're going to see the Novaria being banned. And again, really strong bans. Lancelot, one of the masters that kind of uprose due to recent patches in that jungle position. He's really good when it comes to securing those objectives. He has the ability to pass through the front line and target the back line, and also when it comes to stealing objectives as well. And Novaria, the vision, the map control, the damage that she has, the range that she has, a lot of things they're working for her, right? And then another ban, the Arlot is going to be taken out. So I think both these teams sticking to those standard things. In the past, we've kind of seen a lot of target bans happen, but this time around, we're seeing these teams actually, okay, we know the meta, and we know that we don't want to go up against certain things, so we're not going to let it through.
And obviously, like you said, not want to let some things through. With those first initial bans, that's exactly what you're trying to get out the way. What do you absolutely not want to face? You don't even give it an option to get picked up before you get to the second phase of ban. So obviously that's what we're seeing here, the things they absolutely don't want to go for. Interesting enough, though, Arlot, Joy both get banned out. So now I wonder if we'll end up seeing a glue ban because there's no trade, or at least amongst the top three, right? You can't trade out glue for Arlot or Joy, so they've been banned out. So I wonder here, do one of these teams ban it? I wouldn't imagine Alpha 1 would ban out the glue. I would expect it to come from the side of the Refugees. Alpha 1 should look to open it up. It is a very strong draft opener, has one of the highest win rates, and out of the three big EXP currently, he'll be the only one remaining if they're able to have this open up and slide it themselves. So I'm curious on how that will go as these final two bans go about.
I feel like what we've been kind of seeing consistently is banning out some of those suppressions, right? I feel like once you do ban out the suppressions on both sides, it's like you mentioned, you leave some strong picks open and not much counters to deal with them, especially since you have the hardest CC in the game. Everything else can be, you know, countered or disrupted, but those suppressions, they can get in the way a lot. But no, AO is going to go ahead and ban out a Bane, and it's very interesting, right? We saw it in performance yesterday, and it worked out. It took a loss, but it still did what it was supposed to do, right? He had the damage, he had the jungle clear, and he was able to do a really good job up against, that other jungler. But we're gonna go ahead and see Refugees ban out the Mlsa, and it's strong. And it's like you said, the glue was left open, but no, they're gonna go ahead and prio the Fredrin, securing that jungle position.
And I really can't believe that, right? Because Mlsa, like, he's a strong pick, but he's a counter pick. You don't just pick him up and he immediately profits. There has to be some counterplay options there. The wild part about this is not really so much that they gave up glue, it's that they took Fred and gave up glue, which glue plays really strong into. And there's a Valentina pick, and Valentina and glue are typical swing backs. So I really expect them to take glue, because with Fredrin being a utility jungle, he doesn't have the mobility to escape if blue decides to latch on with the split, but they're not even going to take him. But I'm not mad. They take Beatrix, who has been high prios in this tournament and has an extremely high win rate right now.
Absolutely right. Up in that gold lane position, she really holds that dominant stance when it comes to her potential, not only in that early game to stand her own, but she also scales quite well, right? Especially in that late game, that mid to late game phase, that's where she really shines. And if she's able, her team is able to snowball in that early game, then it makes it even harder to counter her. We've seen some prominent gold laners right here in the MLSA really be able to pull her off, right? And I do like the response coming in from Alpha 1 there with that Brody. I do think he does a good job in that gold lane as well up against her. He also gets his scaling in that mid to late game as well. And one of his advantages where I think he's going to be able to beat out Beatrix is if Alpha 1 is able to open up that early game, his early damage to the towers is insane. So if Alpha 1 could capitalize off of that and help him get some push, going in that top lane, I think it'll be easier for them to scale into that mid to late game, or potentially close the game early, especially now that they've secured this high ground mage, which is the Eve. They have the zoning now. They also have additional zoning with the Fredrin himself, right? And then you have the Brody so far for that poke. So I do like it, but Deku, the response from Refugees.
That's not bad. So again, glue still being on the board, I'd imagine maybe they ban it out now, but even if they don't, right, if the side of Alpha 1 does pick up the glue, they have a good matchup now with the Yu Zhong, so it's still strong here. Even if they let it through, it's a good adjustment here from the side of the Refugees here. I will say though, both of them are having pretty good control. YZ extremely strong over those neutral objectives. Same thing with Fredrin. The Eve is very strong for Alpha 1, but they have the Valentina on the Refugee side. So the real world manipulation is going to come into play for both teams potentially here. And that's why I feel like maybe right now, these first 6 picks, the Refugees kind of has the upper hand when you're looking at those neutrals, especially because we don't know what the jungle is going to be for Refugees yet. It's still a hidden mystery. And since their second pick, they can stall this out until the very last pick after seeing the entire composition of Alpha 1 here.
And you mentioned it, right? They took your note there, batting out the glue, because they do know how impactful he would have been going up against the composition, right? He's very strong in that EXP lane, like you mentioned. But something that I had mentioned, getting some of those suppressions off, right? Franco, he's a nuisance, especially a good one, right? Those iron hooks, just like Selena and her abyssal arrows, once it connects to you, you better hope and pray that your team is ready to save you, or else you're just gone, right? But it's a good ban coming out from them. And looking at their overall composition, both teams right now still need roamers. And I feel like for AO, they don't really have, that much hard CC yet. So I feel like getting something like the Lolita or even that Kufra would go really well with their overall draft composition. Me personally, I love to see the Eve Lolita combo. I think it has so much potential, especially with those slows, and then you have, the stun. And looking at some of the bans there, the Minotaur is going to be banned out, as well as that Diggy, right? So Refugees, it lets you know that they're setting up for a really high CC tech. Maybe they're going to go for the Atlas. Maybe they might take the Lolita, themselves here.
Honestly, I'm surprised by the Minotaur ban, because I was actually thinking Alpha 1 could be able to take it. It goes really strong with the Eve. We've seen it, the combination in MSC. Normally it goes with something like Arlet, or Bane in the composition, but it's still very strong in the fact that they're able to have counter engage. And when you're looking over from the side of Refugees, especially now that they've locked in that Atlas that you were talking about and paired it with that YZ, it's going to be a lot of dive, right? They're going to be looking to full send it. I feel like Minotaur would have been a great option for Alpha 1. And it actually, Minotaur used to be the counter in the Atlas, so it would have been perfect for them at this point, but it's off the table for them now. I'm wondering how they're going to go about it and adjust, especially since Diggy's been banned out. Not too many options to go into the Atlas, and the Ujon's can be really safe. It's really hard. Okay, a Grok would be really nice. That's covered, and I actually like that. The wall charge is great counter engage, so that could be an option there.
For sure, and it also gives you that flexibility, right? He can still go in that EXP position, and I think he fares off quite well up against that Yuzhong. And also it adds an additional layer, and it's actually going to be, yes, an EXP Grok, and then they have the Akai with the heavy spin. And man, good drafting coming in from the side of Alpha 1, right? They have, some CC at their disposal. They have some disengage at their disposal. They have the disruption as well now, but they also have that engage potential that the team needs. And looking at their draft so far, Deku, I feel like this is Yu's game to shine. She has the front line, she has the protection. But speaking of things that can really get to that front line, this X-Borg, and a good pick, right? He does fare off well against with those more tanky compositions with the true damage, but Joss has been completed, Deku. We're heading into the first game of Qualifiers Day 2 for the Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament. How are you feeling, Deku?
Very excited. Again, both of these drafts so far looking nice and tight. It's going to be an exciting one, Rim, opening up, like you said, for Day 2 of the Cyberpunk Tournament. And before it all goes underway, Rim, I really got to know, right now, I feel like I want to be in favor of Alpha 1 just because I'm a big fan of these beefy compositions if you can play it right. But who are you kind of tipping your hat to that has won out on the draft?
I think looking at the draft so far, I'm going to have to give it to Alpha 1 as well. But I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I feel like Refugees, having this Valentina at their disposal, she has so much options that she can take here for the side of Refugees right now. She has, the heavy spin, she has the wild charge, or she has that real world manipulation. And we do know that her ultimate is immune to crowd control, and Alpha 1 has a lot of crowd control, right? So I do think if they are able to layer their combos and get that, synergy locked in tight, Refugees should be able to put up a good fight this game.
I mean, you're talking about synergy, but I'm going to hear a little bit of trouble there for the Akai from the side of Alpha 1. Looking at all of this, I'm looking at the compositions, wondering where does it all go right for either one, right, to come out on top for a win. You're looking at Alpha 1, they got a very strong frontline composition. I think the idea here, they want to play it slow and controlled, front to back, kind of be on the counterattack, more defensive stance. You want to be able to center yourself around Ergo here on the Brody. He's really the main damage dealer, primarily the only one besides Nerdy here, so I feel like they need to wait, right? Let Refugees commit and then play off of that. But speaking of playing on, there's a bit of action up here in the top side, Rim.
Absolutely right. We see the export going in, and Atlas is actually gonna be able to secure that first blood against Jess there, the roamer for Alpha 1. And man, Refugees already coming into good position. We see the rotations coming in from Axel onto Ergo there, but I think he's gonna fall here, Deku, and fall he does. And that's gonna be 2 kills with 0 trade-offs in favor of the side of Refugees.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him trying to go for a bit of a backflip off his face, but doesn't like Export's a fan of parkour. But look at this, Appraiser's Wrath from Soul. He's going to snatch his away from the side of Sleepy. So early kills on the board, 2-1 though in the favor of Refugees. Gold lead also in their control, and it's not going to be too long till this turtle spawns in. Going to be coming in pretty soon. I'm wondering what we see happen, but it looks like Grok gets caught out. Wall charge came out, but it's not enough to survive. Gets taken down. 4v5, number advantage to Refugees, but a member is low HP and they're going to back, so they're going to stall this out. They reset the turtle. He's going to head to the blue buff, and I actually like that. He can potentially get level 5 here and come back for the recontest.
Absolutely right. And speaking of coming back for a recontest, we're seeing Atlas looking for a Fatal Links. Down goes a Black Dragon.
And he's going to be able to pick this up. Finesse back with the level 5 Retribution with the last Insanity. Black Dragon lands down. Finesse will take down Soul. They found a turtle. They found a kill. How much more can they get? Finesse picks up the double. They force Nerdy back here inside that tower. Refugees, though, overwhelming in the early game. Menace Rage up in the top side. Ergo encased in a 1v1. Torn apart Memory. One more, but he's going to lose out to Memory's passion. Oh my God, Rim. What a battle we're seeing right now between both these teams.
Man, that was clutch. If I don't know, if clutch had a definition, that's it right there. We're seeing Refugees already on that snowball. They were invading, and actually Xbox was able to steal out that blue buff right under Soul there on this veteran, man. And honestly, like I mentioned, right, their draft has so much potential, and we're seeing them playing into that one condition. They have a team fight oriented composition, but they're also capable of securing those pickoffs, right? And we're seeing that happening so far. Looking at some of the levels that we're seeing so far, the side of Refugees is farming quite well, but down goes the reroll manipulation, followed by the heavy spin, and Alpha with the last insanity is going to go ahead and pick up that kill in favor of the export. And man, what a clash here, Deku.
And you know, we've been talking about all these battles, but it's still going in the favor of Refugees. Alpha 1 hasn't picked up a kill since that early game trade in the gold lane, right? But we do have a request for a P here from the side of Refugees, so obviously we're going to honor that, respect that these players do need their pause. And it's just been so much right now, Rim. A lot of back and forth, but again, Refugees coming out on top. How can they be able to get back in this match from the side of Alpha 1?
Well, you mentioned it, right? They have the Brody on their side, so as long as they can find a way to slow farm, because right now it's very fast paced, it's constant clashes, they have to find a way to disengage from some of these team fights, right? They have the Eve, they have the Brody. All they have to really do in this early game, they can poke for objectives and then try and focus on them after, right? It's okay to give up some of the neutrals in that early game, but when it comes down to that late game, they do have, you know, the upper edge. I feel like the Brody as well as the Eve, when she secures some of those utility, it's definitely going to stir things in the right direction for the side of Alpha 1. Right now, we're not really seeing that much assistance heading into that gold lane, and I feel like as long as they can provide some more, you know, assistance and some ease of access for Brody, it's going to be, you know, better off for them. And one of our casters, Mirko, actually, he believes that once you have a Brody on your team, that's what you play for. You play for that Brody. And now I'm gonna pass it over to our host, Steph Weezy.
Alright, looks like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we will be right back with you guys momentarily. Don't go anywhere, as the show will continue.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer.
So yeah, man, it's good to be back, and it looks like these teams are ready to be back at it. We did have some, you know, pauses as well as some technical difficulties, but not here at Mlsa. We stay ready, so let's head back at Deku.
That's right. I'm back. The players are back, and just like that, we're getting back into this never-ending action that it seemed that we were going through in between Alpha 1 and Refugees. Again, Refugees holding out on top. Alpha 1 haven't been able to hold through in a lot of these engagements. I've been talking about how they need to play it slow, kind of front to back, and let Ergo get involved. I don't think they should look for too many team fights until they get them rotating. They are getting out a member, but the perfect match is going to be the perfect escape for this Atlas on Fat Boy here. They're going to escape the heavy spin, so that's going to be that golf for them. Look at this last insanity underneath the tower. Look at those mistakes. gonna find the kill. Immortals, he's locked in his 5th kill of the game here, Rim. Snowballing out of control on the X-board, but it doesn't look like the action's gonna stop here. Bad boy going into the purple bubble for the invade. He's gonna fall. Nerds gonna pick up that kill. But it has landed. Will he go to find a kill with the Furious dive? He does take down Soul here. Beatrix is into the fray. I think he's gonna use the flicker for the aggressive play. Picks up a killing spree. That's 3 kills unanswered for the goal later from Refugeez. Ergo nearly falling there in a lot of trouble, but he's going to be able to escape. But Refugeez is non-stop right now, Rip.
Absolutely, and they're really looking like the Refugeez out here, but honestly, it's contrary, right? Because they're looking like they belong here. And looking at some of these items so far, Beatrix, she's scaling quite well. She did pick up some of that early game physical penetration, and she's building into that blade of despair, right? The Valentina as well, already securing her first core item, the Clock of Destiny, so she's looking to scale up here, but it's a seal play coming in from the side of Refugeez.
And there's a lot of trouble with the last insanity. They're going to drop a guy just to a quarter of HP, and he's going to fall right to the hands of Beatrix there. So another kill. Furious dive gets met by the wall charge down on the bottom side. Sleepy and Grok entailed in a 1v1. So he's coming out on top. But speaking of on top, Ergo will take a death here. His 3rd one of the match. We were talking about them needing to play around and protect him, but so far, Alpha One has not met that win condition already.
Absolutely, right, and I think it's just because of the pressure that's being applied from the side of Refugeez right now. If you look at the levels, Export already level 10 compared to the jungler of Alpha 1, which is level 8, right? And the lowest member there is level 6, so their economy is not at their favor right now. The gold lead is over 5k right now, and Refugeez, they're capitalizing off of this advantage so well. The rotations that are coming in, we're seeing Sleepy there being wide awake in terms of his decision making in this game here. We're seeing Alpha One trying to look to pick him off and block off his rotation, but he already saw that coming. And speaking of seeing things coming, man, something tells me Refugeez is on the hunt.
Refugeez is on the play. They've already made the call, but look at this. They split up, though. Ergo, once again, isolated and alone. Immortals will pick up that kill, and that's not going to stop there. Axel will take down Jez, and the last insanity under the tower. The RWM will not help him. Double kill for the jungler from Refugeez. All while that's going on, it's out in a bit of a mini battle with 2v2. Sleepy will find Soul. Brock was able to find 1, but they found 4 on the opposing end. Obviously, again, like most things this game, Rim, it's the favor of Refugeez.
And I mentioned how well they'll be able to perform if they get that early game snowball, right? We were both in favor of the draft of Alpha 1 in terms of their engagement, disengagement, the answers that they have, but draft is only 50%, and we do know that the execution makes up that other 50%. And Refugeez right now, even though they have all of these other stuff, but execute, they've been the executioners this game, right? They're playing this early game. We're now heading into that mid-lane, and we're seeing them not looking towards giving up on their control right now. They have the lead, they have the map control, they have the item economies here, but another considerable.
That's going to be a big set 4-man wombo combo, double kill, they got a triple for the goal later from Refugeez. A maniac, a savage! The first savage of the Cyberpunk Tournament, touchdown by the Refugeez in combination with Fat Boys and the Fat Plays. And that's going to be all she wrote for Alpha 1 and Refugeez. A quick one, but a thrilling one, Rip.
Round of applause. But man, that was an insane game being played from the side of the Refugeez right now. Looking at some of the itemizations, Beatrix having that 8k gold lead. She's the most fed in the match right now. She was able to complete that Blade of Despair as well as secure some more physical penetration, which helped her secure that Savage to end out the game here. If you look at some of the statistics though, that kind of helped open the board. Something that we've been seeing consistently from these Beatrix players here in the Mlsa Deku. They have that damage. They have the team fight participation as well as that tower damage. So we could tell that they're all very objective, focused in that gold lane. And the overall team fight coming in from the side of Refugeez, it really shows their draft potential, right? They have the Atlas, they have the Valentina, they had the flexibility, and they used that to their advantage and was able to take the first game of day 2 of the Cyberpunk Tournament and ended it off with the Savage.
Definitely a wonderful way to end that. But Rim, I mean, again, we can't just gloss over that. A Savage, I mean, me personally, I have no enemies, but Rampage versus everybody clearly has a few, and he made sure to eliminate all of them on his way out the door for that game opener. But what a better way to start day 2 for the Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament Season 3 grand opener than what a Savage, man. I wish we could have got to see that day 1. It would have made it so much more appropriate, but you can't beg, you know, for too much. We just gotta love that.
Yeah, that was insane. I don't even know where to break it down at. A Savage. That was a very clean and precise game over there by the Refugees. And yeah, honestly, it was a hard one for Alpha 1. But you know what they say? The harder you fall, the faster you get back up. I don't know. I'm trying to make something up. But it was a fun game to watch. A Savage, first Savage in MLSA Season 3. Congratulations for that. For Rampage versus everybody. Literally, Savage versus everybody is what he should change his name to. Guys, that was the first match of today. Next up, we have two amazing teams ready to go head-to-head. Empyrean versus Empyrean, a team with UA, an MLSA host and caster, and also some others that you guys may be familiar with going up against this Survey course. So, TSC, for those who don't know them, they are one of the best teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for Season 2, and they played a little bit of Season 1. So, they're back in action now. I can't wait to see if they went through some character development arcs on their time away from the MLSA, but we'll find out here momentarily for the second match. Don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for the second game.
You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novara should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the way. They gotta stop him. They gotta stop him. Best player, Immortality pops. Hoon able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
Matching up with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on takes down team. Joybot versus ISO. Fight basic. Here we go.
Work with ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning it. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they gotta learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar Qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia. just our home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, an explosive match starting off the day. We were able to see a savage from the Refugees against Alpha 1, moving forward to the top 16 of the Cyberpunk Tournament. And now, for the second match of the day, we have the Empyrean. Has a familiar face on there from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy itself. That's right, UA is on that team, and they're ready to compete up against the Survey Corps, a superstar team since Season 2 of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Joined on the desk, we have Master Rim, we have Coach Deku, to go ahead and paint that picture as these two teams are getting ready to jump in the draft. So let's go ahead and swing over to them and see how they're doing.
I'm a savage, yeah. Odyssey,
Yo, we gotta fire Rim. This is toxic. But we're back again. We're gonna be heading over to the draft right now between these two teams, though.
Your team is banning.
There we go. Like Weezy says, you thought it was a time. Maybe a little too soon. But we're back on here. As we like to say, we're gonna paint the perfect picture. I'm Deku, Coach Deku. That's Rim currently right now. But yeah. I'm Bob Ross as well, Vincent Van Gogh, and we're gonna start illustrating this draft right now. But like you said, we got Empyrean, UA's on that roster. I actually believe Ignis is on there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Either playing, Ignis just be all over the place. And we got TSC, right? One of my favorites from Season 2, Season 1. I believe they pulled everybody back. I was told originally by Norris that they didn't bring back Mar the Gold Winner, but now I've heard recently that he is back. That he is back on the roster. So I think we're seeing the entire OG lineup of TSC up against UA, and it's going to be hard to pick one who's going to win because we got allies on both sides here, Rim.
That's true. And speaking of allies, happy Pride Month, y'all. You know?
You know what? I was going to make a joke on it, and I was like, we correct, you know what it is, but it's good that you're able to get it in, you know? This is nice. It's nice. Now I'm happy. I feel validated now.
I got you. And looking at this draft, I agree with you, right? Both powerhouse teams, you know, first time actually, Empyrean, they're making their debut here in Mlsa for Season 3, going up against some veterans there, just TSC.
What's going on?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Ew, my phone's excited. We're doing front flips over here for this, man. But on some of the bands here, Empyrean, Fanny, Lancelot, and I played around with the assassins. I wish I would ban out Natalia because she just threw my phone at me. She's a little upset. She wants to get picked up. TSC though, 1-1 for Rim. So this is a little different. Empyrean's banning out the pickoff. TSC's banning off the team fight right now. So I'm wondering, are we going to see EMP draft the team fight and TSC draft the pickoff?
I mean, potentially, right? We are seeing this 1-1 be banned out, and actually that's a target ban. So Empyrean, I think TSC did their research. So Empyrean has a player called Athena, and she is a star on that 1-1, right? Even if she loses, out in that lane in that early game, she usually is able to get them that win from that mid to late game. So I do feel like they did their research on Empyrean. And again, right, to further this point, they banned out the Faramis. Everyone knows UA, one of those support levers when it comes to that role position. It really shows that support still have their dominance within whatever meta that we're in. So they banned out that Faramis comfort picks. And for Empyrean, they're gonna go ahead and prio this glue pick. And I know this is something that you're in huge favor of here, Deku, but the Novaria has been allowed through the draft and is gonna be secured or decide a survey.
Time and tide wait
the
for
little
no
asterisk
man
mark.
is
I'm in
picking
favor
your
of it when
girl.
Survery is not still on the board. At that point, I'm going full sin for Navaria. But they go for the glue. They pick up the Valentina as well with the Fredrin. So that's a very strong trio of picks there from Empyrean. Even though they gave up the Navaria over to TSC, I'm not really mad at it, right? Because Navaria, obviously, she's extremely strong, right? She's being picked up a lot more reasons. But at the same time, on the competitive scene, a best of ones, I would rather see my team go for the comfort as opposed to what is strong, but we don't have much experience in. So even though TSC gets Navaria, is it as strong as the mid laner for EMP with this Valentina? Time will tell. We know Navaria is really good, but the player that is willing to pick also has to be equally as skilled.
And I feel like she's one of those heroes that really allows you to, get a little bit of an upper edge. In terms of heroes like Selena with that Abyssal Arrow, or even Franco with the really have to be precise with those skill shots, right? But we do know she gives a little bit of a cheat code with that Astral Echo, right? She increases that range, so even when you pair up that Novaria Beatrix combo, that's going to be a lot of snipes that Empyrean is going to have to be carrying around. But I do think as they stand right now, they do have that front line presence that would be able to open up for Valentina, whoever they decide to slot in that gold lane position, to find their upper edge here. Looking at the first half of the draft so far, they're batting out the Claude, something that would be really good up against his Beatrix for the side of TSC. Really smart ban, the suppression off the board, so I do think really strong picks. They secured the only other suppression in the game, and they banned out the other one, which would do well, right? He can flicker in the back line, he can flicker Iron Hook, he could flicker Bloody Hunt, or he could simply just Bloody Hunt Akacha when he flickers for that Divine Judgment, right? So I do think a very smart choice that they decided to ban him out there. And yeah, looking at the bans for Imperium so far, again, man, this Bane being back isn't really that shy. I haven't seen him, perform to his biggest capabilities yet, so I'm not sure. Maybe these teams have been on the receiving end of it, but me personally, I haven't seen it yet.
Well, if they're like me, and maybe like others, they've been keeping their eyes on MSC that has currently been going on. It's about to, conclude with the grand finals tonight. Bane's definitely been a surprisingly overwhelming pick, and against their composition, it could have been a bit of a hassle. It's very nice to the Fredrin matchup. And you also got to factor in the fact that since he's so strong with poke, right, with that S1, whether it's physical, with the physical build, I guess it's tank build now, but obviously it scales with the tank. With Navaria as well, now you get that magic poke, that physical poke, that could be a lot to deal with for these chonky boys if they're taking away that HP before these new objectives, before the fight. Even though I don't think it would have been the best with the Kaja, it has, validity for it to be banned out here, but they lock in this Karina, which is very surprising to me. I'm not sure how that's going to fare into all this CC, especially since I believe that's Mlsa that's got picked up with that go away. It's going to be very hard for the all-in for TSC and this Karina, so we'll see how this works out, Raren. But who are you taking for this draft right now?
I'm looking at the drafts in their full capacity right now. I will. That's a very strong question, right? I think. There are a lot of things going for both sides. I do think that they have some very even answers, right? But in terms of pickoff, I'm going to have to give the early game, especially to the side of TSC. I feel like they have to try and close out this game before Empyrean gets to that late game. So as far as that goes, I see a lot of potential in the side of TSC. So that's what I'm going to have to give the draft to here. What about you, Deku?
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
I'm gonna have to go with Empyrean here just because I just don't see realistically where this Karina shines. and against this composition, I just think it's going to be really hard to pull off. That's really, it's hard to go against Navaria, but I have to factor in the rest of the composition, and I'm just not a fan of it. But this is the Survey Corps TSC. We've seen them pull off amazing things previously in the Mlsa, so I definitely can't completely doubt them. But for the safe side here, I'm going to have to go with Empyrean for the draft. And in the top side, they're putting it to use with the glue, with the Slam, already chunking away the HP bars of the opposing side and exerting their pressure right now.
I feel like with the Karina, she's a really good answer going into a marksman like the Mlsa, mostly because her first skill is kind of like the Vengeance Battle Spark, right? Mlsa primarily a basic attack hero. So I think what's going to happen is when Mlsa does decide to really engage, popping the Inspire and everything, as long as Karina's there, it's going to help with some of that backlash damage that she's going to be getting here. Speaking of some of these backlash damages, we're seeing both sides setting up for the Lethal Wanderer. It's going to go over to the side of the Survey Corps as Frederick was not able to get there in time. But I want to focus on this Golding matchup here. I do think it's very, strong and standard. I do think that the Beatrix, though, she does have the faster scaling with Mlsa, but what Mlsa has that she doesn't is that AoE damage, right? The consistent DPS per second. Yes, she has, some AoEs with the Burner's Empathy when she does decide to pop, those ultimates. But overall, I do think Athena would have some of the upper edge in terms of overall damage being dished out when we do start to see them present in some of these team fights. So the Steamboat Warriors getting their level 4 pre-turtle, as both junglers were actually right there on it, getting ready, but it's in favor of Empyrean so far.
It is in favor right now. Control of the pit is Empyrean, especially with the Black Giant coming in and keeping an eye on the Numian Blast. They find one target. They're going to full send it. They're going to keep him into the stun. Mangoes is going to pick up the turtle. They still haven't been able to finalize that kill, but I imagine Paul can get it. No. Looks like Karina's going to be able to escape Nateman with a challenging mission impossible there, but able to escape 0-0 on the kills for him. But, of course, first neutral objective is in the hands of EMP.
And that's really good for the side of EMP, right? They have the goal lead right now. And looking at some of the early pickups that we're seeing so far, a lot of Moonton Essence is being built in for that burn. They really want to clear out, the jungle. We're seeing it on the Frederick, we're seeing it on the glue, and it actually works out quite well on that glue, right? It gives him, look at that damage coming in from Novaria, man. Face Ripper already starting to shred, and it's only early game, right? But looking at some of the itemizations like I was mentioning, with that glue picking that up, it helps him with that wave clear, and also does a lot more damage as well when he does latch on to one of the members from Survey Corps, right? So I do think very smart optimizations. Beatrix already, Mlsa already securing her first core item, and she's scaling well, and that's courtesy to that turtle pickup, right? Giving that additional goal towards them, helping her smooth sail as we enter that mid-game, but Blue with a split.
You know what? I think the name is accurate right now, but for the wrong person, Clingy will fall down to Mangoes here as Theodore took him for a wild ride on the other side. You know what, for a moment, with the action lag in here, you were talking about Face Ripper, and I just find it hilarious that he's here, but hang on, the action maybe not lacking. They're overwhelming with the CC. The Numian Blast will catch him on the edge. Paul will finalize that kill, go away. Will put Nathan in place. Face Ripper now here maybe trying to assist, but they're going to have to come up empty-handed. But speaking of, I'm going to say Face Ripper, it's so hilarious to see him now, because Season 2, Season 1, we do Face Ripper as a literal Face Ripper, playing things like the Julian, things like the Gujin in the middle lane, and seeing them now for the first time back in the Mlsa on a pick like Navaria, it has to be quite the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm actually wondering how comfortable he will look with it.
Absolutely right. And speaking of things that's in comfort, Empyrean comfortably securing yet another neutral objective in this game without any contest, and Survey Corps not in a position, but Aluminum Blast!
And down there on the bot side, Athena, you were talking about her shining like a star she is, picks up one. Will they let her find the double kill? Yes, they will. 2 kills to the goal later for Empyrean. That's going to give them a great start. They're already having a great one collectively as a team, 4-0. And again, they found the first move objective in the second, so they are overwhelming Survey Corps right now.
Survey Corps getting their first kill on the board, gonna find Paul in that mid lane, and that's what Survey Corps needs, right? They have to start getting some trade-offs. They have to start putting some money back into their pockets, right? They've not been making any profits. They've just been making losses, and this is their time to shine, man. And I have to give it to UA, right? Helping Athena in that gold lane. They already secured that turtle. We're seeing the rotations with the swap coming in as they make their way up in that top side. Glue being forced to use that split to get out of that dangerous situation. But down in the bottom side, TSC might find this tower. No, he's gonna go ahead and disengage. He senses the danger, and honestly, that's smart, right? Don't risk your life for the tower. But speaking of life, we risked it here.
Theodore's in a 1v2 situation, doesn't get forced to use the ult. Actually, doesn't have the ult ready, but I guess when you're going to get the tank arena currently in the meta, you don't really need one at all. And just to speak on it again, I haven't seen much from the Karina here as far as impact. I feel like Mangoes is completely overwhelming the jungle matchup, and I really do think that Karina pick is going to be a critical reason for why things are currently going wrong and why they may even remain that way.
Absolutely right, but speaking of things going right here, looking at the positioning coming in from Empyrean, they're giving the vision and they're looking towards setting up for this tower, but no, they're going to go ahead and refocus their attention to the third neutral objective of the game, and yet this one is going to go uncontested as well. But in that top side, we are seeing Survey Corps look for a trade as they dish out some damage to this tower. We are seeing Glue's presence being shown, but they were able to secure that in the top side. And like I mentioned, as long as Survey Corps can keep finding a way to put some things back into their pockets, things are going to start going well for them. But man, I have to give credits to the positioning coming in from Empyrean right now. Their rotations are on point. And man, again, looking at UA's positioning in that push, you just have to give credit where credit is due here, Deku.
And right now, making the play from UA, finds the single target that they need. Athena's on a killing spree right now. Look at the go away. This is exactly why Mlsa is so strong into this, but now Nathan finally able to penetrate the forces that be. The doorway falls down, and he simply comes back into play. Nathan finds his second kill of the game there. Survey Corps finally with a bit of a response, but again, still in the back end up against EMP.
Absolutely right, and like I mentioned, as long as Survey Corps can keep getting some of these trade-offs, it's going to go well for them. They did force out that flicker from Paul there, which is good for them, baiting out some of these utilities, which is going to help disrupt some of that synergy coming in from the side of Empyrean right now. If you look at the levels, Nateman, he's only level 10 compared to the jungler of Empyrean, which is level 11, so he does have that level advantage overall. Looking at some of the early item pickups here as we are heading into 10 minutes into that game. Mlsa already securing 2 of her first core items. She's scaling quite well into this Beatrix here. And again, even in that mid lane matchup, right? No barrier, she only has that Found Destiny, but up in the top side,
they're overloading the Kaj, and he's going to fall down. Million Blast, I believe, got interrupted there by Clingy, but he gets put up against the wall from the goal away. He's going to be taken out by Mangoes. Nothing sweet or fruity about this man right now, Rim. Nathan all by himself trying to find the kill on Athena, but will be denied. 3 members falling to the side of TSC and Empyrean, making their move into their jungle, knowing there's no one to stop them. Lord coming up in less than 10 here, Rim. I believe they have secured themselves the first Lord of this game.
man, talk about clingy. The way he was clinging to that wall, Deku, I thought that was a love story in the making, but unfortunately it was everything but that. And here comes, you know, the wall window entertainment, as you like to call it, as Imperium secures its first Lord in the match, uncontested yet again, and they're already starting to snowball, right? And I'm gonna have to give it to you with that Karina pick as well. I did favor, you know, their jobs. I felt like the Karina was a good answer going up into something like the Mlsa, but it's not quite translating right? We're seeing a difference in terms of the roam matchups, right? The Lolita into the Kaja. When you have an initiator such as the Lolita, something like the Atlas or even the Kufra going up against, you know, the Kaja, it's hard to find something, but
and TSC was going to botch the engage. They used the concealed play. They wanted to find Athena, but Kaja wasn't able to close the distance. But speaking of it, Clingy will find the mark onto Athena there. He finally threw the kill, but it's going to be after they lose a couple members. Paul's trying to take one down. Fraser Grab comes down on Upo Clingy, and they're clinging on to him. They're not going to let him cling on to life, though. They take him out. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Empyrean. But again, Rim, the botched engage from Survey Corps. You saw the vision. The dream was there. The hopes were there, but the execution poorly managed. Smiley face with a frowny play.
Absolutely, and I feel like what they're missing right now is damage. The comp does have the potential to scale, but right now they don't have that burst damage. And usually when you spot something like the Kaja, you usually go for a mage that can really dish out those burst damage, right? But something like the Novaria, she's more so of a poke mage. Her job is essentially to poke and maybe snipe some kills from enemies that's running away, and right now they don't really have that at their disposal. I will say Beatrix securing the Malefic Roar on top of the Blade of Despair. Maybe Survey Corps is going to see some more damage output being put in, but I like that they're still trying to be synergized, right? The worst thing that you can do when you're in these positions is be very passive, and we're seeing them still trying to make plays happen. Yes, it may not go to plan, but the point is that they're still in it, they're in it to win it, and we're seeing them putting on that initiation, right? And you can't come out just yet. I do think they have a lot of potential to start securing some pickoffs here soon, especially like I mentioned before, we're seeing them getting some more of their core items being built in, so the damage is going to start stacking up. But if we look at the economy right now, it's still highly in favor of Empyrean. They're over 5k in terms of that gold lead. The Mlsa, she has secured her 3 core items, so her damage, it has been there, but now it's going to be present for those at the back if you missed it. So now it's going to be online, right? Novaria, she did secure that burst with the Lightning Truncheon combo, as well as the Valentina, but she does have more of that magic penetration. So her overall damage is going to start hurting a bit more. So what I want Survey Corps to do right now, don't be initiators, right? Imperium, they have the more dominant position, but speaking of initiations here,
they're full sending it right now inside the mid lane. Alpha, though, will take down Theodore, so they have the 5v4 advantage. Now they just have to play it right, but Yue, looking for the return send, finds 2 members, and one of them happened to be the Beatrix there. Alpha, able to slide his way over the wall. They aren't able to find the kill. Yue, they'll still send him for the stun, but Nathan left all alone. But he has the evasive maneuvers on the Karina, able to immune the basic attacks that will let them escape there, but they have been pressured back. They've been pushed away. Empyrean, even with a member down, they're going to go ahead and start up this Lord.
Absolutely right, and they're in a position for it to go quite easily. We're seeing the Bulwark shield block some of the snipes coming in, but Survey Corps does not want to give this Lord up for free as they go into the contest.
Mango's, though, is going to pick it up. Nubian Blast comes down. No one's around, though, but already picked up exactly what they wanted, and that's that Lord there, Rim.
Man, and Imperium, they're playing the lead that they have into their favor right now. The rotations that's coming in. Looking at this Glue, I want to just put some attention onto Theodore here. One of the reasons why he's so able to shine is the rotation potential that this Glue pick has, right? He hasn't been present for much of the team fights here, as he is only 0, 1, and 1 right now, but his presence across the map, the way that he's been opening up these lanes so the rest of his team can, you know, get some of these engages more easily without having to worry about the lanes being pressured, right? And speaking of lanes being pressured, Lord marching down one side.
UH trying to do a good job of zoning with the Bonker Blaster, but now the commit is in. Astral Echo goes out. They do find that high ground tower on the bot side. Members are starting to fall. Paul, he picks up an important one, takes down Alpha. That's going to be a lot of clear off from them. Nathan, though, takes down Athena. So both backline launchers have been taken apart. The Theodore and the EXP 1v1 somehow on the side while everyone's distracted by Lord will solo kill Clinging Yupo there. A decent siege from Empyrean, but an also decent defense from Survey Corps. But Empyrean here, looks like they're not going to back away. Paul and Theodore, some very oddly named characters, now that I think about it, are still here in the mid lane looking to make plays. Split goes down on Nathan, and here on the Karina, he's in a lot of trouble. He's isolated by himself. Mangoes will come in with the energy eruption for the taunt. The Terrify could come out from Paul here. I believe he does land it on Nathan. Nathan is in a lot of trouble. Theodore will pick up the kill. A Craven's Wrath will find Smiley Face. We saw the render after he go out onto Paul. They would find the mark, but Theodore's in a little bit of trouble. The flicker for the aggressive play from Alpha, making Blue into a beta here. Now the rest of Survey Corps are looking to defend the high ground tower, but it will fall to 2 cannon minions that Empyrean were able to push in.
Now, again, a good defense coming in from Survey Corps. Empyrean did overstay their welcome just a little bit, but they were able to pick off the Karina, right? Survey Corps, they definitely had some potential there to capitalize a bit more in terms of opening up the map right now. They do only have one tower at their disposal right now, and man, looking at what Empyrean has going for them right now, I'm going to highlight this Beatrix yet again, right? She's standing toe-to-toe in terms of that gold lead, but Beatrix, she also does have enough farm as well, right? We're seeing her also being toe-to-toe with the Mlsa as well as the Veteran, who's currently holding the most gold over on the side of Empyrean right now, but a divine judgment goes in.
And right, just like that, Survey Corps, like you said, still on the aggressive. You let them on the back of the match. They try to take what they can, but they failed to engage on UA. Right now, he was going to go for the recall. I was actually wondering if he was going to come at for the Bonker Blaster set, but look at the waves over on Survey Corps side. They're going to have to send someone back to defend that, and it's going to be Face Ripper there. Empyrean and Survey Corps still are jockeying around for the Lord, currently controlled by Empyrean. Theodore doing a good job of zoning right here on the glue. You can see Nathan trying to close the gap. I'm a little curious on why he's kind of moving around solo right now. He needs the team to kind of help him out. They're forcing on the Kashi here. Nathan gets caught out in a bad way. He's going to be forced back away. I think they're going to give this up. They just don't have what they need to be able to force this in-game. They try to take down Theodore. Nathan commits with the Shadow Assault. I don't know what the call was, but Alpha's going to be able to kill on the U.S. It's going to be huge. Nathan takes down Athena. Somehow he stayed alive in that engage, but meanwhile, Survey Corps, that mid-high ground tower, the last one in their possession, being pressured by minions, were able to finally clear it. That Lord, though, does go to the side of EMP Rim.
And at this point in the game, you have to put some respect onto that gold laner, right? I did mention they have so much scaling coming into the side of Survey Course right now, and courtesies to the Astral Echo, the range is increased just a little bit, and we're seeing that happening with some of the damage dishing out. Look at the Novara. She doesn't have any kills on the board, but she has just about, 98% of that team fight participation. She's only been there for she's only been not present for one of those team fights. We're seeing them get through quite low, but they have a Lord here to worry about as well as these minions. So they're going to be focusing on that defensive route right now.
They are going to be holding that down with that defensive route. Look at the conceal from UA. They obviously are looking to make a play here for this high ground tower. UA is getting in positioning. Conceal's out of the way. He's going to move in with that S1. Bonker Blaster goes down, but it's only going to attach to Yujon, who's already in Black Dragon form. So no CC in play. The go away gets popped out. Yupo gets forced back. HP dropping low here for Survey Corps. No one's fallen just yet. They're holding back while they can. Again, Numian Blast and Split or out of fray right here. A lot of utilities gone from Empyrean. Survey Corps can look and make a play here, but that base is getting dropped low. Athena will fall. This is the turnaround play from Survey Corps. They find two alphas on the killing spree right now. A great defense from them. Nateman on the chase. He does have, or no, he doesn't have the Retribution currently available. They're not going to stop the chase. Runner everything goes out, but it's not going to connect the mark. Face Ripper, courtesy with the Asil. It goes out, almost takes down UA. Shadow Assault from the Korea, but he's going to get caught by the Divine Judgment and Numian Blast. But he has the immortality. Can he survive here? It looks like he might be able to. Oh, takes the kill here. What is going on, Rip? Survey Corps, they might be able to make this happen. They could open up the map quite a bit here. They drop multiple members of Empyrean, make it 4 here. Pushing down the mid side, they can look for that and so much more. This could be the turnaround, the opportunity that they needed. Oh, it's a lot of damage. And right now you see him Face Ripper in full effect on the Navaria. Theodore spawns in. Mangos and UA still have quite a bit of time to go here. Will Survey Corps be able to make this final push? It doesn't look like they're going to back away just yet. Alpha takes a lot of damage, but they're not going to be greedy, Rim. They're going to go ahead and retreat.
No, and I mentioned that the snipes that's going to be coming in with the Novari as well as the Beatrix combo, right? And now that they have both scaled into that late game, both of them securing their full build, that is a full build Novari. Going for that burst damage, right? She didn't go in for that Holy Crystal. She went in with the Blood Rings to get that additional sustainability with that shield. But man, the damage is insane as they both teams contest for this Lord here.
Contest forward. Astral Echo finds every member of EMP. That's a huge ult from Face Ripper. I wonder if they can use this information to make a play. Yes, we saw that snipe on Paul. Paul's going to have to recall. No way he can join in on this fight. Survey Corps will have the number advantage. They force the split out from Blue here from Theodore, so that's already some utility missing as well. Still have the Walker Blaster. Speaking of, it's charging up right now. Flickers in, but Lord's already secured by Survey Corps. UA finds us on Alpha, but he's pretty much all good. The Bruce Passion comes out. He's taking aggressive position. He flickers, and the 3 members takes down Athena, gets his immortality pop, and here comes the cavalry from Survey Corps room. I'm not sure what is going on, but they're getting back into the game right now. They might be able to take this one away.
Now, you know what Face Ripper said? Okay, I used to make faces on my Gushin and my Julian, but now I'm gonna tickle you, make you think that there's nothing to worry about. Then I'm gonna go full blood. And he waited, right? He played the patient game. He knew he couldn't do much in the early game. And the moment that he secured those items, we're seeing that power coming from the valley. And speaking of things coming in, the Astral Apple is
Extra! Oh my god, Rim! You were talking about the passive aggressiveness. There it goes. It is a wipeout. Somehow, some way, Survey Corps scouting out and completing the mission will take down EMP.
Oh my goodness, what a game being played from both sides. That's a 20-minute game, very close in terms of kills. Looking at some of the itemizations on both sides, you mentioned the Novaria, right? Going for that full damage rod, the Beatrix as well was able to scale into that late game, finishing out with the most gold on her team, looking for Empyrean as well. Very standard structured builds that they do have, you know, working at their disposal as well. And looking at some of the statistics that kind of led TSC back into this game, right? Looking at the team fight participation for Empyrean in that early game, it was at their disposal, right? Athena, she had that damage spike into that early game, but we scaled into that late game, and that's where we saw the presence and the damage being put in from Face Ripper as well as Alpha there on this Beatrix. And honestly, a really good comeback coming in from the side of TSC. They struggled a little bit in that early game, but their draft composition favored into that late game, and they were able to capitalize on some of the aggression and overextension being played for the side of Imperium. So beautiful comeback coming in from the side of TSC, and beautiful game 2.
I mean, Lord have mercy. And you know what? Back to the point I was making at draft, right? We were talking about who we went for. I said I'm going for EMP. I said, it is hard, though, to go against that Navaria. And that right there is exactly why it is so hard to count out Navaria. All game, patiently building. We were talking about tickle, 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 punch, right when you least expect it. A beautiful sucker punch. Paul definitely didn't expect it. I didn't expect it, and I don't think EMP expected to be forced on a defeat there.
You couldn't.
That's insane. But speaking of insane, man, we can go on and on about this, but let's swing this back over to Wheezy to introduce y'all for the next one.
Man, what a game, what a turnaround. The Survey Corps, a light switch flickered on and they were able to move forward, shutting down the Empyrean, which means they are going to progress on to the top 16. And now for the third match of the day, we are going to be seeing the Alliance go up against Bestsellers 2023. What an interesting name, right? Can't wait to see what they bring to the table. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
my power. By faith, the next fight awaits. A tiger only. A tiger only. Ready for a fair fight? Swift as wind, as fierce as fire.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth!
Legendary!
Let my will bend the earth!
Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk, a tournament for Season 3 of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, where we're given the opportunity for 32 teams to compete for a cash prize of $1,000, as we have sponsored up with Raz and sponsored up with Outplay, and also 100,000 diamonds that will be dispersed through the top 16 teams. An exciting time inside of North America, and I can't wait to see what 2 teams we have going forward, which is going to be an amazing showdown. Best sellers of 2023 up against the Alliance. And joined on the desk, I will be casting alongside Coach Deku. How you doing, Coach Deku?
What's going on, buddy? We're up on here, man. It seems like that's going to be our forever battle, our forever thing, man. The battle of the Brodies. But a more interesting battle, like you said, best sellers 2023. Going up against their opponents here. It's going to be a nice one. We've had some crazy matches. We've seen a Savage. We've seen a Novaria, the reason why she should be banned from TSC. And now we got the next one, man. I can't wait to get into that draft.
Now, straight into the draft we go. Not going to waste any time. We are looking at Alliance on your side. I guess I'm going to be taking Best Sellers of 2023. A very interesting name. Not something you see every day, but I wonder if their performance is going to be there. I mean, we've seen them compete when we opened up Season 3, and they did really well. I think they had a really good marksman on their side, too, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they, go against the Alliance. But Alliance, not somebody that I'm personally familiar with. Is there something you may know about this team?
I'm a little familiar with them, right? My team, Team Elite, I played last night. We scrimmed with them 2 times prior to Mlsa kicking off for the Cyberpunk Tournament. They actually had one of our former mid laners that we had on the roster that got replaced, Saku, I believe. They should be on the lineup tonight. A very nice mid laner indeed. She's a great mid laner, great, nice little shot caller. I'm not too sure about the rest of the players, like personally, but they are a pretty decent team, very strong. I think Saku is the person to focus, and there's an Eve ban from the side of Best Sellers, and that's definitely one of Saku's primary picks right now.
Yeah, definitely going to go in for the comfort pick, maybe doing a little bit of research, clicking on that profile. I know when I was playing pro, you got to hide your history, but they can still look in those stats for your most played heroes, and taking out that Eve, that is one of the main artillery mages that we've seen dominate time and time again. Still some big picks on the board. Novaria has walked through the draft, and the question is, will Alliance take it up?
To live is to
You know, they should, right? If they know what we know or saw what we just saw. But again, Saku, it's not her comfort, right? Now they take the Armat, but Saku is not a Navaria player. Obviously, it hurts to give it up, but honestly, I wonder, like, does the Rome not play either? Because we've seen Navaria be flexed to the position 5 spot. Then maybe there was a way to be able to slot that in, but now the risk has been ran. Bestsellers can take this up, Weezy.
I love how you kind of mentioned that, right? We've seen a debut of Navaria in MSC 2023 for day 3 of the knockout stage. Venus ran it for the first time, dominated, played it again, dominated twice. Just shows you how strong the Navaria can be, even in the Rome position. And the interesting fact about it is she still built it in with a magic damage build. She didn't go anything like a support route. She didn't have any tank items alongside it. The Queen just wrecked with the magic damage, the magic power. And there it goes right there. It's going to be slotted into the side of Bestsellers. Trade for the R-Lot, but was it worth it? And we are going to see the Franco paired up with it.
And now I wonder on the swing back here, right? On the back end from this team, what exactly do you do to stop this? What can you do to shut this down? We saw the Lolita, right, in the previous match do pretty well in the hands of UA. Obviously ended up taking a loss, but the Bulwark Shield did really good at blocking a lot of the Astral Recall shots. It did help them up quite a bit. But it looks like, I'm not sure, is that locked in? Is that Harley locked in? Is that confirmed? Okay, no. All right. I was like, did they lock that in? But they moved over to the Fredrin, which is nice. Now, from Bestsellers, I wonder here, we've seen it time and time again with the R-Lot. Mincy, it's a pick that gets locked in a lot. Yuzhong as well. That could be picked up, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Jordan blew up the table, so there it goes. Minsathar.
There it goes. The Minsathar manifesting it into reality. Now, I would have been interested to see the Harley, man. That would have been a debut pick for the Mlsa, but I don't think we've seen a Harley yet in all 3 seasons. You know, I'm not sure. Yeah, at all. I believe not even. I was thinking, I was like, maybe Fuevo did it. They would have been the only team to possibly pull that off, but yeah, I can't recollect that memory. And now, looking at the draft so far, we've officially finished the first phase. You have that Minsathar, he has that King's Calling, can be able to control a whole zone. You have the Franco who can grab you from afar and snatch your soul away. Then you also have the Navaria with the Astro Echo that we've seen dominate with that extended range. But looking at the opposite side of the board, the Alliance, right? They got the R-Lot. He's going to sync really well with the Fredrin, especially with the Marks of Asteros going in with that knock-up from Fredrin that he can provide that additional CC, like we like to call it in the Mlsa. That Walking Petrify can give him more marks to be able to do more damage. And then you top it off with the most picked marksman so far worldwide, and that is the Beatrix. I think I like what I'm seeing from both sides of the table.
You know, something that I'm seeing that is a little interesting, the Alice ban from the side of Bestsellers. We haven't seen that been picked up at all in the middle of this tournament, and I don't think we've seen it banned either. This is the first time it's been banned in any of the matches, and like I said, I've scrimmed Alliance a few times. I don't think I've ever seen them pull out an Alice. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe it's something they've been working on recently. Maybe they scrimmed Bestsellers after us, and maybe they got to see the Alice full force, but right now, moving into the comforts of banning out the Kaja now, they have the only suppression of the game, ban out the other. I think I like this ban from the side of Bestseller.
That's right. They take out the Kaja. They don't want to allow them to have the suppression. But we're looking at the mages that are still possibly picked up because the mage hasn't been shown on Alliance. They took out the Valentina, so they can't have suppression now unless they go for like a Saber, which I don't see happening, especially when you have that Fredrin, unless you're going to flex Fredrin into the Roam position, which we have seen teams do in MSC, but I don't think that's really correlated well into North America. But now the bans have been finalized. You are going to see the Martyrs take down from Alliance, and an answer back quick, fast, and furious. Bestsellers is going to pick out the Akai.
Now they have a lot of utility, right? They have the Bloody Hunt, they have the King's Call, and they have the Heavy Spin. Where, I know they still need their gold layer, but I'm very curious on what exactly is the damage dealer going to be here. They need some damage right now. If this Farsa gets locked in, I was going to say maybe something like the Mlsa, but it's going to be hard to pull off if they take up the Farsa. Maybe, the Quad wouldn't be that great either because the R-Lot with the Final Slash, it counts as a knockup. Stops it. Walking Petrified Fredrin can stop it. I don't know. That's a rough... It's going to be really strange to see what Bestsellers picks up for this gold lane here. Maybe a Carry? I think maybe Carry. Carry, Leslie could be okay. They have a lot of single target engages, so maybe those could be one of the 2 picks, or Brody maybe.
Yeah, it'll definitely have to be either the Carry or the Mlsa. I mean, the Brody, it's a possibility, but we don't see a dive composition from the Alliance, so I think you're right on the mark, right? You pull out the carry, you can play from afar, play safe, but I'm not even gonna fall for it. They're trying to bait the casters. Hey, you're not gonna get this one. If they run this Julian, they are not gonna have a marksman, which means they're gonna be limited in push potential for these turrets. Oh! But it could be a possibility that they slide it in. I'm not sure, unless they run the Varia in the gold lane. But I've never seen that before.
I think they might, if they walk this Julian in, I think they might be running a Mincy gold lane, which has been used overseas. I see he has the Inspire, so it's almost a very real possibility they're going to play this Mincy in the gold lane. It's been played by teams overseas in the NPL. It hasn't been used a lot, but it is a valid strat. I just wasn't expecting to see it here in NA, Weezy.
Now, I will say, if this was regular MLSA Season 3, right, scrims, then I would be all for it, but I feel like this is a very risky draft considering this is a tournament and it is best of 1. That's what we like to call the X factor as we are now jumping into the loading for Game 1. And looking at both these amazing teams. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. You got it.
I was gonna say, I mean, best of ones, I definitely know exactly where you're coming from. You kind of want to go with what's tried and true, but the same is also kind of this, goes well with those pocket picks. It's a best of one. You do all that research just to get hit by something you had no idea about. It can also profit, but it's also very risky.
Yeah, definitely very risky. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our third match of the day. We are looking at the Alliance on the blue side going up against best sellers of 2023 with an unorthodox composition. They decided not to run in on the marksman, and we're going to see how exactly this works. Deku, right on the money, running Jot Easy, Jot's Easy with the 1 in it, you know, a little bit of a hybrid name, is going to be running the Mlsa in the gold lane. We got to see how this plays out.
And, you know, like I said, I've seen it a few times, a few places. I'm not sure if they have the execution level to pull it off, but it will be interesting to see. Something that isn't interesting to see, I feel like for Alliance, that Farsa pick is going to be huge for them if it can profit, but we have to take knowledge with the damage.
Zed is going to find a kill, takes down Navaria. First blood has been drawn in favor for the Alliance.
That is a quick kill on the board. Me personally, Weezy, I definitely never like to see a team offer up a kill that early because there's really no reason for it. There is no point within the 1 minute mark that we should be okay with giving up a kill. But like I was going to say, the Farsa in the hands of Saku, they already kind of forward strong one of her main comforts. They put her onto the bird, but they put her up against a composition that makes Farsa uncomfortable as well. You have to play Farsa into a Grok, a Franco, and a Kai. Even the Navaria is a danger because once you pop the Feather Airstrike, you're a stationary target. Those are free hits with the Astral Recall. And if things hold true for what we saw last game, these Navaria players aren't missing it right now, Weezy.
Yeah, and you know, with Navaria falling this early though, especially with them lacking a marksman and going in for this hybrid composition with the Mlsa on the top side, you can't really afford for your only real backline hero to take an early death. You need that mage to scale through time and pick up the damage. But speaking about picking up the damage, Zed is going to rush in and take down carries. Down goes Grok in the XP lane.
Zed puts him to bed here. That's the second kill. That's the second kill for Alliance, both coming at the hand of the Great Swordsman here down on the bot side of the map. And I also do feel what you're saying, right? Missing out on that marksman, and now your primary damage dealer has already suffered a death early in the match. I wonder, though, was the idea kind of using picks to lock down the opposing marksman and then just let the Astral Recall do the job for him to take out the marksman, but losing the contest for the turtle here?
And the Iron Hook, the flicker back from Moist. YouTube Rinlet is going to claim the turtle. That is going to go into the hands of Bestsellers. Heavy spins on his way out as well, but they did trade for a kill on the opposing side for the Alliance.
That's right. So a trade in between both these teams. Again, the Alliance still holding up on the majority there. They're trying to increase that gold lead to a substantial amount. Hasn't happened just yet, but they're on good pacing right now. Bestsellers, though, like you said, they're going to have to find a way to slow any type of snowball coming from the opposing side because they're already not really winning as far as the scaling department. All they have is Navaria and a bunch of meat shields. On the opposite end, you got to deal with Farsa if she can reach late game, Beatrix if she can reach late game, and then the overwhelming utility that can come from a pick like Diggy when you're trying to make those engages with a Kai and Grok in those 5v5 matchups. It's going to be interesting to see if they can pull it off here, but like we said, best of one, anything can happen, and a lot of things already happened starting from the draft here.
That's right, you are seeing a little bit of a formation from Bestsellers up to the top side. Heavy spin has been procced in. The reverse time to pull him back. but the stun and the pin on the wall. Feather airstrike being canceled. Akai taken down. Varza, Chosen One getting a kill. Navaria taking down Diggy. And you are going to see the double from Beatrix is going to find Moist, but Jolteezy falls to Diggy as well. My goodness, what an engagement. 3-1 trade. Alliance leading on the scoreboard.
Everything that could have went wrong there went wrong. They didn't even have the time journey up to go ahead and negate that engage, and still they flop it and botch it, Wheezy. They forget the Chosen One is the one they need to take down. The real threat to this composition, the marksman that you lack and the marksman that you need to be attacking. Bestseller is offering up a double kill to that gold laner. That is not going to be very good for them. Obviously, Navarro's going to pick up a kill, but it was on the Diggy, right? Your marksman gets 2 kills, your roam falls. That's a great trade anytime of the week, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely a great trade. You definitely want your marksman to get fed nice and early. Speaking about getting fed nice and early, snatching the soul out of his body with the iron hook. Upac is going to secure the kill. Is going to go ahead and take Obley right in front of the turtle, who has now been aggroed in by YouTube Rinlith.
There's something important to note there. Blade of Despair already got picked up by the Chosen One underneath the 5-minute mark. And that's courtesy of picking up that double kill not too long ago, but turtle contest up.
Rinlith with the heavy spin is going to claim it yet again. 2 neutral objectives going to Bestsellers for none on the Alliance, and this time they were not able to trade for a kill.
Not able to trade. Bestsellers, though, doing a great job, right? They've equaled up the gold. Actually, they've taken a bit of a lead here, somehow, some way, but they still need to find a way to put the Chosen One in check, or things are going to get messy for them as this game progresses. Bestsellers might want to try to maybe exert more pressure to the top side. It's just hard to pull off. That Diggy pick was well-placed and well-timed in their draft. It really does counteract a lot of what Bestsellers wants to do. The heavy spin gets negated. The iron hook gets negated. The wild charge gets negated. Everything starts with a little bit of CC from them as far as engagements, and Diggy is the answer to all that tries to utilize that strategy.
Ooh, big play. Iron Hook connects with the feather airstrike for the response. Saku is going to take down Upac. The sniper from 5 meters away. Killing spree activated as the Chosen One takes down Upac in the mid lane.
Right, he definitely no-scoped him in that bush there, Wheezy. Someone used to play a couple FPS games and brought it over here to the MOBA genre for MLBB. And man, again, Chosen One having a great game. 3-0-1, nice and early, but look at this.
Ooh, wild charge on his way out. Triple knock-up. A great escape. Need for speed, hot pursuit, but not the same situation on the top side as the King's Calling dropped, and so did the Chosen One. Jolteezy now going to go ahead and try and clear this turret. Able to secure the first objective into the hands for Bestsellers.
And that's honestly such a surprise. Chosen One really had a great lead in this, but one false step and you fall into the melee range of a fighter, and that typically can happen to a marksman, especially when you fall into the hands of a Minotaur who can drop that King's Calling. Even with that flicker, you can see Chosen One didn't use it, and it's just not available when you have to face the King's Calling. So definitely a great play from them, but look at this in the jungle.
Moist not missing a beat. Connects with another iron hook. Jolteezy, just talking about him, able to pick up a kill off that amazing assist. Man, I'm telling you, Jolteezy right now, he's going fishing. You better watch out for those Spears of Glory. There goes another iron hook. Is going to pull back the purple buff. Is going to deny the farm for Craxy. And now he's going to shift his focus into the turtle pit. Is going to go and take down Moist. Saku picking up that kill. Turtle at about a quarter of HP. Rinlith is going to secure it yet again. 3 turtles into the hands of Bestsellers.
That's right. And Jots is really coming online for this team right now. Ooh, the feather airstrike here.
From afar, the snipe. The Chosen One with the Chosen bullets is going to connect and take down carries in the mid lane.
I am the one. This Beatrix right now is 4-1-1 for Alliance, doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this composition right now. But Jolteezy
in the King's Calling, Zed has been caught, forcing out the flicker, pulled back by the Spear of Glory. Zed needs to get out of there. Saku joining the fight is going to take down Jolteezy just in time, allowing Zed to get back to the base for some regen.
All he needed was one more final attack, but he got hit by the final slash, supplemented in from the damage from Saku there. So turning that 1v1 into a 2v1, and you gotta like good math. It definitely is great when you're able to play to that number advantage. But right now, Bestsellers still trying to put Alliance in a bit of a bottleneck. Nice damage there coming out for this Navaria, already crossing over that 8-minute mark. You can feel the scaling coming in. We were worried about that early death would make them fall behind, but looking to see that they're finding the mark right now.
That's right, you are seeing Bestsellers stacked up, but now the same thing for the Alliance. A battle in the jungle. Down goes the feathered airstrike a little prematurely. A lot of utility has been wasted. No members are going to fall, but look at Zed in the side. Possibly gonna rush in and pick off a kill, but no.
Conceal?
Yeah, conceal play from Moist. Not gonna lead to anything. A lot of utility was burnt there, and honestly, I'm surprised that we didn't get that much of an engagement.
Yeah, I would have liked to see one, especially once the time journey came down. I really feel like they could have forced a little bit more, and same from Alliance as well, but in between both these teams, just trying to play it patiently. I honestly can respect it from Alliance. They do have the late game on their side, or they should theoretically on paper here, but speaking of on the side, Iron Hook pulling one member of Alliance on the wrong side, but Lord just spawned in here, Wheezy. We have a lot of movement around the mid lane. Grok already making his way down. Carries looking to set up for the Lord positioning. Look at that, another Iron Hook, and I think he stole that purple buff, Weezy.
He did steal it. He is buffed up. Grand Theft Purple into the hands of Moist. Praxi trying to get to the Lord, but zoned away. Saku finds carries. Moist is going to flicker out. Lord at about 30% HP, 25. Mirror's Passion goes down. Astral Recall as well. Possibly on the way. Chosen One gets a kill. Reneth is going to take the Lord. Jolteezy takes Saku, and Reneth picks up a kill. Takes down Obli. The 4th objective in the jungle. Again, going to Bestsellers.
Fight's not over there. Jolteezy gets cornered, tried to go for a sneaky recall, but definitely no breathing room for that as Craxy was able to pick up that kill in the Fredra. And Lord, though, did get picked up by Bestsellers of 2023, and right now they're kind of not living up to the name. They're doing a pretty okay job, especially when you consider they don't have a gold laner, at least not a marksman, as a gold laner in their composition, making this work slowly but surely, trying to take down Alliance here. But again, Alliance does have a lot of things going for them in the late game. You have the Farsa, you have the Beatrix. Now at this point, all you need is to create space and give opportunity for both of those backliners to dish out at insane games. But right now, they haven't done a great job of keeping Jolteezy off the backline. Somehow, Mlsa has been flanking them non-stop, whether it be from the jungle, in the river, or even in these lanes when they're trying to go for those split pushes.
Yeah, even in those lanes with those split pushes, we just seen Craxy use his Retribution a little prematurely. Didn't really find anything from it, but speaking about finding things, Astral Echo goes out, Feather Airstrike from across the board, but the Iron Hook for the denial, for the cancellation, the suppression from the Bloody Hunt, carries, takes down Saku. My goodness, 911, we have witnessed a murder. Somebody come save the Alliance as Saku has fallen.
They definitely do need to come pick their mans up right now. He is filled out in the lane, and just like that, Jolteezy picks up a tower down in the bot side of the map. But tier 2, they are crashed it down now to where it's only a high ground tower in the bot side after the 11-minute mark. So that's going to be huge for Bestsellers as far as map pressure, especially since Lord is going to be spawning on that side of the map where they still hold a tier 3 tower. They have a lot of space and opportunity to work with right now. They're going to look to crack open the mid tower as well. There's nobody home right now to stop them. Bestsellers just picking up towers uncontested, even though there's 5 members on the board for Alliance.
My goodness, Moist almost connecting right there. I feel like you're like a deer in the headlights when that Iron Hook comes your way, and you never know which way it's going to go, and 9 times out of 10, he is going to connect. His accuracy is on fire, but we can't say the same thing about the Chosen One right there with that sniper shot. Unfortunately, it did not connect on Moist, but so far, even though they're down in kills, they have great map pressure. I mean, look at their turrets, taking very minimal damage. The map control is definitely in favor for Bestsellers.
We saw a headbutt and the hook go out there from 2 members of Bestsellers 23. Didn't connect, but could have been a problem if it did. Probably would have forced out that time journey, which would have been huge, especially considering that Lord comes down in 20 seconds. I'm actually wondering if that could maybe be a play they look to make. But speaking of plays being made, of members getting caught out here in the jungle.
Here you go, Energy Eruption for the top, for the knockup. Feather Airstrike for some additional damage, but Renlet's going to be able to get out of there with the heavy spin. You know, we asked the question, how is this unorthodox composition going to work against more of something we traditionally see from the Alliance? More of a standard North American type composition, and it is working out phenomenally. You did see the Astral Recall go out as well, that Echo, to be able to give that vision. Mirror's Passion, gonna go ahead and clear these minions, and also clear the farm. Zed is gonna find Jolteezy though, Moist in a bad situation, forced to flicker away out of the King's Calling. Look at the Lord though, 25% HP right now. Both teams in position for a possible retribution. Cracks are gonna take it, heavy spin not in effect. That is Alliance being able to claim their first objective in the jungle. But speaking of the jungle, here comes the Rumble. But no, it looks like Bestsellers is going to push out of this fight. Not able to win the trade and not able to win that objective.
And I'm so happy they went for the contest. I wasn't sure. Whoa, Zed seeking out the kills here.
Woo, you know what they say, right, Deku? You stay long enough in the barbershop, eventually you're going to get a haircut. And Zed just gave UPAC a clean fade in the mid lane.
They killed his muffin Catback Blue there, huh? You know that one. But look at this on the siege.
Down goes the King's Calling. Spirit Glory not able to connect, but the reverse time pulling Jolteezy back. Renless is going to take down Obley. Diggy has fallen. Chosen One is going to take down Jolteezy, though, for the mega kill. 17-9. Luminous Lord pushing in on the bottom side, but does not have Alliance behind it to crack open the base.
You know, I wonder if now we see the scales being tilted here. We saw it happen a bit on that Lord fight, especially when you're talking about wasting out utility. Akai, using that heavy spin, got forced to use it on the disengage. Then when you're talking about going for the 50-50, don't have it to knock away the walking petrify that is Craxy right now and able to pick up that Lord for them, create that pressure on the map, and then able to charge forward, right, with the fight. As long as they can bait out some of this utility from the side of Bestsellers, they have a really good shot. But I guess you could say the same as for Alliance, because a lot of what Bestsellers wants to do, they have to get rid of that time journey in order to be successful. And I feel like the same is for Alliance. Whoever can bait out the utility first, whoever can go ahead and waste some of these resources, I think comes away in these engagements. Right now, it's a 50-50, but you burn an ult, and I think you're looking at a 60-40 at that point, even a 70-30 in some cases.
You know, and just looking at these items, I mean, we were wondering how the Mlsa was going to work into this, running the high and dry for the 1v1 advantage, but also stacking it up with Inspire, and not to mention, he built the Demon Hunter sword, so he's going to be able to pierce the high HP heroes on the opposing side and deal some damage, and with this beefy composition, such as the Fredrin, it may work in their favor. This is definitely something to watch out for, but his Inspire, you know what else it can do? It can also pierce these turrets if left unchecked with an Inspire and possibly get a finish. That's something that I feel like the Alliance definitely has to watch out for.
You know, so something here that I want to make highlight. You see Rock currently on the bot side. He's trying to open up to this map, right? Trying to be the split push. I would actually want to see that be Mlsa here. Jolteezy, I think, is the optimal person to go for the split push. For this reason, like you're talking about the push, but also because he has the high and dry. If he's the one split pushing, you see Zed's the solo man responding, he can get himself into a 1v1 where the emblem comes back into effect. Right now in these team fights, there's not much usage. No one really has blink skills except Zed, and Zed is playing on that side lane. That's where I feel like Jolteezy can be. He can take the 1v1. He still is the counter pick for Zed. There's absolutely no way Zed should be able to win him in a 1v1. Worst case scenario, they send two people, but that opens up like this neutral objective for Bestsellers here for free.
Yeah, definitely going to possibly open up this objective. Taking it nice and slow inside of the Lord Pit, both sides playing the patient game. Feather Airstrike drops down. Astro Echo from the opposing side. Both mages have used their utility. Ultimates have been drawn down. But look at the Chosen One. He gets the snipe, connects to Moist. Craxy trying to seal the deal. Is going to take him down. Lord at about 50% HP. Jolteezy is going to fall into the hands of Saku. And the Lord has been reset. Renlith is going to pull his punches. Is going to heavy spin out of there. Zed on the chase. Not going to let him go for free, but now Lord control has turned in favor for the Alliance.
Yeah, I really feel like the game plan that was put out, that I was talking about, they really should have went for there with that Mlsa, but you know, they're going to keep going for the fight.
And Carrie's going to take down the Chosen One, finds the back line, but look at Zed dashing through like the Flash, trying to find a kill. You're going to see that Retribution wasted by Renlith to slow down Zed to allow him to get away. The jungler is still on the table for Alliance, but they don't have their marksman to burst down this Lord, so this is going to be a stalemate.
Oh, I don't know if that's exactly a negative. I mean, Bestsellers don't have their marksman either. They're weak, but I guess, yeah, for them, it does make it a bit of a slower take. But again, I would love to see this Mlsa move, and they're going to force it back over here into these 5v5 engagements. And we saw where it wrong, right? He used the King's Call and trying to find the solo kill, but the time's journey frees them up for their prison. That is the Mlsa ultimate. They need to get him involved on the other side of the map.
Another airstrike going down, heavy spin as well. Both sides fighting it out. Down goes the time journey. But look at Craxy trying to find a kill. Saku takes down Jolteezy. Moist finds Craxy to respond. Jungler has fallen for the Alliance, but Zed is going to rush in, trying to take down Moist. Is going to conceal play. Is going to get it back to the turret. Lord very low. UPAC is going to find Zed. Saku is going to claim the Lord for the Alliance. No jungler needed.
How do you botch that? You have to win that Lord, especially when the opposing jungler is gone. We're talking about gold laners missing. Well, how about a better one? Retri missing from Alliance, and Bestsellers still not getting it done there for that neutral objective. right now, like I said earlier, I feel like they weren't living up to the name, but one member in particular might have just done that, and it happens to be the man that should have risen to the occasion, the jungler, Akai from Bestsellers.
Yeah, now this Lord will be a wasted objective. Is going to quickly be bursted down. A stalemate for both sides, 20-12, 18 minutes in. We have officially reached the late game, and who will be able to push through? Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of one, and only one team will move forward to the top 16 in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament.
And right now, man, we're seeing the late game in full effect. Honestly, I felt like the line should really be excelling right now, but it seems like neither team's really beating the condition. They're not opening up the space for the back line to be extremely important right now. I mean, granted, Saku is still having a decent game, 6-3 and 8. Chosen One obviously has been on fire from minute 1, 7-2 and 6. But they need to do a little bit more. They're not really taking advantage of not only their range, but the amount of DPS they can pump out up against Bestsellers of 2023. It's basically a Great Siege versus the Great Wall of China when you're looking at Alliance up against Bestsellers. And they're not really trying to fully use that. Bestsellers is looking for mistakes. They're looking for the Digi Ultimate to be wasted just so they can make their composition work. And Alliance kind of letting that happen. They're not really being oppressive, or not as oppressive as I would like to see here. And same for Bestsellers, not utilizing what they have. You have a split-pushing maniac that can't be beat in a 1v1 by the opposing XP later, but look at this, Weezy.
The reverse time gonna pull him back on the wild charge. Zed gonna take down carries. My goodness, I think that is the first time we've ever seen a synchronization of those skills in order. Craxy gonna rush in for the taunt. Zed dealing the damage, trying to take down Moist. Astro Echo goes down. Jolteezy, Rinlet joining the party. Time Journey goes down. Zed takes down Moist. Wait a minute, Jolteezy in a bad situation. Needs to get out the heavy spin for the kite. Can he get away? Craxy very low. Chosen One is gonna find Jolteezy. They take one. Can they get another? Rinlet, very sustainable, very beefy, is gonna make his way back into the base for Bestsellers.
And I wonder here, is the call going to be to push in with this bot wave? A lot of members down for quite a bit of time. The nearest one is carries at about 15 seconds. The rest have a little bit of way to go. Alliance could make a push for the high ground tower. They're trying to siege here. All they got to do is get some minions, but it's going to be cleared out. Not going to be able to find the tower here, Weez. They're going to walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, now it can... Oh my goodness! The caster curse! The snipe from Navaria from a mile away is going to take down Sakwu, and Deku manifested it into reality.
That was, you know, as soon as the Astral Echo went out, I knew what time it was, man. I don't know how he didn't see that coming. Especially on the far side. I imagine he must have used the wings by wings, because that should have been easily avoided, but I do think he used it to leave away from the tower. But now Saku's missing, so a bit of that backline advantage that we were talking about has been taken off the board for Alliance. All they have is the Beatrix, and they landed a hook here from Bestsellers.
That's right. Is going to grab Craxy. Very sustainable, though. The Obley, very low. Time Journey goes down. Jolteezy, very low as well. Moist still joining the party. U-Pack is going to join as well from afar. Astral Recall does go out. Another Iron Hook is going to grab Zed. Immortality has been procced. Zed may fall, but he's still going to rush in with the final slash before he goes by Jolteezy, taking him down. Look at the Lord, though. Quarter HP. Rinlet is going to secure it yet again for the Bestsellers. Feathered airstrike from afar. Saku's going to find Jolteezy. Picks up a double. Takes down carries. Rinlet, U-Pack, Moist. They got what they came for. Abort mission. We got the Lord.
Get to the chop. Oh, that hook almost caught Oobly there. But hang on. He's overstaying. Oh, my God, Weezy, that was dangerous there. But we have to talk about it. Honestly, I feel like the problem was there. Not only did they try to rush that, right, without having Saku there, but also Oobly. I called out the immortality. I think you were looking over at Zed, but Oobly got it popped up by the Lord. When the knockup came down, he was extremely scared to step up there and offer up that time journey. And unfortunately, Bestsellers walks away with it. Saku came late to the party, but she showed she had moves too. But Weezy, look at the damage.
Damage is there, and same with the Lord and the Iron Hook as well. Reverse time, and the time journey is going to go out. Moist is not going to be able to get the hook. It is going to be canceled out. Same with the Lord. Is going to fall right in front of the inhibitor. Immortality's been procced by Windless. What a turnaround! The Chosen One has bursted him down. Alliance does not plan on ending this game anytime soon.
Man, what is going on? Blunders are being made from Alliance and Bestsellers. Saku, you gotta move your feet or you're gonna lose your seat there. Bestsellers, we saw they wasted the time journey there. The time journey gets wasted and Akai decides to full Symphony. This is it, but look at this Weezy in the pickoff.
Carey's wasting a lot of time. He's gonna wrap around, stays alive with the suppression onto the Chosen One. The time journey for the denial. The CC is gonna dodge the Spirit Glory and get out of there. The snipe, the 180 turnaround is still alive. Final slash from Zed. The taunt on Carey. Zed takes him down. My goodness, what a game!
Someone call the ambulance because there's a lot of bodies down on the side, Weezy. These teams are going back and forth. We're crossing into the 24-minute mark, and it feels like all the action just got started. UPAC is online, so are the members from Alliance, and I just don't get it. Somehow, even though they only have one backliner, one primary damage dealer, it seems like Bestsellers is still overwhelming Alliance. They haven't been able to find the mark. Even though they have the Diggy to counter out so much of what Bestsellers need, it has not been enough. Already, they came out on top of a lot of fights, but as far as the ones that matter right now for the late game, Bestsellers doing a great job. Even if you look at that scoreboard, it seems to tell you otherwise.
Yeah, this is like definitely something going down in the books as one of the most entertaining matches for the Cyberpunk Tournament so far. Even more interesting than the match we've seen with BTK. Right now, we're wondering which way this is going to go. It's like watching, like Deku kind of said, like a castle, right? The castle is Bestsellers. They have a bunch of walls and a catapult behind them, which is U-packed on the Navaria. And then you got a bunch of arrowmen and swordsmen trying to push their way through these brick walls. And the question is, who will be able to prevail and claim victorious on this best of one to move forward to the top 16?
And right now, this Lord fight might be the deciding factor. 25 minutes in, Weezy, and Saku's already taking a bit of damage from the Navaria. Hook those out, but they're going to miss. The setup is real here. Alliance could look to make the move, and I'm scared. I don't know about you, Weezy. After Echo comes out, they revealed 3 players, but they lost vision on 2, and they might beat one in the bush, and that's going to be Zed here.
That is going to be Zed, and look at him. 1v1 against Moist. Lord already down 25% HP. Both teams playing the patient game, trying to wait for one side to use a mistake or burst some utility. Who will take the first move? This is definitely a game of chess, but look at Carey's in the side. Possibly gonna rush him with a wild charge. Do they know he's there? No! Saku needs to be careful. If he steps any closer, he will be hit with a wild charge. Craxy getting kind of low. Carey's waiting for the right opportunity. Here it goes. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Wild charge to the back line. Jolty is going to fall alongside Saku. You're going to see Chosen One take down Carey's. Craxy claims the Lord for the Alliance. And Renlith is going to heavy spin out of there, but the conceal play, trying to go in for the back line, going for the catapult, is going to take down UPAC. Craxy is going to secure the kill, leaving only Renlith and Moist to defend against the 4-man team of the Alliance.
Well, they got packed, so you can pack them up. The primary damage dealer has finally been taken down, and this could be the end.
The moment you want it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, ladies and gentlemen. The Alliance is claimed victorious against Bestsellers and are moving to the top 16.
Nah, that was next level. I don't know what was better, that Lord fight or the fact that you incorporated my guy, Mr. Eminem, into the ending for this. That's honestly beautiful. But again, Alliance finally able to come up on top. And I have to say, I'm not sure if the kudos goes to them or if the kudos goes to Bestsellers, because 26-minute game with only a Navaria for your backline, that's a bit of a round of applause. But eventually Alliance able to outclass them. And it took a lot, and it took a lot of time additionally, but able to finally get it done. Like you said, they got their opportunity, and they didn't let it go. But looking at the statistics, man, the damage that they were able to put out literally dwarfs to what UPAC was able to do. I actually feel bad. 44%, 167k damage, Weezy. Outdamaged everyone by a mile to the side of a... Honestly, it's super unfortunate that they were able to lose, even though they outdamaged them by an insane amount. But the Twin Towers of Farsa and Beatrix were able to prevail, able to get them that victory, even though things look dicey.
Dicey indeed. Man, an explosive game, the most entertaining one yet. We didn't know which way it was going to go. I don't think I've ever seen two totally opposite styled compositions clash together in the land of Dawn. History definitely was made today, and we are going to go ahead and see the Alliance move forward, taking down bestsellers for 2023. Godly, how do you even process that, Deku?
Hey man, I don't think you can. That's just another day out here at the Mlsa and another day in the Cyberpunk Tournament for Season 3. You wanted a grand opener in the Season 3, and I don't think you get any grander than this.
And speaking of that, two teams ready to go head-to-head. Up next, we got the Forgotten Ones going up against Ignis Esports. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for Game 4.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, oh. I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, oh. Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base. They gotta stop him. They gotta stop him. Best player, Immortality pops. Hoon able to find Yato. Joybox getting put down.
Matching up with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on the run. Takes down team. Joybox. Resident ISO. Fight. Basic. Here we go.
Work with ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to take it, but who takes it in the nick of time? Down goes Moonton.
Joybox getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Colt Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, as we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they gotta learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joybox, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough.
Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers, Day 2 for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, where we are seeing 32 teams fighting their way through to the top 16. That's right, we've officially partnered up with Raz and also with Outplay for an $1,000 cash prize to the #1 team, and also 100,000 diamonds from Moonton themselves being dispersed to 16 out of the 32 teams who move forward in our tournament. I am Weezy, I'm your official host and also a caster on the desk, and I'm excited to see these two next teams ready to go head to head, as this is officially game 4 today. We got the Forgotten Ones going up against Ignis Esports, and who better to cast it with than Master Rim himself. How you doing?
And obviously we gonna fight, you know? I told you about my branding. I'm Rum. Master
shoot.
Rum has the glasses on.
Oh,
So
I
I
forgot.
wanna do for that introduction, you know? I feel like, but jokes aside though, I'm doing great, you know? I'm happy to see these two teams clash it out. Man, the games this time around has been so intimidating. I feel like we should, for marketing purposes, we should put day 1 on this and put day 1 as day 2. You know, just to show how explosive these matches has been. But yeah.
Speaking of these matches, both teams ready to go head to head. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft. And here we are. Looks like you get Ignis Esports and I get the Forgotten Ones.
I mean, I don't mind my team is gonna be remembered. I don't know if I can say the same about yours. They're the Forgotten Ones. Maybe they might, you know, get a little moment, a little redemption. This time around, and something that's not gonna be redeemed at all this game, the Novaria, man. She's been performing so well, exceptionally well in our Cyberpunk Tournament so far. The times that she has been led through her impact has been felt from Earth into space. The Astral Echo really reaching that astral plane. Now, none of us mortals has been able to, you know, experience, but she's been doing a good job at that. In terms of bans, the Fragile has also been taken off of the board for Ignis Esports. Now, Weezy, they can't say the players, but these teams have some hard hitters on their side.
Yeah, they definitely got some hard hitters. I mean, looking at Ignis Esports, a couple of familiar names over there, right? Kush, he's back, but this time not rolling with Ackerman, rolling with Ignis Esports. And I'm wondering, is this a full new team for him, or is he just playing with them on the off season prior to the NACT fall season?
Right
Right
now,
around the corner?
he has the tag, so I'm assuming it's a, you know, a new home for him.
Yeah, he does have that tag, that clan tag, so he may be rolling with them as a new squad. Speaking about squads, speaking about these teams, back on the bans, you are going to see the Franco taken out alongside the Fanny. Means there is one suppressive hero already knocked off the board. We know Kush is a master of assassins, a master of flex picks as well. One of the few players that I can say can play pretty much every role at the same level. So you have to watch out for him. Kush is a player who led the way for Ackerman. He placed inside of the top 8 for North America. Definitely have to be careful, as he's a shot caller. He has the IQ. Now, for my side, the Forgotten Ones, I can't really say I've seen him before, but something tells me Yana Cutie's name rings a bell. Do you know anybody on this side?
So, looking at Forgotten Ones, it's a little bit of a revamped D-Gods, right? So, Bombshell, I'm not sure if you remember him.
I remember him.
Yeah, he plays those, you know, tech junglers. So, it's a little bit of a revamp. I'm not sure if you remember Slato as well. He's also the roamer for Forgotten Ones. So, previously named D-Gods, and that is who they are.
Oh, and Human Bird. 99% Bird is Human Bird. Oh! Yo, so this was a team,
So
okay.
they're not the Forgotten Ones.
No, they're not. Well, they were forgotten for a minute, but not no more. Now, speaking about the Forgotten Ones, they were a team that competed in Season 1 of the Mlsa. They've been here for a while, a little bit of a revamp and name change for their heroes and their players, but they are a top team. We used to call them the team from the Wild Wild West at its best, right? They used to give teams like Quavo a hard time, who we would call the team from the Wild Wild East. So this is definitely going to be a show. I've never really seen them paired up against Kush, a team of that caliber, minus going against Quavo, but even against Quavo, they're able to claim victorious a couple of times. So this is going to be something of what we call a high elo matchup.
For sure, it's already being reflected here in the draft so far. We see Ignis Esports prioritizing Danji for their first pick, already going for that high ground control. They're going to be setting up for some of these team fights. But in response to that, another high ground mate so far still being locked in. I love when teams, if you want to secure the far stuff, picking up that Yuzong, right? He is a direct counter for her. Ignis Esports still needs their EXP lane. And I do think even though picks like the Glue, the Lapu Lapu is still open, I think the Yuzong really gives her a harder time. She can kind of kite around the Glue, she can kite around the Lapu Lapu, but when you have that Black Dragon, he outranges that bird. When she turns into that mist and she's flying with Vestry, he can catch up to her and cancel her out. He can cancel out the Feather Airstrike. So I do like when teams prioritize that. They have a strong mid laner. They also have a strong EXP laner that can combo well with each other. And looking at the picks up here for Ignis Esports, going to go ahead and secure that Lancelot for Kush there in that jungle position, as well as the Beatrix for that gold lane.
Now, if I'm looking at this composition, it is screaming pick up Minotaur, right? You pick up the Minotaur, you ban out the Diggy, there's no counter for it, and I think it's an excellent option over there for, you know, my side, the Forgotten Ones, but I don't know if they'll actually slide it in. Now, looking at the compositions, you mentioned, you know, the synergy between the heroes that have been slotted in. They've got the Eve over there for Ignis Esports, an artillery mage going up against the Farza, the other artillery mage, so definitely Bomb's going to be raining from afar for both sides of the table, but they're going to go ahead and lock in this Akai to solidify the first phase of the draft for the Forgotten Ones.
Now, I like the Akai, right? Because times like the Atlas is still open, right? And looking at Ignis Esports, he could have potentially been a good roamer for them, right? He has the real manipulation at his disposal, so that's going to make targets easier to count. So I feel like the Akai, not only does he offer some assurance there into that jungle position, but he also offers some survivability, some defense coming in for the side for guards of ones, right? He's also still very independent in that jungle. And going up against this Lancelot, yes, Lance has the Thorn Throws, he also has the Phantom Execution, but if that heavy spin is timed accurately, he can really counter-engage that, you know, potential steal that we do know that the Lancelot is capable of, you know, successfully applying. But I'm not going to count it out. That is going to be Kush onto that Lancelot position. So I do think it's really going to come down to precise timing there. What does Kyrie say? Speed, precision, and strength. We're definitely going to need to see some of that being portrayed for the side of Forgotten Ones.
And right now, you know, looking at the Forgotten Ones in their composition, they have a lot of mobility, right? They have the Black Dragon who can circle around, get to the back line. They have Farza with the Wings by Wings, and not to mention the Akai with the heavy spin who can bombard his way pretty much through anything. But when we look at Ignis Esports, right, they have more of a stationary Eve who doesn't really have the most mobility, but can definitely handle that ground control. You do have the Lancelot, though. He can puncture through, find a pathway in, and he has a little bit of that iframe rate with that invulnerability when he uses that Thorn Rose to be able to negate some of the damage. But then the Beatrix is who I'm really keeping my eyes on, right? Beatrix has been shining so far. Almost slotted every single game, and I don't think I've rarely ever seen a bad game with the Beatrix.
So, and don't forget the Savage. I mentioned the Savage that she got in one. And man, she's just so strong, and what we've been seeing consistently, and I'm pretty sure on the match screen, regardless of how it goes for Ignis Esports, I know I'm going to see her being objective focused, right? And that's one of the perks of the Beatrix. You slow your roll in that early game, you let your team kind of hold your hand a little bit before you really say, okay, well, I can cross the road on my own now. I just have to look left to right and left again. And I'm good, you know, and I can lead you guys across the road to victory. And we've been seeing that. But Forgotten Ones, they still have some things that they can pick up as well. Looking at some of the bans that we're seeing here, the Claude has been taken off of the board for Ignis Esports. Beautiful ban in terms of that gold lane. He has to be a mind to be able to get under or out of the real world manipulation when that just does drop down. The Beatrix, he can cut around her with that movement speed as well as that mobility that he's capable of. And looking at what Forgotten Ones is doing right now, they're focusing a little bit in terms of that EXP. The chat has also been banned out, and they're really trying to make it easy for this Farsa to shine, right? Zoning out that EXP lane, Lapu Lapu, when the Breaker's fight starts, he can get back behind her. She, right now, is their main source of damage. You have to use on, yes, but The only things you have, again, you have the Kaja. I think, no, that's a Diggy. Different bird, y'all. I'm sorry, different bird. You have the Diggy, but you also have the Akai, right? Yeah, so the only other damage dealer right now is that Farsa. So I think setting up your draft in a way that you're allowing her to have an easier time to deal some of this damage, really good. But I also do like the responses coming in for the side of Ignis we see.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and pick up that Grok for Ignis Esports so far. Paired up with that Esmeralda, the final pick on the way for the side of the Forgotten Ones. Highlighting over this Wan, switching over to this Mia, switching over to Layla. Look, we're just about to go over every single marksman in the game right now. But looking at what they need, they have early game checked off. They need somebody to carry through the late game. Now, carry is a possible great answer. Can definitely punish the Grok, can punish the Esmeralda. Not really anybody on the opposing side to shut her down. You just got to watch out for the manipulation and also watch out for the Lancelot in the hands of Kush. Oh, no, yeah, in the hands of Kush.
I really would feel like if they lock in something like the Lunox and the Gold Bay, I feel like we're not such a better time. But no, they're going to go ahead and secure that carry. And I'm not mad about it, right? I do think she still poses her own, especially if against the tanky composition coming in from the side of Ignis Esports, right? She's going to have that burst potential once the game gets to that mid to late game phase. And you mentioned having the Farsa, that is obviously, some good early game in favor for them. So both jobs has been completed here. We don't know. What are you feeling?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I'm feeling that we're in for a great game for one. You ain't going to get me on that rim. No, but honestly, to answer your question, when we're looking at both of these drafts, I like what I'm seeing. I think both of them have answers, but it's going to boil down to execution. I like how the Forgotten Ones took up this Diggy to pair it up with the Akai. Yes, the Akai is in the jungle position, but don't forget, he still can play the role of a roamer. And so with that Akai, having that heavy spin, he'll be able to get to the back lines with ease and also use the heavy spin to zone out the competition for the neutral objectives. But when we look at Ignis Esports, right? They have the Beatrix, who we know has been dominating time and time again. They have an artillery mage to answer back over there for the Farsa. And they also have the Lancelot into the hands of Kush. And we know Kush is a man of few words, but many actions. So I think it's definitely going to boil down to execution. But I'm definitely wanting to see how Human Bird plays into this running this Yuzong. But a request for a pause. We are going to go back momentarily. While that is on the way, I'm going to shoot that question back over to you, Rim. Who are you going for?
I feel like I have to go for the side of Forgotten Ones only because that's a lot of 99%. Right? I have to look at the statistics, Weezy. 99% bird, 99% everything. So I have to give it to them. I'm just kidding. But in terms of, the actual trials that we have seen, I do think both teams have the capabilities for execution, but I will say it's more balanced into the favor of Ignis, right? And I say that because you have a lot of backline and frontline for the side of Forgotten Ones, right? They have the Yuzhong, they have the Akai as well, but their main sources of damage is going to be the Farsa as well as the Yuzhong, and I don't think that's really something that you could really bank on. Yes, you have the carry for that late game reassurance, but I think in terms of overall flexibility coming in, I have to give it to the side of Ignis Esports. I do think they have the harass, they have the poke, they have the early game, as well as that late game. So I do think Forgotten Ones, their power spike is definitely going to be more into that mid game. That's where they're really going to shine. But I think overall, when everyone kind of scales up, it's going to go more in favor of Ignis.
Now, I'm going to answer back to that. I'm going to hit you with a little bit of a rebuttal as we are jumping back into this game between these two amazing teams, Ignis Esports and Forgotten Ones. Now, we got to kind of keep an eye on 99% Troll. I feel like he may play a crucial role into this, but if he gets bursted down, maybe not. He may feed into the economy for Ignis Esports right there. But when it comes down to using that time journey, it may give Tamal a hard time. He is running this Grok in the roam position, but then you can also use the time journey when Ziggy drops down that manipulation. So I feel like as long as he has some solid placement, then the Forgotten Ones has a chance. But if something similar to what we just seen, if he gets bursted down early, it may go to the opposing side.
I mean, one thing to take into account, that time journey gives shields. So, okay, he countered the engage that's going to be coming in from Tamal, or he counters the river manipulation. Doctor on this Esmeralda, that's her time to shine. That's her time to go in. And yes, you have the shield, but we do know she can turn that into damage. And she also gives herself some additional sustainability. So, okay, you think you're going to be allowed to retreat, but no, you're going to be posted. You're going to be harassed, you're going to be poked, and you're going to be constantly annoyed by this Esmeralda when that time journey pops in. So, okay, yes, you're offering your team some sustainability as well as some, you know, offense. She's still going to be heavy on, you know, that engage. So I do think that's something to consider as well. And speaking of engage here, Ignis Esports already setting up for this third event. It's going to go into their hands uncontested.
And you spoke about the Esmeralda already having a good time. Zoning out Yana Cutie and Bird. Ziggy joining the battle. Kush is going to claim the turtle. Ziggy going to take down Human Bird. What's the word? Look at the power nature. Tamal winding up, forcing Troll and Yana Cutie back to the top side. And not a good start. They were not able to find the neutral objective, not able to claim a kill, which means they let that Lord go untraded.
Absolutely right, but speaking of things to not be let go here, Weezy.
Battle on the way on the purple buff. Time journey goes out from Troll. Not going to stop Kush, though. Is going to go ahead and take down Kazuki. He has fallen. That is the jungler for the Forgotten Ones.
Now the gold lead already heading. It's just about 3K. Almost going to even up into that 2K right now. And looking at the gold lead matchup so far, right, we're seeing the Beatrix going up against this carry so far. And in terms of early game scaling, Beatrix, again, securing that early game physical penetration. So she's going to have some more damage as she builds into that Blade of Despair carry, trying to secure that corrosion side. She's already pretty close. I think at this point, she's only at that 400 mark, but a wild charge engage.
Huge knockup, gonna set two. One will fall, and that is Troll. Jiren able to get out of there just in time. You're gonna see Peakland secure that kill, but the aggression does not stop there from Ignis Esports. Down goes the manipulation, the power nature, winding up. Yana Cutie very low, forced to go back to the inhibitor to recall. Opening up the opportunity for Peakland to strip off the gold from this turret. Can they take it? Wait a minute! They have just enough time with this cannon minion, and down it goes.
And again, I mentioned what these Beatrix users have been displaying consistently throughout the Cyberpunk Tournament by being very objectively focused. And again, credits to the overall team synergy, right? We saw the reroll manipulation go down, not only dealing damage, almost finding some kills, but the zoning potential coming in, and we're seeing them even being zoned out as the heavy spin finds Kush here.
Battle on the purple buff, Turtle spawning in. Phantom's Execution going by Kush is going to get out of enemy waters. Looks like they were not able to claim that purple buff, though. Kazuki able to secure it just in time. Down goes the manipulation, though. The battle in the mid lane. Able to dodge that sniper shot. Human Bird gonna dive in with the Soul Grip. Not gonna connect on the Dog Tour, but down goes the turret for the mid lane into the hands of Ignis Esports.
Now, one thing I will say about the draft of Forgotten Ones, right? Yes, they have this Diggy, but once the time journey goes down, they're missing a little bit of that engage, right? They do have the Akai, yes, but I feel like in terms of initiation so far, we've only been seeing that heavy spin be used in the defensively, right? We're not seeing English. We're not seeing it be used offensively at all. It's usually as an escape tool or to, you know, display some easier time for them to get away. And I feel like that's the disadvantage you run into when you slotting that Diggy in their own position, and he's being bursted down so easily. That's a double kill that just went into the hands of Peakland there. He's definitely at his peak here, we see.
And now Kazuki trying to deny them entry, but Peakland has the golden ticket and is going to the chocolate factory. Able to secure that kill, open up the opportunity to take a tier 2 turret. They are going to focus in on the mid lane. Minions have fallen, though. Speaking of fallen, down goes a falling Star Moon from Dog Tour, connecting on the 3 members from the Forgotten Ones.
And the economy is going into their favor. We're at an 8K gold lead so far in favor of Ignis Esports. So I want to take a minute to look at these items. Right? We're only 6 minutes in, but because of the economy so far, we're already seeing Eve with that ice cream wand. Beatrix, she has secured that Blade of Despair. She actually got her the attack speed boots, which has been helping her dish out some more damage, but a concealed play here, looking from Tamal here, potentially looking for an engagement. No, they're going to go ahead and prioritize that tower in this top side.
You're going to see right now Ignis Esports having a very comfortable game. Forgotten Ones needs to find a way to disrupt their rhythm. Feather Airstrike goes down. Heavy spin as well. Jiren finds Kush. Time Journey goes out by Troll, but Ziggy is going to find him with the assistance from Peakland with the Renner's Empathy from afar. Human Bird rushes in with the Black Dragon form. The Petrify goes down. Peakland going to take out Bird. Showing him we are the 0.01%. You can't sanitize this.
Man, Ignis Esports, looking like the bird catchers out here, right? The way they took him down, they definitely aren't a fan of bird watching right now. They're saying, you know what, we're gonna control. And speaking of control here, the map control that they have, look at the zoning coming in while they're trying to secure these towers. They're not allowing Forgotten Ones any opportunities to really get and disrupt the synergy that they have going for them right now. And I have to give credits to Tamama, the wild charges that he's been finding so far, the openings, the almost of the manipulation.
And now the heavy spin for the response. Ziggy gonna take down Kotsky, one member falling. Base has been cracked open for the Forgotten Ones. Peakland takes down 99% Troll. Jiren finds Tamal. Peakland finds Jiren, takes out the back line. Yana Cutie and Bird left alone to fight the four-man team of Ignis Esports, who are looking to claim some more real estate.
Absolutely right. They're clearing the minions. They're focusing all their big damage here onto this tower. They have the minions on their side. Look at the damage coming in. Oh my god, Weezy. I think they're going for the end here.
Looks like they are going in for the end. They said 99.9%. Gotta quote the man Trex. This is the 0.01. Doctor gonna find Bird. Feather Airstrike dropping down. Time Journey going out for the denial. Peakland finds Jared with the Rainer's Empathy. A bullseye in the middle of his forehead. Locked and loaded. You are looking at a 13-2. Ignis Esports starting a fire that Forgotten Ones can't put out.
Man, people are looking like Pocahontas out there. They really want his land, and he's just not gonna give it to them. I mean, he's really at his peak right now. He's 8-0-3 currently, and like I mentioned, right? Both these gold leaders, they get their spike within that mid to late game, but once you get that snowball going for your team, that's where Beatrix really starts to shine, and she's been shining from the moment, you know, she got that first kill on board here. And again, I have to give credits to the role coming in for the side of Ignis Esports, the zoning that he's providing, the positioning, as well as that vision, right? And again, you're gonna provide some things here, the concealed plate.
And the Renner's Empathy gonna hit the mark, gonna force Kotsky back for some regen. Ignis Esports slowly making their way into the base for the Forgotten Ones. May try and claim the last inhibitor standing. Can they do it? Can they push through? Will they be able to get a 10-minute finish? Lord making his way through the mid lane. This is the ending they're looking for.
Absolutely. Speaking of endings here, I don't think this one is going to be a happy one for Forgotten Ones, Weezy.
Here comes the Black Dragon from the Bird. Feather Airstrike from Yana Cutie. Is it enough to hold down Ignis Esports? The fire has been lit. Can they put it out? Lord at 50% HP. Peakland takes down Bird. The mobilization. Yana Cutie is going to find Peakland. Doctor takes down Jiren. They're holding them off, but how long can they hold? Look at the base. It has been bursted down, and Ignis Esports is moving to the top 16, sending the Forgotten Ones back home.
Victory!
Man, gone, but not remembered, unfortunately. And looking at some of the itemizations that we've seen coming through here, Ziggy on his Eve did pick up that Ice Cream Wine. It's one of her core items, being able to apply some additional utility that she does have going for them on Peakland. 10k gold, having the most gold in this match. That was really one of the driving forces towards their victory here. Looking at some of the statistics that we are seeing throughout this game, and I know I mentioned it in the draft that I was going to be talking about this at the end. Peakland being objective focused, something that we've seen every Beatrix player accomplish so far, right? Opening up those towers so that they can be present for these team fights. And speaking of being present for team fights, Ziggy with that 94% overall, and man, such a good game coming in from the side of Ignis Esports. Their fire has been lit, and unfortunately, the Forgotten Ones could not put it out in time.
Man, couldn't have said it any better myself. What a one-sided story. I don't even think they lost a single turn in that whole match. That was like a flawless victory. Honestly, that was the smoothest game that we have seen today. Ignis Esports, definitely have to watch out for them. Top of the caliber right now. I know all these teams competing are definitely keeping their eyes on them. How can you shut down Kush and the monstrosity behind him with that squad, that new squad that they have formed? You know, we got a little bit of a sneak peek. That's the exciting thing about being able to be in the Mlsa, right? We get to actually sit down. We get to see teams not only develop, but also teams that are already at that top 8 position. Their new lineups before the fall season, right? So you get a little bit of that scoop, you know, inside of the professional scene for MLBB prior to the NACTs. It's definitely got me excited for what Ignis Esports is going to provide. Hopefully they kind of compete in the fall season. I definitely think they have what it takes to be a top 8 team. But Rim, man, that was an exciting match. That was a fast match.
Yeah, it's quick, you know. Their draft allowed them to, right? They capitalized off of that early game, and the moment that they got the snowball, like I mentioned, Beatrix, she lets her team hold her hand in the beginning phases of the match. She gets her awareness, and then it's her game, and she definitely shined at that game. But overall, they had really good synergy. They had a team fight composition. They offered that zoning potential. They engaged as a team. They focused on objectives together, right? We saw them setting up. They zoned out for towers. They zoned out for these neutrals, and that's essentially what got them this win.
That's right. That's essentially what got them the win, and that was a team from the Wild Wild West. The revamped D-Gods being taken down in the qualifiers, and now moving forward for our next match, Game 5, as we're moving through all 7 games today. We have Black Odyssey up against the Knots. The Knots, Quavo revamped, and Los Eggs, like a combination of them put into one team. I can't wait to see where this goes. The team, that's right, and that's the team that came from the Wild Wild East, so hopefully they don't have the same story as the Wild Wild West. Maybe things are better on the East side, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be right back with you guys for Game 5.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been skimming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a lip, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find future service results.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB, it is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar Qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia. just on hold.
and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I am Weezy, your host, and today we are moving on to Game 5, the Knots versus Black Odyssey. I can't wait to see where this goes. Both teams ready to go into the draft. We have an amazing caster to help break down this game. That's right, Master Rim is on the desk. How you doing?
I'm doing great, you know. Last game was quick and easy. I'm hoping that this game is a little bit more excessive, right? We've had, you know, a lot to say about these two teams. They're very strong teams here. Knots and Black Odyssey, very powerhouse players as well. Knots, Refugeez, as you like to mention. You know, so some seasoned MLSA competitors going in this time around. So I'm excited to see how both these teams are going to perform. We're already heading into the draft so far. And the first ban being done for the side of the Knots there is going to be this Fanny. They're going to take this Fanny out. She does have a lot of that early game pressure. And once she can kind of get that snowball in, it's really hard to, you know, shut her down. So I do think it's a pretty solid first ban, sorry.
Yeah, you're going to see that Fanny be taken off the board alongside the Franco to direct counter. Two opposing sides are kind of taken off the board so far. Now, there are some things on the table. Navarre is something we've been seeing walk a few times, and definitely teams have been making others punish. The Knots having first pick. This is Fuego, the revamped version, alongside Los Eggs, that combination. I don't know how many versions of eggs they can make, but they find a way. Now, Black Odyssey, though, they have some familiar faces over there. They've got Pika Pika on their team. For those who don't know, he helps behind the scenes do stuff with BTK. Funny story, I went to an Outplay event in Vegas, and everybody was, you know, there to meet up with Hoon and everybody was buying the Outplay merchandise, and Pika showed up with a full BTK outfit, man. He was trying to sell those BTK shirts on the corner. I'm telling you, it's the funniest thing. It just shows you how much passion he has for Mobile and BTK, but also how much passion he may have for Black Odyssey as we move forward.
Absolutely, right? And speaking of moving forward here, as we look at some of these bans that we're seeing. For the side of Knots, they're going to take out the Fanny as well as the Valentina. Very strong picks in that early game, right? We do see them also banning out the Choi, which is not something that we've been seeing often, right? Teams have more so been kind of leaving her open and not picking her up and choosing to prioritize some other things. I feel like one of the downsides with the Joy is that when she doesn't have that vengeance, she's really squishy and it's really easy to deal with her when that comes to play, right? But for Black Odyssey, gonna take both of the suppressions off of the board, gonna ban out the Novaria, but the Arlot is still open, the Bane is still open, and we're seeing, you know, not a team that is known for unconventional things, and Bane, an unconventional hero that kinda is making his way into the meta, and he's gonna be, you know, prioed for the side of Knots here.
Yeah, Bane is definitely a strong pick, but I don't know about slotting him in this early in the draft. I guess theoretically there's not really much that can counter the Bane. So, I mean, you are showing that you are running a fighter in the jungle, I guess, maybe a little bit more beefy, but Bane usually goes for that hybrid damage build to be able to fast clear and go for that early finish. Now, looking at the side of Black Odyssey, they are going in for the Eve alongside the Arlot. I love this combination, right? Eve drops down the RWM for the slow, and Arlot procs the marks of Esteros to be able to get those slashes and damage for some additional output to be able to pick up some kills. So right now I see Black Odyssey formulating a strategy around this Arlot, and it's looking very good.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to set up for more so of a team fight composition. Usually when you see that Yve being prioed, that's what the teams typically tend to go for. And right now, we're seeing for the side of the Knots, they hover over, you know, this Clint for their gold lane. So they're trying to get a little bit of that poke into, which I think it does really well, especially when you have this Bane, right? If you have some more poke, and Clint is a marksman who he really shines in that late game with that true damage, right? He hurts almost as much as Celeste. You know, I would say they're both kind of even in terms of the damage output that they are capable of dishing out there. They also went ahead and priored that Yu Zhang to go up against this Eve. And actually, we saw this matchup in the last game, right? Where the Yve and the Farce and the Yu Zhang was priored, but then the Yve on the opposing side, the Yve did win out though. And I think that's perks to Yu Zhang not being able to really counter her, since she does have that CC immunity during that RWM. So I do like, you know, that flexibility that she has to offer as well. So Black Odyssey right now finalizing the first half. They're gonna prio, you know, that Fredrin before we head into that second phase. And overall so far, I will say I have to give it in favor of Black Odysseys in terms of the draft here.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't agree with you more. I think Black Odyssey has a lot of CC at their disposal that's going to combo really well with the Arlot. Picking up that Fredrin, that Walking Petrifier for some additional marks on top of what the Eve is going to provide for him. He's going to have an easy time when it comes to these neutral engagements for those objectives. And when I look at the Knots, I kind of feel like it's all over the board. They're trying to find an answer for everything. They have the Bane for the early push. They have the Clint, who we typically don't see that often. Honestly, this is the first Clint that we have seen in the MLSA Season 3. And then we're also looking at that Yu Zhang, one of those favorite XP laners that we've been seeing time and time again. Now, I do like that pick. That is an answer to be able to get to Eve, possibly shut down the back line. But keep in mind, there's a lot of CC. So as soon as you go in for that high-value target, you have Arlot there for the punish.
Absolutely. And I feel like we're really going to see the final slash come into play a lot, you know, this game. The dispositioning that he's going to be able to allow. And not only could he disposition, but he could potentially send escaping targets back into that real world manipulation. So I feel like there's so much capabilities that Arlot pick alone is capable of providing there, right? But we're gonna see the Knots in terms of their final bans. They're gonna ban out this carry as well as this Lolita, right? That just lets me know that we're gonna see Bane potentially go that tank route. Then you're gonna have the Yu Zhang as well, who's gonna be a little bit more in terms of that sustainable side. So the carry is a good response, especially going up against, you know, the Clint as well, the speedy light wheel, and of course, you know, the roamer, tanky as well. So the carry counters, all of them in that regards. But the Knots finalizing their draft with this Hylos as well as this Valir. How do you feel about that, Weasel?
Okay, so the Valir, I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I mean, okay, now I guess the Valir can kind of work, because with that Grok being slotted in, with the Fredrin, with the Arlot, they're going to focus on being that frontline presence that are going to try and rush in. But when you have that Valir, he's that anti-invade, right? He can use that Searing Turn to push them back, the burst fireballs for the stun. Yes, it works in theory. It's one of those picks you don't see too often, but it is a trump card that can work in their favor. The Hylos, though, different story. Not something we typically see too often. Not really sure how it's going to work into the hands of the Knots, but I do know for the Knots, it's a comfort pick that Durza oftenly runs. So when it comes to comfort, sometimes that's stronger than meta.
Now, for sure, I can't agree more. And I will say though, yes, you can be comfortable on something, but meta is meta for a reason, right? And I say that because, y'all, I'm an adept player. She's my comfort mage, but unfortunately, I just have to be smart and play into the meta sometimes. And I feel like that's the right choice that you can make, right? Looking at some of these matchups here, it is actually going to be I would say a very balanced game here, right? I'm not sure how well Durza on this Hylos is going to perform, but he did recently, get some adjustments being made to him. But speaking of adjustments, the new rotations coming in, and we're seeing this out of Black Odyssey portray that right now. They have the mid and EXP getting that level 2. They have the roamer getting that level 2 from that mid lane. And who better to get that fast clear than this Grok here?
Yeah, and right now we're not seeing the same store for the Knots. Looks like they are not up to date with the new rotation, which means slight advantage may go in favor for Black Odyssey as both teams battling for that level 4 for the first neutral objective, Turtle spawning in. Now, looking at the composition, right, we're looking at Flame. Flame, who we've seen be a little overly aggressive in previous series for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, but now making his first appearance with the Knots inside of the Cyberpunk Tournament. I really want to see how this goes. We've seen him typically have either a really good game or a really bad game. He either really dominates or he's over-aggressive and it is costly. So looking at Black Odyssey, having a teammate like Pika who does run with players like BTK, I'm expecting great things. So hopefully Flame is up to par. Maybe he'll play a little bit safer and wait for the right opportunity.
Absolutely right. But in that top side, they forced out a flicker coming in from Faithful Miracle. They're sending him back to the base, which is going to help Mlsa in terms of that early game scaling that she is capable of. But in that mid lane, Durza in an uncomfortable position.
You talked about meta sometimes being better than the comfort, and there it goes. First blood has been drawn. Black Odyssey is going to secure a kill. Down goes Hylos. Pandate is going to find a kill as well. Is going to find Rito on the Bane. Daizu is going to find Pandate to respond, though. A 1-for-2 trade, but Black Odyssey winning the engagement.
Absolutely right. And speaking of winning the engagements here, we're already seeing Batty here getting that upper edge over this Clint in that early game. But in the bot side, though,
the battle in the Turtle Pit on the way. Flame trying to zone out Memento. Does get that shot essence for sustainability. Rito pulling the aggro of the Turtle. Durza alongside him, fighting off Pico, Memento, and Frizz. Fizz in a good position for the Retribution. Same thing for Rito. Possibly going to get it. Here it goes. Durza secures it for the Knots. No Retribution needed. Pandate takes down Rito. The battle in the Turtle Pit as the glorious path. Durza is going to help Flame get out of there.
Man, what a good pickup there coming in from Durza on this Hylos. And I think that's courtesy, to that second skill he has with that overtime damage, right? We do know sometimes when the Retribution goes down, there is that little bit of HP that remains. And speaking of having a little bit of HP here, we're seeing Pika being bursted down quite low. And I think this is really where the Valier pick is going to shine, right? Going up against a lot of these frontline heroes such as the Grog as well as the Fredrin, right? We do know that Valier does a really good job when it comes to poking them down. And me personally, whenever I play Valier, I love when there's a tanky composition. You get those first skill resets off of them and you get the constant poke being applied, and it makes it really hard for them to get their job done. And not to mention his passive with that HP percentage burn. Once he does pick up the Ice Cream Wand as well as that Glowing Wand, his skill set is really going to start to shine. And we saw down in the EXP lane there, both EXP laners clashing at it, but both teams focusing on the gold lane as a wild charge goes in.
He's going to catch Faithful, force out the flicker, the glorious path from Durza. Rito alongside him, Deadliest catch goes out, not going to hit the mark. A complete evasion from Black Odyssey and an emote to show them they are not worried about it. Neither side gonna catch a body.
Yeah, you only really have to fear sharks when you're in those deep open waters, but they're not in water. They're in the land of the dawn here, Weezy. They ain't afraid of sharks around this parts of town, and we're seeing a lot of damage being dished out here from the EXP lanes, and I like the rotations that's coming in from both roamers and mid laners for both sides, right? Clearing the lanes, we're seeing Durza putting on a little bit of that poke before the second neutral objectives here. Both teams in position, but you gotta look at Fizz there on this R-Lot.
Yeah, look at Fizz. Do they know he's there? Is gonna dash in. Turtle really low. Rito gonna secure a second turtle. Going to the knots. Fizz unable to find a way in. Black Dragon dropping down. Furious dive in. Flame is gonna find Memento. Can he get another? The recall just in time. Pika able to get back to the base. Phone home. Down goes the manipulation from Bandate. And you are gonna see the knots pull their punches.
Oh, but topside, look at Clint. He's really doing a good job this time around. So Mlsa, from being that lane bully, now having to be bullied by this Clint is going to force both marksmen actually on the retreat here. And now that both turtles has been in favor of the knots, I feel like they've done a good job at getting some of that goal advantage back up under their disposal, right? The goal deficit was way higher, but now they've kind of been able to even it back out, and it's starting to show, right? We're seeing that by Miracle actually with the damage that he's dishing out. But speaking of damage here,
there's unable to escape that CC chain, and you are going to see Fizz pick up that kill. Right now, 4-2. Black Odyssey having a great game when it comes to kills, but when it comes to the neutral objectives, a different story.
Absolutely. But speaking of objectives here, we're seeing them heavy trying to open up that gold lane, because the moment they can get Mlsa into these team fights, that's really where Black Odyssey is really going to shine. We're seeing them chunking down this tower. They are going to find it, but looking at Pika, he's looking for that wild charge, but man, the Valier doing a good job at getting some of that zoning in.
That's right, and they were able to claim the first turret of the game in favor for the Black Odyssey, especially in the gold lane as well. You mentioned the Mlsa getting online, and that is exactly what she is needed. And now both teams transitioning into the mid-river. The taunt goes on to Durza, trapped onto the wall. May not be able to escape. Glorious Pathway drops down. Pika very low, hugs the wall. Fizz is going to take down Flame. Pika's going to make it back to the base. Rito, Daizu, or Durza, oh no, Daizu, and Faithful. Man, their names are so similar sometimes. But honestly, looking at the way this is going, with the Mlsa able to claim that first turret, she's going to be a very aggressive marksman and already has the power spike needed to burst down the side of the knots.
Absolutely right. We're also seeing her helping out with some of these objectives as well. And looking at her items so far, she does have the Corrosion Scythe, one of her first core items, but Clint also being able to match up. The gold lead in terms of both gold laners right now is still relatively even. You know, Beatrix only has about 600 gold lead over the Clint there. So I do think there is still that potential for them to be toe-to-toe in terms of the damage output that they are capable of dishing out. Yu Zhang, he does have that penetration as well as that additional movement speed, so they do have a little bit more damage on their side in terms of the knots. Daizu, she did secure that ice cream one, and I feel like now is where we're really going to see the knots be able to find a little bit more on the map, right? I feel like the Valier pick as a whole really does a good job, again, with that front line that is provided for Black Odyssey. So speaking of front line, both of them getting some damage being dished.
Yeah, definitely damage being dished out on both sides of the table. 2-5, 8 minutes in. You're looking at the knots already losing the top turret and the bottom side. Unable to answer back to open up the map for Black Odyssey. When we look at Batty, even though he's not high in kills, he's slowly creeping up on his items. You kind of mentioned the difference, right? He's already leading by about 500, 600 gold, which is a great deficit, especially this early in the game. They got to find a way to even out the economy. And speaking about that, a possible answer on the bottom side is you are seeing Flame and Rito try and push him, but answer back by Fizz Memento. Fraser's Wrath going down. Flame using the Black Dragon to get away. Fizz unable to close the distance.
Man, that's a good attempt there coming in from the side of the knots, right? But I feel like while that has been happening, they really should have made a move there in this top side. There was a lot of focus for the side of Black Odyssey in that bot lane, so I feel like they could have opened up the map in that top side again here. But speaking of opening things, they're looking for an opening on Durza.
Boy, Crystal dropping down. It's going to slow down Durza. Down goes the RWM. for the 5x5 zone of control. Panda in a great position, but now without that ultimate at her disposal, what will they do? Will the Knots push into the Lord Pit? Can they find access, or will they be denied at the doorway by Black Odyssey? Look at the zonage in full effect. The taunt on the Durza, very low. Hit the final slash, and Fizz securing the kill. One member down for the side of the Knots. They're roam as well, which means they don't have the frontline survivability to possibly contest this Lord.
Absolutely right, and it's gonna go into the hands of Black Odyssey. They don't have the number advantage. They also lack some of that engage as Durza is down right now. And I feel like Knots has to play it slow. They really have to play for this Clint, much like the less they get them to late game so their true damage can really do the work for you. Right now, it's really dependent in terms of the items that they're being built in for the side of Black Odyssey. And the Knots, they don't have the economy at their disposal right now, so they have to play it slow. And speaking of things being slow here, Miracle losing his life really fast.
Mento is going to pick that up, the full conceal play over there from Black Odyssey to help him out, just in case things didn't go his favor. But you are looking at the Lord slowly making his way on the top side. Battle in the mid-river on the way. Deadliest catch is going to go down from Rito. Going to go ahead and give some wave management and clear out these minions, but Muddles goes down. Pedante secures a kill. It's going to take down Daizu on the Valir pick, the mid lane mage for the Knots. With the battle still on the way, a proxy between the mid turret and the first one. Black Odyssey in a great position to claim the first turret in the mid lane.
Absolutely right. There's zoning coming in, and not only are they going to claim those 2 towers in that mid lane, they are going to be able to secure that one in the bot side as well. So I feel like Black Odyssey really has the cards dealt in their favor. The deadly catch goes out though.
And the battle on the way. Tier 2 falls in the mid lane. Pika finds Rito. Praises Wrath dropping down the stun on to Durza. Needs to get out of there. Fatty with a fatty is going to back up. Fizz going to back up as well. What a great game so far for Black Odyssey. Has found their way down to the base for the Knots. Stripped them down to their inhibitors.
Now, one thing that I can say, we've seen Knots in this position before. Oh, Miracle gonna have to use that flicker to come out, but Valir with the damage while Yves is in that real world manipulation, being able to burst her down, and that's something that they can capitalize off of, right? He does have the ability to poke her from a safer distance, and honestly, if that's something that Panda has to be mindful of now. I feel like now that it has happened, she kind of knows that, okay, I really have to watch my positioning to avoid this from happening to me again, because Yves is one of the winning factors with that real world manipulation, right? We've been seeing her utility be a big contributing factor in terms of some of the engages that's been coming out from the side of Black Odyssey. The Lord is about to spawn in just under 30 seconds right now, and we're seeing a lot of positioning being come in for the side of Black Odyssey. They're in the bushes, and right now, as long as they can keep the lanes in their control, they're stalling out, they're not clearing, they're denying the Knots from getting that slow farm, right? And that's smart. You're letting, if you don't allow them to scale, like I mentioned, they need Miracle to scale. He's a scaling marksman, and the slower that you give gold to him, the faster you'll be able to continuously burst him down and deny him from dealing that damage that we all know Clint is able to dish out.
Yeah, definitely having to watch out for him. And it's funny that they slotted him in, right? We don't typically see him too often anymore, and I feel like he's one of those forgotten marksmen, and the Knots definitely a team who keeps you on your toes with their hero pool. He's a forgotten one, but this time on the side of the Knots. But speaking about the teams, Black Odyssey, uncontested Fizz is going to go ahead and pick up this Lord.
Absolutely right. And again, Black Odyssey, they're really playing it patient, right? The way that they're clearing these lanes, they're stalling it out. They're just poking it. We're seeing the Knots having to use some of their utility. Oh, but the damage from Clint is going to find Panda, Wheezy.
Yeah, Miracle gonna secure that kill. Can they get another? Muddles goes out. Batty in a great position. Takes out Durza. Miracle godlike finds Pika. Batty's gonna find Flame. Both marksmen trading blows. Daizu takes down Memento. My goodness. Put a marksman on each side and put all members in the middle. That is exactly what we just seen. A bloodbath for both sides of the table.
Absolutely right. Black Odyssey still successfully able to open up the base of the Knots. The Lord is still marching down, but I feel like it's smart for them to not be on the over-aggression right now. Knots has the number advantage and members are just about to rise, and it's only 2 members from Black Odyssey present right now. They're just going to clear out the lanes and disengage, and that's smart for them, right? But I like the fight back coming in from the Knots, and man, fateful miracle. It's a miracle that he got to this point, right? The damage is starting to be present. He literally bursted down Panda, and Pandas are already on the brink of extinction, but a concealed wild charge
does go down. Power Nature. Batty picks up a kill. Is going to go ahead and take down Durza. 1 member falling alongside the inhibitor for the bottom lane. Batty able to secure it. Now, I want to kind of just rewind, right? Looking at that last engagement, when we've seen both marksmen and we see everybody stacked up in the mid between them, it was like they were playing dodgeball, but only the marksmen were holding the dodgeballs and everybody else was just trying to dodge them. But the pause request has been put in from the side of the Knots, so we're gonna go ahead and wait and see exactly what's going on. Man, what a crazy game so far. But honestly, I gotta say, right now, a great position for Black Odyssey to be able to close this out. A last-minute pause request, a saving grace. I don't know if that's enough to save them in this one. I don't even think the pause meta could bring them out of this. They need a defibrillator to bring them back to life.
It's like it's delaying the inevitable, maybe. But I do feel like they do have the potential to, come back in this game. I think now the Valier pick, he does do a really good job, especially, with some of the utility that he can provide. The slows provide just enough time to close that distance for Miracle to in turn burst them down, right? He does have that range increase. He has not only physical damage, but he has the true damage. And one thing true damage excels at is bursting down those chunky HP. So when you compare the true damage with the HP percentage damage coming out from the Valier, not only with his passive, right, but with the glowing wand as well, it adds a lot of pressure coming in for the opposing side. So I feel like they do have that at their disposal, and as long as it stays in the base, I feel like they have the potential to get a comeback here. But Flame going out with the Black Dragon.
Black Dragon is gonna hover around Flame, trying to get that Black Dragon Airlines, get a ticket while you can, but that utility has been wasted, which means they still can push right now and possibly try and strip down the base. They do have the advantage. They're leading by 10,000 gold, but the question is this an overextension? Can it be costly? Here goes the damage. RW and dropping. Panda gonna find Rito. Down goes 1 member for the Knots. Make it 2 as Panda picks up another. Is gonna find Flame. Can you get a triple? Yes, she does. Down goes Durza. A Maniac, maybe? Here we go, man. We're about to start auctioning it out. 1 Maniac, 2 Maniac, 3 Maniac. Here it goes. Memento. Gonna find Faithful, forcing Daizu into the base. Can't even push out, and that is all she wrote as Black Odyssey is gonna move forward to the top 16 and shut down the Knots.
Man, what a good game being played for the side of Black Odyssey, right? The draft that they drafted in so far, looking at some of the items, Mlsa was able to secure her core item. She did secure that physical penetration as well as the sustainability coming in from that Wind of Nature, right? So I do think once she was able to get relieved off of that top side, that's really where she started to shine. And we're going to see that being reflected as we look at some of the statistics that was displayed throughout this game, right? She does have that 69% team fight participation on par with this Grok as well. And we saw that the moment they were able to open out that, that lane and, set her free there. I gotta give it to Panda, man. She has the damage as well as that team fight participation. Good positionings with that real manipulation. She did get caught off one time, but she was able to take that into account for the rest of the match. And that's essentially a good thing that helped Black Odyssey pick up this game and take this series up against the Knots.
Man, what a great game plan. Black Odyssey just pushing forward, taking down a team who we've seen give a lot of teams trouble, even in Season 3 alone, right? So definitely got to give them credit where it's due. Not the easiest way to pay through Now, hey, that's a bar right there. But anyway, speaking about this matchup, so far, let's just kind of break down for a second. Top 16 teams, or top 32 fighting out to a top 16 position. This has been an interesting bracket, right? Not only did we shuffle it every step of the way, we got everybody to be able to watch in the live draw, so you know it definitely wasn't pre-picked on who you were going against. It was completely random, but it landed in a very solid way. We got to see BTK get taken out in the qualifiers. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't have Mobazane, they did have Cardi. I will give them that. But nonetheless, it just goes to show North America is scaling through the times, and there are teams ready to rise to the occasion. Speaking about rising to the occasion, Game 6 on the way. Dark Immortals versus Menace to Society. Are you excited?
I'm always excited to see Dark Immortals perform. You know, managed by Bling. I've always been a fan of the Immortals franchise. I think that they're constantly putting in work in terms of scrims and improving their rosters, not only as a team but individual lanes as well. So I'm very excited to see Dark Immortals perform at the Cyberpunk Tournament.
Well, guys, speaking about exciting things, let's go ahead and move on to a special segment of the day, the Mlsa Community News. And starting off first, we got fried chicken and Kyrie in MSC 2023. Who knows, man? Maybe fried chicken's gonna join Onyx. Speaking of Onyx, they play tonight, so definitely get ready, guys. It's gonna be an insane matchup as they are gonna be going up against Blacklist in a best of 7 for MSC Grand Finals 2023. And now, let's move on to some additional news for the community, and let's take a look at behind the scenes on how Outplay was trying to prepare for their matches out in MSC before they got taken down.
At the hotel now, this is where the OP just finished a practice. I was able to get a few of the members here with us, so let's see how they're doing. So we have some of the OP members here with us. We have Promise, Basic, and then Hoon, and their new coach, Dale. So how are you guys doing today? Like, how are you guys doing in MSC so far? How's training been? How was training today? Who wants to take the mic?
Hey, so far, not bad. I mean, this was what, our third full day scrim.
So you got to Cambodia on Tuesday.
Yeah, but we were doing media shooting, technical rehearsal. Like it was just so busy. I don't know. They don't give any time to practice at all in MSC.
And who are you guys playing against right now? In your scrims?
Oh no, that one is
a lot of teams. A lot of teams in MSC, outside of MSC, like just anyone that is available. Like right now, MPO teams are what? Off season, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're off season.
Any MPL region are off season.
So it's really hard to find scrims, and then, but it's fine. Tomorrow's the last day to scrim, I think.
And Monday is the big day,
yeah,
the first big day.
Big day.
And how are you guys feeling now? Are you guys confident? How has training been?
Let's say there's a great depression right now. but
what's the biggest challenge like you're facing right now?
I mean,
some of the players just left.
Yeah, I mean, just like no connection.
So we're missing the Ohio connection right now.
It's understandable. It was a long day, and then they don't want to be on camera.
But
I apologize.
And we're in Cambodia.
Yeah, but yeah. Hopefully, we get our shit together tomorrow.
And we believe you guys will.
Yeah.
And to our other teammates, how is Cambodia so far? This is your first time being in Cambodia, Basic?
Yes. Yes.
Have you guys been out in the hotel and touring a little bit, or no?
Only a few times so far. It's so hot outside, so we don't really want to go outside.
Is this the first time you've been in an international tournament?
Yeah, it's the first time.
How do you feel being in an international scene where seeing all these teams in person and playing against them, and are you nervous?
Nervous and exciting at the same time. Yeah, because seeing like the people I watch before in person, but at the same time, what the fuck?
You're going.
And right now you're subbing for the team, right?
Yeah.
So what is your daily life like when you're training?
Just supporting the team the best I can.
Duly noted.
Very good. Yeah. Writing all the notes. Actually.
Analyzing the situation.
Actually being Yeah, Promise been doing really well, except he sleeps a lot.
More tired than the players.
Each game gotta just fall asleep.
Taking notes is hard. It's a hard job.
Yeah.
What's your first impression of the NA team?
They lack so many in a way, you know. So and then that's the thing that we are working on it. Like since we still have a 1-day practice, so I hope we can make it until the group stage.
And are you confident that they will?
Right now I cannot answer very well because right now I have a fever, you know. So I'm just doing my job for them. So since this is a MSC, it's like a one-time tournament like that.
So are you only working with OP for this tournament right now?
Yeah, I'm just only working for this team in this MSC. So after this, I'm gonna go back to my original team.
So what's your original team?
From Malaysia, Homeboys. Shout out, Sap homies.
And now that you're Mr. Worldwide, how do you feel about NA team compared to the other teams you've coached?
Maybe the difference between NA teams and Asia teams are NA teams is lacking when it comes to experience tournament. So unlike in Asia team, like they have a MPL, they have MDL, they have so many tier B tournament. So unlike in NA or NACT, like you can count in your fingers that how many tournament they have. So that's the disadvantage of being NACT.
But we're still growing, and then a lot of great things going to happen. And we believe that our homeboys are going to make it very far in this tournament, and best of luck to them training. They're so busy. We only were able to catch them for a few minutes because they've been training all day, and they're still going to go back and maybe practice more, and hopefully we can catch them at their breaks.
Emo Hoon.
Emo Hoon.
Do you mean Hoon? All right.
All right, guys.
The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best-of-3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best-of-5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
fight. Faith, the next fight awaits. A tiger. A tiger. Ready for a fair fight?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Tournament from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy as we officially open our doors up for Season 3. We have 32 teams fighting their way through the qualifying process to be able to make it to the top 16. We've officially partnered up with Raz and also the manager of Outplay to be able to provide an amazing cash prize of $1,000 to the winning team. And then to top it off, we are also partnered up with Moonton to provide the top 16 teams a spread of a diamond pool of 100,000 diamonds. Next on the list for Game 6, we have Dark Immortals, a team that we've seen compete since Season 1 of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, going up against a newer team that we're seeing on the scene, Menace 2 Society. Joined on the desk alongside myself to cast this amazing game, Master Rim is in the building. How you doing, big dog?
I'm doing great as always. You know, like I mentioned, I'm excited to see Dark Immortals perform. I know they've been, perfecting their craft and their trap and their team overall. Thing has been putting in that work, man. He's one of the powerhouse managers that I've seen here in NAs. But I'm excited to also, see Menace Society perform.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And both these teams getting ready to go head to head. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft. There we go. I've got Menace Society on my side, and you got the Dark Immortals.
I don't know. Who's gonna win? What do you think?
It's hard to tell without the draft. But I will say I've never seen Menace Society play. I've seen Dark Immortals play, and I feel like they're a team similar to Burnix Flash, right? A team that nobody expected to really pull off amazing things, and they surprise you every step of the way. I think Dark Immortals is one of those teams out of the Immortal trilogy that was definitely the strongest, and they've scaled through the seasons. Now, when they first started, I'm not going to lie, their chances of winning was very slim, but as we got to Season 2, very slim went to slim, and now I think in Season 3 we may be at just right. So we'll see how this goes. Dark Immortals is definitely a test of power to see exactly where they stand in the Season 3 for the MLSA, but for Menace Society, this is a team we don't really have much information on, so I really want to see what they bring to the table as well.
Now, one thing that I can say about Dark Immortals is that some comforts for them, what they usually run that I've seen in their rank games so far and what they've kind of been practicing with, the Valentina, the Faramis, and the Glue. I feel like those three picks are really what Dark Immortals prios in their draft recently. Obviously with the Arlot, if he is slide through the draft, they would pick him up. But in terms of like sustainable comfort picks that they're kind of known for, like if they had mascots, it would be one of those three, if not the three of them. So I do think we're gonna potentially see one of them, maybe two of them, slide through the draft for the side of Dark Immortals right now. But one of them actually is not gonna be there, and that's gonna be the Valentina, as she is banned out for the side of Menace to Society. They also banned out the assassin, Lancelot jungle. We all know why he's banned. He's really strong in that jungle position. His contesting for some of the neutral objectives as well is quite strong. He's very independent in that EXP position. So really standard ban so far.
Yeah, something that's still on the table is that Arlot. I wonder if it's going to be banned out from Menace Society, or are we going to see Dark Immortals pick that up? Definitely a high value target so far. Possibly the most valuable on the board. Suppression's still on the table. If Franco has walked alongside the Kaja. Dark Immortals, though, they're not going to pick the Arlot. They're going to ban it out. And I'm kind of scratching my head right there. Maybe it's a level of comfortability and their XP lane hasn't mastered it yet. But on the side of Menace Society, finalizing their ban as well, they're going to go ahead and take out the Joy.
Absolutely right. And just like I mentioned, Dark Immortals, they love the Glue, they love the Faramis, and they love the Valentina pick. And, man, there it goes. Prioritizing the Faramis pick. And Menace Society, they banned out the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about them getting a cult altar for themselves as well. So I do think it's a very strong, prior pick. And if Menace to Society decides to pick up the Glue, you already have, some counterplay going. So I do think it's a really good first pick there coming in for the side of Dark Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, the Faramis definitely can be either in the mid lane or it can be in the roam position, but it may be too early because Menace of Society, they can pick things to counter it. They are going to slide up this Sparza, going to go ahead and go in for that artillery mage. Typically when it comes to the Faramis, we see something like the Lolita, but no, they're going to go in for the suppression instead. Keep in mind, Kaja is still on the table. I'm going to say that one more time. Kaja is still on the table. So if Menace of Society wants to go the assassin route, they do have to watch out for that. But if they do slide in that Kaja for Dark Immortals, that is going to force this Faramis into the mid lane.
Absolutely right. And I feel like I don't think Dark Immortals will take the Kaja pick. I feel like when you have a Faramis, whether that's in the roam position or that mid position, you are going to be grouped up. And I feel like getting a roamer that can support your team already being close in terms of the engages and the set potential that they're capable of, I feel like they would go for something a little bit more standard in that roam position. I don't think they're going to go for that single target CC, especially when they have, you know, a team fight oriented composition. And again, more group damage coming in. They have the Yu Zhang now. They also have that Claude with a Blazing Duet, you know, and I like it in response to that Farsa, right? Much like the Eve with the BMI, he can get in, he can get out, can get the damage done, and you know, he's very strong in terms of what he can go up against in that gold lane, as we have been seeing him being banned out usually in the second phase of the draft, you know, when he's usually one of the only viable marksmen that's going to be up on the board. And I think for Dark Immortal, securing it not only for that reason, but it can also counter engage the Cult Altar as well in that mid to late game in terms of the damage output that it can do. So I do think it's a solid pickup for the side of Dark Immortal. It's a really good drafting in the first phase, and Menace to Society, I can give them a round of applause as well for, you know, their responses. The Akai with the heavy spin, he also has, you know, that knockup, so he can get Claude out of that Blazing Duet. So again, really strong draft being portrayed on both sides.
Yeah, you are going to see the Diggy banned out from Menace Society, worrying about that anti-CC working against them. When we look at Dark Immortals, they have a heavy dive composition. You have the Claude who can get in with the BMI and get out as well as a means of escape. Same thing with Yu Zhong, using the Black Dragon to go in or to go out as well. You got the Faramis for a second chance of life when things don't go in your favor. So they do have answers when it comes to survivability. But looking at the side of Menace Society, they have the suppression. Gotta watch out when you're running that Faramis. If the Franco can catch you off guard, he can get that bloody hunt, he can shut it down before you can even proc it out for your team. Farza, upscale battle, running the Feathered Airstrike. It's gonna be a position upscale battle for her because you are gonna have to worry about the Claude diving in. You're gonna have to worry about the Yu Zhong as well, and a second lifeline to top that off. So I feel like right now, as we are finalizing the bans, both sides have some answers. This is one of those drafts that we like to say boils down to execution.
For sure, right? And I think it's gonna come down to really, in terms of how they engage here in that early game. I will say, for that early game damage spike, I'm gonna have to give it so far to Menace to Society. They have the frontline to backline composition going so far. They have the Akai with the heavy spin, but they also have, you know, Franco. And one of the things I always mention, when you lock in Franco as like your only, you know, sustainable or tanky hero on the team, he can't really face check as easily, you know? He pulls people to him. That's his specialty. So he's not really meant to go into them bushes and be up front. No, he's like, I'm gonna pull you out of a bush. I'm not gonna go in that bush. I'm smarter than that. So locking in that Akai to combo with it to give the team that, you know, balance, because they had 50, but now they have the other 50 to make it that 100% in terms of how well that would work. But Dark Immortals is gonna lock in the Atlas into, I don't like the Atlas pick into both the roam positions actually. I don't like it.
I think you and me both are on the same sheet of music right there. I mean, we're looking at the Akai, we're looking at the Franco, right? Both heroes who counter the Atlas. The Franco can go in with the Bloody Hunt, stop the Atlas in his tracks. The Akai can just use the heavy spin and push him away from the team. So it's definitely going to be a battle of placement. I mean, they do have the Faramis to make up for it, to be able to provide that sustainability if the Atlas does not, you know, accomplish that mission of getting that 5-man fatal links. But not really sure that's something I would have slotted in for that final position. But now, as both teams are getting to rev up. This is game 6, Rim. We're almost to the final finish for the top 32 teams competing to the top 16 mark. And so far, it's been a show as we are going to be moving on to the loading. So far, so good. Looking at both teams, I think they both have some great answers. Damage output. You are looking at the Bane being able to clear very fast. His name is Carl Teasy. Wow. I never thought I'd see the day where I get to cast over Carl Teasy. And now jumping into the game. Dark Immortals versus Menace to Society. Game 6 of the day, or the qualifiers for the Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament. Who will be able to move forward to the top 16 in this best of 1?
Man, I'm excited to see how this game is going to go, right? We're seeing for the side of Menace to Society, all of them kind of helping out the Akai in terms of that jungle clear. And I like that they took that approach because you mentioned the Bane, he does have fast clear. We're seeing him working his way down, you know, to that red buff. And if Akai doesn't get help, I'm pretty sure Bane would have been able to clear that before he finished, right? But I also like the rotation that is coming in from Dark Immortals. I mentioned that they have been, you know, putting in that work and keeping up to date in terms of, you know, the meta. And their rotation so far has been good. And speaking of rotations, an early game fight here.
First blood has been drawn. Vivi gonna go ahead and secure that kill. Dark Immortals already off to a good start. Can they keep up that pressure?
I hope that they do, right? Because once they are able to snowball, especially with having this Bane in the jungle, he already has good clear. And I mentioned in the gold lane, the Beatrix, she scales faster than the Claude. So I feel like as long as they can keep up this momentum and play for that top side, they would be able to have a better time in this game. Now, in the EXP lane matchup, we're seeing a lot of presence from Menace to Society, and Iron Hook is going to land.
And the dive in, Vader gonna find Vivi. An early pickoff to even out the scoreboard. Menace to Society evens out the odds.
Now, the Uranus has been a very strong pick in recent times, right? The recent buff that he got in terms of the damage dish out. And he's also been known for the sustainability. So now he has sustainability as well as that damage. It really gives him that additional, you know, push that he needed to find his place here in the meta. And speaking of finding placements, both these teams setting up for this first neutral objective. We see the mid laners getting their level 4s from the EXP lane. Both Volmers already there in that mid position. Turtle being pulled to the side of Dark Immortals right now.
Yeah, Carl Teasy in a great position for Retribution, but here comes a heavy spin. Saint Laurent with the deadliest catch. Carl Teasy is going to combo that with the Retribution, claim the first turtle for Dark Immortals. Black Dragon from BB diving in. The Fatal Links to bring him back. Carl Teasy takes down Invoker. Not even the Feathered Airstrike from May can save him.
Man, that was a good deadly catch coming in from that Bane here. Akai, he did come in with that heavy spin, but the knockup was able to help him buy some time. And speaking of buying some time here, Vader definitely needs to be a little bit more careful in these 1v2 situations. He did go ahead and pop that ultimate to get his HP back. And I will say, once he secures that enchanted talisman, that's really where Uranus is going to start shining, right? He has the sustainability, and I think he's going to be able to out-poke as well as out-sustain this Yu Zhang as we get into that mid-game here. But we are seeing a little pause request coming in for the side of Menace to Society. And I think while this pause isn't actually we see what the side of Dark Immortals really have to do. They have to play for this cloud, right? They have a good composition. And I feel like what we've been seeing in terms of the trends in these competitive matches here, right? Once you get that gold laner out of that stagnant, boring lane where little to nothing happens, they're really making an impact on the team fights. Not only are they going to be able to dish out some additional damage, on top of that, they make it easier for you to secure some of the objectives during the game, right? So we saw it in the previous series where they would set up for these neutral objectives, and you have your marksman present with you. So now you have damage to the towers. Your mage can't give you that, you know? So I do think that's one of the things that they can keep into account here.
Yeah, definitely have to keep account of that. I mean, right now, we're looking at Dark Immortals having a 2-1 deficit. They're leading the way so far for the early game. You got to see how this goes. They're able to not only claim 2-1 in terms of kills, but also able to claim the first neutral objective, taking that turtle, right? They have this Atlas. We were kind of talking about it. We didn't really agree with it being slotted in the draft, but he's performing so far. He was able to get a huge Fatal Links in the mid lane to be able to get that set. May tried to deny it with the Feather Airstrike, but he was able to put a kill into the hands of the mid lane mage. So, actually, no, I think Carl Teasy picked up that kill. So, overall, a very good play for them so far. They just got to keep up that momentum and that drive. Right now, Menace Society, opposite side of the table, I'm seeing some matches from them as well. They're trying to dive to the side lanes. The Uranus, like you said, being more of that harasser. Once he picks up that enchanted talisman, able to sustain himself a little bit more to stay in those fights with the lower CDR rate. It definitely works, especially when you're going up against a Yuzong. He procs that Shaw Residue, that Shaw Essence. When that does proc on somebody like the Uranus, it gives him stacks. So that's what he wants you to do. So Yuzong, really an awkward situation when you think about it, when they're fighting against each other down there, because normally a Yuzong player, you want to go proc all the stacks you can, but when you go up against a Uranus, if you proc them stacks, you better go in for the kill, because if you don't, Yuzong is going to punish you once you burn out all that utility. But now, as both teams are getting ready, we're going to be jumping back into the Land of the Dawn. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at Menace to Society going head-to-head against Dark Immortals.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, right? I feel like Menace to Society as well. The same thing applies for both gold leaders, right? They have to put some focus and get this Beatrix online, because I mentioned she does have the capabilities to scale faster than Claude. So I feel like once they get her online, Franco with the Bloody Hunt, like we mentioned, they have the answers for when Atlas goes in for a Fatal Links. They have the counter engage with it, and they also have the burst potential to burst down the Cult Altar coming in. But speaking of things coming in, Atlas looking for something here.
Trying to find his set. St. Laurent trying to go in as well. The suppression with the Iron Hook combination. Carl Teasy taken down by Prime Reap. VB. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a black dragon finding nothing. A lot of utility was burnt there, but not able to find a kill. 2-2 on the scoreboard.
All he found was himself in an awkward position as Uranus was able to push out that lane, and we're already seeing him on that rotation, being that menace to society. But not only is he being a menace to society, he's going to be a menace to the side of Dark Immortals here. The turtle is trying to be proxied. It did get reset though, and there's a little bit of that word to deco the WWE here.
Yeah, WWE over this turtle. Prime Reap in a great position for the snipe. St. Laurent gonna hit it with the Retribution just in time though. Faster than the speed of light, faster than a bullet coming out of Raynor from this Beatrix in the hands of Prime Reap. Battle in the mid-river though. Pulled back over there by Yasi, trying to take down Vader, able to sustain himself. Heavy spin is gonna connect onto Carl Teasy. Feather Airstrike dropping down. May gonna find Carl Teasy, take him down yet again. That is the second death so far in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not really looking good, especially as the jungler, right? Your job is to stay alive and farm, because you're really one of the driving factors that can get your team ahead when it comes to securing some of these objectives, right? But speaking of things to be secured here, we are seeing some first core items being picked up. Uranus building in that Dominance Eye is a really good first item, especially when you're going up against this Yuzhong, some more sustainable heroes. We are going to go into another pause this time around, though. So I do think, in terms of what we're seeing so far, it's very solid, right? I think both sides, they do have, answers for each other. And I think as long as they can continue keeping up this momentum, Menace to Society, they're finding answers. And I like what they're going for this time around.
Yeah, definitely need to figure out what's going on. A little bit of a technical difficulty, but yeah, it looks like both teams are able to bounce back after hard losses so far. Only 5 minutes in. Got to give credit over there to Menace Society, though. Even though things weren't working in their favor, they were able to take down Carl Teasy, right? Taking down the jungler, and like you mentioned, delaying him on the farm. The jungler, whose main mission is to farm and be that extra player on either side of the map to create the opportunity for that lane. And with them being out of the picture, with them being delayed in farm, the other jungler is going to be a little bit stronger. So when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, they are going to have that slight advantage. I mean, you're looking at around an 1,000 gold lead in 5 minutes. I don't know about you, but if I made 1,000 gold in 5 minutes, man, I don't know. I think that'd be really good for us. But that is a huge deficit so far. The pockets are running deep for the side of Prime Reap and his team, St. Laurent, all of them. But we need to see Dark Immortals find a way to even out the scoreboard, right? If you get too far behind in gold in the economy, we know how that goes. That's what we call that snowball effect that eventually piles up and you don't have anything to stop it. So as both teams are getting ready, we are going to be jumping back into the land of Dawn. We are looking at two amazing teams ready to go back head to head, jumping into the game. Dark Immortals versus Menace Society.
Man, and again, they have to really start playing for their gold laner here, Claude. He hasn't fallen yet. Prime Reap does have that boost because she does have that assist as well as that kill into her hands there, courtesy to Franco landing, you know, that Iron Hook onto Atlas and then followed up with the Bloody Hunt. So I feel like Dark Immortals, they have its team fight composition, but I'm not really seeing them being able to capitalize off of that team fight. And I feel like a big courtesy is because
huge Iron Hook suppression and a kill from Prime Reap.
Like I was saying, right, I feel like a big courtesy of that is because of the roamer that they slotted in. Much like something like the Kaja, it has a lot to go into here in this Atlas pick, but
Prime Reap now possibly going to be taken down. Yasi securing a kill after that glorious set and kill he was able to provide. Just threw that down the drain. Not what you want to do. You want to take the advantage you already had and build upon it, but not basically build upon it and then throw everything right back off the shelf. St. Laurent in the mid lane, though, is going to take down Carl TZ. Yet again, Rim, that is 3 deaths in the last 7 minutes. What's going on?
Definitely not that synergy that Dark Immortals is known for, right? I feel like they have to get their head in the game, and now that Carl TZ is down, that's going to be a free turtle potentially into the House of Menace Society, but Dark Immortals heavy on the response, and they're still contesting despite Carl not being present.
Yeah, Carl TZ not in the fight. Double fatal links for the set. St. Laurent able to hit the retribution just in time. Numerous passion going down from Prime Reap. Maeve is going to go ahead and take down Angel. Vader going to find BFF. 2 members down, make that 3 as Yasi falls into the hands of Vader again. That is going to be a double kill. Look at the heavy spin onto Dino. Straw Essence trying to keep him in there, but unable to sustain himself. Vader picks up the trip on the Uranus. Do we see the Maniac? My goodness, Prime Reap is going to steal it. The kill still is real for Menace Society.
Prime Reap, Prime Chaoser. But man, that was still a good engage coming in for the side of Menace Society. But an Iron Hook did land, but there is no follow-up. Farsa kind of low on the mana, so she doesn't have, you know, the capabilities of dishing out that burst. So I think it's good that he didn't truly go for a commitment here. We are seeing the lane swap happen for the side of Menace Society, and I like the hand-holding and the babysitting that I'm seeing right now in terms of the rotations. A concealed play is coming in for the side of Dark Immortals, though.
Wait a minute, 2 concealed plays. One for a team rushing in and another for the team rushing out, and both of them wasted that utility so far. Now, my question over there to Angel is, he got in range, but he chose not to go in for the fatal links. Was that the right decision to burn out that utility? Maybe it was just kind of scout the playing field and see what opportunity he could have created, and he didn't want to go and set that Akai over there. But now looking at VV left by himself in the bottom lane, a possible gank on the way.
Absolutely right. And speaking of that possible gank, we're already seeing that positioning coming in from Menace Society. But down in the top side, Claude is going to find a shutdown, and that shutdown gold going into his hands is potentially going to be coming back. But
yeah, another kill on the bottom side. It's like looking in a mirror. One side you're seeing blue, the other side you're seeing red, but none the same. They're both getting the same trade. Right now, you're looking at lanes opening up, the turret falling on the top side, still standing strong over there for Menace Society, though. Not able to lose theirs. You are seeing St. Laurent using the heavy spin, trying to get a pin on the wall, but also trying to make his way to safety. 4v1 situation, make that 4v3 is made. Joining the fight, Invoker gets the Iron Hook. Cartesi takes down St. Laurent. Alter is activated by Yasi, but is silenced. You are going to see Vader, who we did see get that triple kill, denied that Maniac over there from Prime Reap. Still rushing in, trying to pick up some more kills. Very big on the harassment so far as both teams getting ready for this Lord.
Absolutely right. I like that Menace Society is constantly offering some of that poke potential. They're stalling out the game. They're buying time for Saint Laurent there to get back online for their jungler. And I like that Dark Immortals too. They know they have, you know, the number advantage, but they're still trying to play that patient game. They're trying to proxy, you know, some of these lanes and really wait till they have the right information to decide to fully engage here. Man, you have to give credits to Vader on this Uranus, right? The poke that he's being able to put out there, as well as not only the poke but the vision that he's also, you know, giving just by being this Uranus. But Dark Immortals is focusing on this Lord, and in comes Vader being a disruption.
Comes Vader. Yeah, you're right. And Invoker with the Iron Hook. And the Petrify onto Vader with the knockup. Prime Reap is going to find Yassi. Down goes Framus. The Shaw Essence trying to take down Vader, but BFF is going to seal the deal. Right now, Lord's still intact. Members from both sides trying to take this objective. Invoker, May, Prime Reap in the midst of the battlefield. Carl Teasy in a great position, has the foothold for a possible retribution, but Saint Laurent is going to wrap around. He is the jungler as well on the Sakai. Has now been frozen by the perfect match. Possible fatal links on the way. Black Dragon activated alongside the Co-Alter. The Black Dragon canceled out the Feathered Airstrike. There goes the fatal links. Is going to go ahead and get a set on Invoker. Prime Reap going to take down Angel. Cartesi's gonna find May for a shutdown, gets a double, takes out Invoker as well. And this is gonna open up the opportunity for Dark Immortals to possibly take this Lord. But wait a minute, Vader wrapping around, given vision. Lord at about 45% of HP. Saint Laurent finds his way back around behind the Lord. May be able to take a steal with the retribution. Time will tell. This is definitely a battle of patience. Look at Vader sustaining himself. Definitely a problem. Cartesi, though, Deadliest Catch is going to claim the Lord. Prime Reap is going to find Cartesi for the mega kill to respawn. Yes, he not able to get out of there. Vader going to rush in and take him down. My goodness. Crazy engagement in the Lord pit. Definitely a party I would not want to be invited to with all that going on. But 15-8. Menace to Society losing this Lord to Dark Immortals.
I mean, they did lose out on the Lord, but I feel like they're winning in terms of the economy, right? They aren't able to capitalize on those objectives. And again, they still do have the gold on their side. Beatrix, she's 9K ahead, and that's really, you have to commend that, especially considering that they lost out on some of the objectives in the game. She is able to farm up quite well, but Atlas potentially looking for a poke here, but Menace to Society heavy on the answer for them as well. They were able to burst down that Lord relatively easily. And speaking of burst, Farsa, right, securing those 3 core items, her burst is going to be present. And when you look at that mid lane matchup in terms of the damage output that she's able to dish out versus the Faramis, whether he builds that burst or that poke route, she's gonna win out every time. And she has the flexibility of having that range over her. But I will say though, VV has been doing a good job, but unfortunately he is going to be taken down, and that's going to go into the hands of Prime Reap.
Runs into a bush, hit with the set of the Bloody Hunt. The double kill goes in. Triple fatal links. Combo with the Blazing Duet, but not able to find a member. Vader gonna take down Angel. I'm surprised they were able to sustain themselves. Literally a triple set from a fatal links in the middle of a Blazing Duet, and it still didn't pick up a kill. What a play.
And again, it has to go back to some of the economy, right? Menace to Society, they have been doing a good job in terms of that aspect. When you get the kills, you also get the gold, which means you can farm items a little bit faster, and we're not that into that mid to late game yet, so.
Battle on the way, Black Dragon going out alongside the Co-Alter. The stun, the knock-up, the Blazing Duet. Angel is gonna take down Prime Reap. The Marksman falls for Menace to Society. Can they raise the economy? Did they hit a gold mine? Did they strike some oil for the Dark Immortals, as now they are chasing Vader, trying to get a kill. Angel wrapping around, perfect match on the way for the stun. No, gonna go in for the fatal links. You are gonna see that ultimate come out from Vader, able to get out. Now, I can't say I agree with that engagement right there. Definitely don't want to chase a Uranus and use a fatal links on him. He was able to sustain himself and bait out all of that utility, but wait a minute. Battle's still there. Both sides fighting it out inside of the jungle. Angel just being the harasser over there on this Atlas.
Absolutely right, and I couldn't agree with you more. The Uranus, he has the sustainability right now. He has the healing, and I feel like you should be smarter than to use out so many utilities on the roamer. Not even the roamer, but someone as tanky as your roamer, right? So I feel like they really have to play smart and not buy into the distraction coming out from the side of Menace to Society right now. Their targeting has to be on point here. Yu Zhang has been doing a really good job at focusing this Farsa, canceling out those feathered airstrikes easily, but the rest of the team also has to be thinking alike as well. But speaking of, Menace to Society working on this Lord.
Yeah, slowly making their way into the Lord Pit. Has the aggro, has the objectives in mind. A turret is going to fall, though, on the bottom side. For Menace to Society, they're going to put all their focus on this Lord. Carl Teasy, though. Yasi in a great position for the denial. Here comes Angel. Wrapped around with the conceal play. Possible fatal links on the way. But runs into Invoker and Vader. Not the two members you really want to set. He needs to find either the jungler or the backline. Black Dragon goes down. Bloody Hunt as well from Invoker. There goes the fatal links we were looking for. But it's not going to find Mei. Mei still full HP. Vivi going to find Prime Reap. Mei still alive. Is going to find a kill of his own. BFF is going to fall. That is the marksman dropping for the side of Dark Immortals. Two members dropping for Menace to Society. Retribution in Carl Teasy's hand. Can he get it? St. Laurent still alive, but being contested from being able to enter the Lord Pit.
Absolutely right. We're seeing Dark Immortals focusing on some of the zoning here. Down goes the feathered airstrike though, but it's not gonna find anything, but the Iron Hook does land.
RTZ is gonna go ahead and claim the Lord as well. Good setup for Dark Immortals, but they need to pull their punches now. They got what they came for. Bloody Hunt goes down on Yasi, the Iron Hook for the stun. Angel with the huge play! A double set, allowing the kills to be activated. Invoker may fall, able to get out of there with that immortality, but not the same story for St. Laurent.
Now, that was a little bit of a misplay there. I feel like they were depending on Mei being there to secure some of the final touches there with that Bloody Hunt, but unfortunately she was recalling. Vader's doing a good job, still being heavy on the harassment, but Dark Immortals finding the cracks in the ground when it comes to opportunities, and they're taking every opportunity thrown at them from the side of Menace Society. And we were wondering how the Atlas was going to be performing into, the Akai as well as the Franco. And I like that he's waiting for them to use some of their utility before he chooses to go in. He's making that passive do all the work for him. And speaking of putting in work, Claude, he's finally online, Weezy.
Hey, you're going to see Carl Teasy pick up a kill, is going to go ahead and take down Vader. BB with the Black Dragon is going to go ahead and proxy these minions as well, create the opportunity for Dark Immortals to open up the mid lane.
And they're pushing. Down goes the feathered airstrike to kind of provide some zoning, but you can't zone the damage. Down goes the heavy spin as well.
And going to catch BB. Prime Reap going to secure that kill. Lord is going to crack open the base for Menace Society, opens up the bottom inhibitor. And now a possible invasion and a finish may be on the way. Dark Immortals risking it at all. Dives in. Fatal links. Kill secured. BFF takes down Prime Reap. Can they do it? Look at the HP of the tower. They don't have the minions. They have to pull back. Do they pull their punches though, as you are seeing minions slowly spawning in? Yes, they do. But a great play so far for Dark Immortals.
Absolutely right. They were able to kind of turn things back into their favor. They've successfully gained the gold lead. They've put that kill count, at a catchable amount here. I'm looking at some of the items that's being built in as we are heading into that 20-minute mark. We're officially in that late game, folks. They have a lot of birds coming in for this other Dark Immortals now that I look at it, right? That is a magic bane, contrary to what we've been seeing before, that more tank route. He's also going for that burst build, and for Ramus as well. But that burst, and looking at the side of Menace to Society, they don't really have that much magic defense on their disposal. Franco, the Akai hasn't even built in that much magic defense as well. And he has to frontline all of those damage, right? Especially as the jungler, you're going up against a magic jungler. You think that, okay, he is going to be most present for the objective. So let me try to counter, some of the damage that's going to be coming in. Unfortunately, that's not the thought process going in here. But speaking of the thought process, Dark Immortals all on the same page as they get ready to burst down this Lord here.
Yeah, Yeah, get ready to burst down the Lord. In a great position for Carl Teasy. Has yet to disappoint with these retributions. But look at Vader wrapping around. Angel still has a fatal links. Carl Teasy gonna claim the Lord yet again. Vader is gonna fall to Yahtzee. One member falling. 4 minutes society. Not able to find a trade. Objective going to Dark Immortals.
I feel like if Menace to Society knew that they weren't going to go in for that contest, it would have been a perfect opportunity for Vader to stay in that top side and push, in that lane. So they would have had one less lane, to worry about while this Lord is pushing down. And I mentioned, right, the reason why Angel is able to really pull off this Atlas is much like when you have the glue into the Faramis matchup, all you really need to do is use that slam, right, to really bait out some utilities. And I like that what the Atlas is doing, he's using his passive to really bait out some of the utilities coming in for the side of Menace Society, but a bloody hunt.
Does go down, co-alter as well. Triple fatal links, petrified combination. Press, yes, he takes Reap out. You are going to see St. Laurent fall as well. Huge plays on the way in favor for Dark Immortals as they take down the base crystal, possibly on the way. Double kill from Pressman, triple kill from Pressman, takes Vader out. My goodness, that was such a fast finish. Dark Immortals moves on to the top 16. What a game.
Man, you have to give it to Dark Immortals, right? You said it earlier, sometimes comfort beats meta, and it's even better when your comfort is in the meta, right? This Faramis pick definitely played out quite well for them. And looking at some of the items that was picked up, like I mentioned before, they have a lot of burst. They also have the sustainability on their side as well for Dark Immortals. And if we look at some of these statistics that kind of led them to victory, and they were able to even out the kill score, right? It's 20-20 as this game ends. We're seeing Carl Teasy on the objectives. He has also, the damage, and again, sometimes, yes, the tank EXPs is fun, but it's also fun to run a damage in that jungle position sometimes, and I like it. It's something fresh, it's something new, and I feel like Dark Immortals really capitalized off of it. They played it slow. They knew that they fell off in that early game, and the moment that they were able to get Carl online from that gold lane position, that's when they really fully went in, and they capitalized off of it, and they were able to take this game.
Man, what a game. Menace to Society taken back home. Dark Immortals, like we said, you asked at the beginning of this match, who did I think was going to win? And we said they scaled through the seasons, and they're just right. And that's exactly what we've seen right there. Definitely some top tier potential, and I can't wait to see if they can move forward past the top 16. But congratulations nonetheless. Now, remember, making it through this journey, right? One more team, and that's going to be all 32 teams that we've seen compete. We've got 6 stars up against Zynex Lotus. How you feeling?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to see 10 stars in the next game, right? I feel like everyone has, the potential to really put on a great show for us, and it has been a great show so far, and it just goes to show you how much work that these teams have been putting in, and I'm happy that here at the Mlsa we get to see a lot of, sneak peeks before everyone else, and I'm glad that they're choosing to pick us to, do that. So yeah, great.
Yeah, definitely a great time. Season 3 for the Mlsa live now. And speaking about things for the Mlsa, let's go ahead and pan over to a special segment, some international news. As we are going to be seeing MSC knockout stage day 3 results. Phoenix Flash, hosted in their hometown. The hometown buff wears off as they have been taken down by Blacklist. Echo shocks the world with a 0-3 match against Onyx. Onyx moves on to the grand final, sending Echo down to the lower bracket. Well, not lower bracket, but down to 3rd place spot, but they're not going to be able to move on to the finals. This is a single elimination. Now, Cambodia, though, in that place battle for 3rd, they lost to Echo, so Echo is the 3rd placement for MSC 2023. We thought they would have been the #1 contender, but Onyx came out with some surprises. But honestly, Cambodia, even though they weren't able to claim 3rd place, they made it very far. They took down a lot of teams. They took down Outplay, right? Our superstar team for North America, man. And to get a 2-3 against Echo, nonetheless, is something to be proud about. They're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with as they progress through possibly IESF and also M5. And speaking about international news, let's go ahead and swing over to some more stuff about MSC.
The third day of the knockouts came with resounding cheers emanating from the arena for miles around.
Oh, Donut flickers into the heavy spin! A brilliant heavy spin by Y.
Get ready for Blacklist's new hit single, Spin to Win, featuring Burn X Flash on the receiving end.
Yo, it's only everyone away, you win! Wow! He finds his estimation very low now in the back. You win!
And after a relentless assault by Blacklist, the home team's journey to the grand finals was ended.
Blacklist International have knocked the Cambodians out.
Next, Onyx went head-to-head against Echo, the M4 champions. Kyrie was an undeniable nuisance as he juked and dodged every move thrown by the Orcas.
Versus Kyrie, 50-50 on the board. TW! Jumps in a tie!
In the longest game in MSC 2023, the two sides engage in an unending back-and-forth battle.
Kyrie, does he fall? He dashes away! What is this game?
Soon, cracks started to form in Echo's formation, and their mighty fortress came crashing down, giving Onyx a hard-earned victory.
B-boy!
For our final match, we have Echo and Burn X Flash battling it out for third. All pressure is on Echo, the ex-world champion, to close it out, but Burn X Flash did not make it any easier.
This is how it's gonna end. Echo, Sanjay, and the rest of the group. And it out! Wait a second! The police cars! Pedicuity broke through all odds! They broke through like an Olympic sniper! And they showed what they
If you think one backdoor fail is not enough, what about two backdoor fails by Echo in a single game? Both Echo and Burn X Flash put up quite a spectacle, and in the end, Echo closed out the match with a 3-2 score.
Pushing this time, pushing so but how about the score? Echo!
With the grand finals now looming ahead, the ultimate question remains unanswered. Who will emerge as the true king of C? Till then, hashtag see the world.
Feeling like a Mordecai, I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the sphere is summoned. Ultimate Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Hoon able to find Yato. Joybot's getting put out.
Direction of electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on the table. Takes down team. Joybot. Resident ISO. Fight basic. Here we go.
Work with ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joybot's getting dangerous. Like, oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I'm your host, Steph Weezy. We are officially hosting the Cyberpunk Qualifiers. The Cyberpunk Tournament will re-offer 32 teams a chance to compete for a total cash prize of $1,000. Officially sponsored by Raz and also Outplay, providing amazing money into that pot for that $1,000. And also partnered with Moonton to provide 100,000 diamonds spread out through the top 16 teams competing today. Now, it's been an amazing journey. We're on to the final series, Game 7, as we are seeing 6 stars go up against ZenX Lotus. And joined on the desk, a familiar face you've seen earlier today is back in action. That's right, Coach Deku is in the building. Man, with the plan, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Ready to close out what has been an exciting day 2. And some could even argue, and I'd make the case as well, that it was even more exciting than day 1.
Yeah, definitely more exciting, and excited to go far with this last match between ZenX Lotus and their amazing competitor. But let's go ahead and jump into the draft and see what's going on. There you go. You've got ZenX Lotus on your side. We've seen ZenX Lotus competing time and time again inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, led by Luna. For those who don't know who Luna is, she is the cousin of Xena. Xena, the host that you guys have seen in the NACT spring season, with me alongside Coach Deku, both casting, put against each other, but casting side by side. Always still some friendly family competition, but the team on my side, right? 6 stars. I've never really seen them compete before. I don't know. Have you seen them in action before, Deku?
I have not seen them in before, which is exciting, honestly, and really great. We love seeing those new teams, new faces out here in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, because that's what we're all about, right? Developing those new teams, new rosters, and shedding a little more light on those teams that aren't exactly always in the spotlight. So nice to see them. But again, on my side, we have ZenX Lotus, a team we are a little familiar with. They came, I want to say, in the midst of season 2, and they came in with a lot of impact, right? And we've seen them with some very aggressive compositions with previous rosters. They used to love going for the Cho and Kadita, no matter what side they were on. That was like their signature thing. But now I think they have a bit of a newer roster. They do still have a coach, I believe, Coach Draggy, if I'm not mistaken. Coach from overseas has some professional experience. So I'm very excited to see what ZenX Lotus has cultivated. They're one of those newer developing teams that have taken that step, that extra additional help in the background to really take them to the next level.
Yeah, speaking about the next level, right? ZenX Lotus we've got to say is one of the most active teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I mean, you go look at the request Scrims channel, they're always in there looking for competition so that they can elevate, grind bond, reach beyond, you know, seek for the stars. And honestly, I've been impressed with what I've seen so far. I definitely am a fan of hard work breeds hard results, right? So today, seeing them going up against 6 stars, they definitely have to watch out, and they're going to be in for a run for their money.
Absolutely. And right now, that first half of the band starting to run along slowly but surely. I feel like both these teams are really taking their time to think about what they want to take off the board. We're seeing from Zenix Lotus, and it's been common. I think we've seen it from Empyrean as well, banning out this Fanny and Lance in those first 2 on the blue side. So we're looking to get rid of a lot of the mobility in that jungle position. From the side of 6 stars there, they've taken out Joy, still one of the top 3 XP laners, and then the Navaria, something we've seen that when it's been let through has caused a lot of issues for teams. I don't think Navaria has taken a loss today in any of the picks that it's been in, even in that TSC matchup where they had to play it on the back end.
Yeah, Navaria definitely a threat when left unchecked, can definitely close out the game. Like you said, 100% win rate so far for the Mobile Legends Cyberpunk Tournament, and you're already seeing it be banned out alongside the Joy. Now, Arlight is still on the table. Not anymore. It's going to be taken down by Zenix Lotus. Definitely want to take that out as early as possible. But Zenix Lotus, keep in mind, they have first pick. And sometimes when I see this, I kind of scratch my head on it. But it either means one or two things. Either they have an XP lane who's not comfortable on it, or they have a composition that doesn't really profit with that in there. So we'll see as we progress through the draft where this goes. Valentina was something I was going to mention as well, taken off the board as well from 6 stars. So far, pretty much a lot of the meta bans have been taken away.
And this could be a bait because 2 of those meta picks are for Ramus and Glue. Now, typically on the side of Zenix Lotus, you want to look to take that Glue in the first pick. Like we said, it's very strong. But again, the counterplay could come in from the side of 6 stars, but they're going to be smart. They take the Eve, which even if 6 stars wants to pick up the Glue and for Ramus, the Eve will play well into the Foramus, and they go for it. Now, this could have been a trap from Zenix Lotus that they set up. Again, they do have a coach there, and I feel like they did avoid the potential trap with the Glue and might be setting up a counter trap themselves.
Yeah, they do have that Foramus. If they pick up that Glue, that's going to be a very good read. I mean, they have the sustainability provided by the Foramus. They have the Glue, who pretty much 9 times out of 10 will win that matchup in the XP lane. But when I look at Zenix Lotus, they traded all of that for an Eve. Was that worth the trade?
It may not have been. And again, you already have the counter pick now for the Eve onto the Foramus. They take Glue, but now what you can do is pick up the Yuzhong, which is what I would expect them to take. But no, they go for the Baodang potentially. And we've seen this a bit up there on MSC from players like RSG Diablo that even warranted respect bans 2 games in a row up against BXF out there. And it does work kind of the same. Yuzhong is good into the Foramus, but Baodang is extremely strong into it as well, grouping them up with that fist crack.
Yeah, definitely something that requires mastery on it, but they're going to switch over to that Yuzhong. You manifest that into reality, and that's going to be comboed with the Franco. The Franco will put suppression on the table, meaning it's going to deny a couple of things. First of all, they're going to lock in that Claude. If the Claude does rush in with the BMI, he can get caught off guard by the Franco and hit with a bloody hunt and stopped in his tracks. So that's definitely going to have to be something they watch out for. The Franco also combos and synergizes as well with the hero that provides additional CC, like the Yuzhong and also the Eve. So far, I'm liking the way this draft is going, but keep in mind they are running this Foramus alongside the Glue. Glue is sustainable. He can pretty much soak up the hits from a bloody hunt and the damage that's provided with it, and pretty much get out of there and also be healed up by the Foramus. So far, I'm still seeing some answers from 6 stars. We got to see where this draft is headed moving forward.
And I'm really interested that they banned out Leslie. I'm actually glad that they didn't ban out Mlsa. I felt like they might ban it out, but it's very good that they did it because they have the Claude. But Leslie, I don't really feel like it works here. It goes good with the Franco, but it doesn't really go good into Foramus. She's single target, high burst, but it's hard to take down 5 members with that extra 100 HP from the Cult Altar, especially with a Glue chasing you around. Mlsa looks ideal here, right? But they already took the Claude, which is why I'm hoping they don't ban out the Mlsa. They could really bait this out where Claude can profit not only on diving the Eve with that BMI and the Blazing Duet, but also on the Mlsa. It's like they're not going to go for it. They're going to ban out the Fredrin here, and we'll see maybe will Zenix Lotus fall for this, or will they adjust their gold lane?
Yeah, definitely have to see where this takes us, right? We are seeing that Kaja taking off. They don't want the opposing side to get that suppression. They haven't showed their jungler yet, so really want to see which way this goes. I mean, the Fredrin is still on the table. They can proc some additional CC with that as well.
Oh, actually,
Don't have to
Fredrin's
worry
got
about
banned.
Kaja with that. Oh, he did just get. Oh yeah, he was the last ban. Okay, so Fredrin's gone. So with that Fredrin being gone, ooh, that's gonna make things a little bit tricky. I wonder which way this goes. I mean, something we've seen in MSC is the Akai slotted in the jungle a lot. Somebody who's still sustainable, can zone out pretty much anybody and secure that neutral objective. And it actually works out really well when you pair it up against a Faramis, because Faramis requires people to group together. So when you get that Akai, he pulls that heavy spin out, he forces players to separate.
And, you know, speaking about force people to separate, but more so on punishing them for not separating, I think Bane would be a nice option for Zenix Lotus in the jungle here. It goes really good with the Eve. Maybe not the best with the Franco, just because he's single target, but it does offer a bit, but very weird hovering here over the Sun. I do like the 1-1. I think the 1-1 can play nice. But yeah, hopefully no way they pick up the Sun here. Beatrix, also very strong, doesn't really miss out in any matchup, so it'll be good against the Claude, but also has all that AoE with that Bennett's missile, the rocket launcher, to play into the Faramis and the Colto to bring in some of that massive AoE damage. Not really going to be a fan if that gets picked up, though.
Definitely going to be a problem, but hold on. They didn't mention the Martis, you know? I'm surprised. I used to be a Martis fan. I still am. My favorite hero in the game. And I forgot about him. We haven't seen him slotted too often in the Cyberpunk tournament, but still a viable option. I mean, you're looking at the glue, rushing in with the split. You run the Martis, you use the Mortal Coils for the anti-CC, you force glue to not be able to get that slam. If he does hit you with that grab, not the worst decision. Martis definitely one of those players, those heroes that can open up the early game if played right.
I'm very surprised, though, that they didn't pick up the Bane. I mean, Martis is good for those reasons that you noted, especially up against the Claw 2 with the Mortal Coils. It counts as the knockup, so you can cancel out the Blazing Duet. But the problem for me is we know the ultimate, right? The decimation is a big part of that kit for Martis, and up against the Faramis, again, like that Leslie Hole situation, it's hard to execute those kills when you have to deal with that extra HP coming in from the Cult Ultra. So we'll see how it have to work out. And obviously, 6 stars pick up the Karina. Didn't work out earlier. We saw it get picked up. It's 0 for 1 today, but we'll see maybe if they can change the statistics in that right now.
Right, Karina, more like Martis' little brother. I mean, both of them kind of very similar when it comes to mechanics, except Karina doesn't have the anti-CC, but Karina can deflect bullets. And when you are looking at the marksman over there, Zenix Mitsuri picked up, I believe that's the carry. So the Karina will be able to deflect the bullets from carry. As we are moving forward into the game. Right now, this is the final match of the Cyberpunk tournament. Zen X Lotus up against 6 stars, trying to pave their way for the last spot in the top 16.
That's right. Definitely going to be a rumble all over the map here. They're going to be closing out the match, but they could also be potentially closing out their run if they don't execute well. So we're going to have to see which one of these teams can get it done. A best of one. Anything can happen, Weezy. We've been saying it since day one started. And anything and just about everything has happened. I mean, we've seen Savages, we've seen Mincy Gold Lane, we've seen why Navaria is so strong in the meta. We've also seen why we have to stick to the meta with things like the Karina failing earlier and whatnot. We've seen the Leslie being picked apart by those dive compositions. It's been so much has happened since we started the Cyberpunk, man. And it feels so good that we're wrapping up those qualifiers with Zenix Lotus, with 6 stars, a team on the rise and a new team in our eyes. How much better could it be to close it out?
I think you forgot about one point, Deku.
What's that?
We also seen BTK get wiped out in the qualifiers.
Oh, you're right. I did miss that one. BTK did get taken out by teammate. So there you go. So unexpected. You almost can't even recollect it.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise. Teammates definitely one we're going to have to keep our eyes on moving forward. Just showing you that North America has some new competition. And speaking of competition, bottom lane 2v1 matchup, not gonna find Foxer.
Don't find Foxer just yet, and it will be interesting, right? Because a lot of teams like to try to put some focus, some emphasis on that XP lane. But speaking of emphasis,
you're gonna see the Shadow Saw go in. Johnny gonna find first blood, draw it away from Jay. Down goes Franco for Zenix Lotus.
And that's going to be huge for Johnny Doodoo there, especially because, like you said, Martis' little sister there, Martis' little brother, they look to do the same function. Obviously, they're both going to need the snowball, and Johnny currently taking the advantage 1-0 up in this jungle matchup.
And now the 3v1 situation possibly on the way. Chewies smells the danger. Is going to go back a little bit. Does not have that level 4 for the Black Dragon. May put him at a disadvantage, but they have not started the aggro on this Lord. But Fayan actually is going to be the one to start this engagement. Chewies needs to get that level 4 in time. The wild charge does connect for the knockup. Possible kill on the way. Chewies falls. Johnny securing the kill. Peter from afar with the manipulation, not going to be able to find the mark, but Feiyan, in the midst of chaos, losing one member, is going to go ahead and claim this turtle for Zenix Lotus.
That's right. First blood went over to Johnny, but the first neutral objective slides into the hands of Feiyan, so not too bad. 6 stars, though, currently still in the lead. About 1,000 gold advantage already, but Johnny right now being punished out by Feiyan. Interesting enough, you never really see anyone apply that kind of pressure to Marta since he's so strong in the early game, but I guess Johnny with those 2 kills, he is feeling a little more threatening than he has been. Hangong's gonna be some trouble over here in the top side, potentially.
Guardian's Barrier is gonna trap Jay. The Iron Hook, like Deku says, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Frankie, able to sustain himself, is gonna recall back to the base, but not the same story for Jay, as Asuji is gonna take him down.
That's right, roam for a roam up in the top side, so no one really at fault there. Oh no, actually they didn't find that kill on him. Unanswered, 3-0 for 6 stars there. Zenix Lotus.
He got out. 1 HP.
How do you respond?
That's definitely the $1 million question right now. A great start for 6 stars. You're looking at that 3-0 deficit. 2 of those kills going to Johnny, the jungler, which means his farm rotation is going to be a little bit faster. He may be able to be that deciding difference when it comes to these engagements.
You know, speaking of engagements here, it's interesting. Now that I've got a closer look at some of these names, Zenix Lotus has some familiar ones. That's Who Is Peter in the mid lane, but up in the top side here, Wheezy.
Itsuri trying to take down Gooba. Frankie there for the protection. Who Is Peter, Feiyan, Jay are going to shift their focus back to the jungle.
But yeah, like I was saying, Who Is Peter? I believe Peter was slotted, the last time we saw him, was with Nova Core, I want to say, one of those teams that we had in Season 2 that are unfortunately no longer with us. But speaking of who won't be with us much longer,
Black Dragon goes out from Chewies. It could be a means of dashing in for a kill or a means of escape, and he's going to use the escape route, but that is going to bait some utility as this turtle has spawned in yet again. The first one went to Zenix Lotus, but let's see if 6 stars can change the narrative, because right now you're going to see Johnny resting with the Shadow Assault is going to go ahead and take down Chewies yet again. A blast from the past. He took him down last time. Manipulation drops down from afar from Peter. This is the same engagement from 2 minutes ago, but now a few more members joining the party. Your mobilization on the Feiyan. The Retribution goes down. Foxer gonna find Feiyan. He uses Retribution, but no problem as they're able to zone out Zenix Lotus from the Turtle Pit.
That's right. Did a great job of zoning them out, Wheezy, and it was exactly what we saw before. I mean, I guess it's true. Old habits die hard, but right now, Zenix Lotus dying harder. 6 stars going to pick up that neutral objective into the hands, courtesy of Johnny on the Karina jungle right now, who's trying to fix her win rate 0 for 1. They're going to try to make it finish up 1 for 2, go from 0 to 50% to end out the night. We'll have to see if they'll be able to keep up this momentum, because again, early parts of the game, laning phase is about a third, about a half of the match, but you still got to get that late game in, playing the late game macro, the right decisions for those neutral setups, to see if Zenix Lotus can fight back again. This is a team with some management behind them. I'm sure they have something in the books to get this back on the right track.
Yeah, definitely possibly something in the books on the way. Like we said, this is the final match of the Cyberpunk Tournament qualifiers, as we will be moving on to the top 16, who will be battling out qualifiers day 3 for the top 8, and then that'll open up the quarterfinals. And right now, as they're fighting it out in the jungle, down goes the RWM, the silence activated, the furious dive, the knock up on a Foxer, split goes down, but from above, King of the Skies, Chewies, hovering around, forcing 6 stars away from that engagement.
You're talking about Chewies flying around, but right now, looking at the opposing XP laner at Foxer, something that caught my attention here, he's playing with the Avarice emblem here. Not typical of what we see from Glue in the XP. Normally they run around with the Concussive Blast, but he switched it up a little bit here. He did pick up the first item before his Yu Zhong, so maybe it's helped him out, especially with that 1 kill he's also pocketed. Maybe the 2 deaths over from Chewies could account and be a factor in that as well, but interesting to note in itself. And looking at Jay, he's playing with Concussive Blast, so the roam playing normally that you would see will pull yourself together for those extra flickers, since we do know it reduces that cooldown for those spells. But speaking of cools down, Mitsuri gets slowed in his tracks by Gooba off screen.
Yeah, an off-screen kill and a big one at that. A high-value target finding the backline. Right now, both marksmen have currently fallen. 1 to 6 though, 6 stars, a one-sided story. able to pull the aggro of this turtle, and looks like it may be left unchecked as Fayan went in for the purple buff, and doesn't look like he's going to finish it in time before Johnny gets the retribution.
That's right, Johnny picking that next turtle up. Definitely a nice addition to 6 stars. Again, they are in the lead, do have the momentum up by around 4K, and they just want to keep it there, right? Keep making the right decisions to keep ZeniX Lotus in the hole and hopefully potentially try to end this game on a high note a little bit earlier. But the crazy thing is they have a composition that's really made for the late game, and obviously still have great setup for some early aggression, but really looking for the scaling. But somehow, some way, in this matchup up against ZeniX Lotus, who has a bit more pickoff potential, they are still leading the way against them, which is a little unusual for this kind of composition matchup. But look at the consistency.
Unusual. There it goes. Play in. Wild charge for the double knockup. Blaze duet onto who is Peter. Able to get away. Drops to RWM from the backline. Foxer takes down who is Peter. A pincer maneuver, but now the Petrified, the Furious Dive, the Furious Soul Grip is going to jump in. The suppression with the Bloody Hunt. Mitsuri going to take down Johnny in the tier 2 turret. A huge iron hook from Jay.
That was a lot of action there, but that wild charge from Frankie was absolutely insane. ZeniX Lotus going to be in for a world of pain if he keeps landing those successfully. Speaking of things that are successful, they find the outer turret in the mid lane. They've had the outer turret in the top side as well, leading 2-1 as far as tower advantage, which means they have the map pressure and looking like they're geared up for more here.
Ooh, another wild charge, huge play. Fayan taking a wrong turn and quickly burst it down. Not even the decimation could save him, but a good try nonetheless. Gooba is going to BMI out of there before who is Peter and Jay can stop him.
That was unfortunate for Fayon. He got put in between a rock and a hard place, literally rock wall charging him up against parts of the terrain. But look at this, a nice wall.
Does go down, split from Foxer. Grab onto Mitsuri. Bloody Hunt. Does go down onto Frankie, not the one you want to target. Frankie rushes in. Yasuji is going to take down Mitsuri. They found the backline marksman for ZeniX Lotus. Mission accomplished. We got what we came for.
And right now they can go ahead and start heading over to that Lord, picking that up, especially since Claude, they're trying to go for the 2-for-1. Frankie's going to give him some vision. He can play for the tower and this Lord, but it's like they're going to let the minions do all the work. There's a cannon minion there, very low, but it should be able to get the job done. And right now, actually, you're seeing Yasuri go ahead and assist them as ZeniX Lotus is going to go empty-handed, not even going to go for the contest nor the defense. The 6 stars is still running away with this one.
Man, and right now, ZeniX Lotus, it look like they're kind of panicking, right? They need to regain their composure. They need to find some answers. They're letting a lot of these objectives go left uncontested, easily falling into the palm of 6 star. This all started from the early engagements when they were able to stack these kills. Even though ZeniX Lotus was able to take that first turtle, after that, it was kind of a 6 star story, right? Books coming near you in all stores available. And right now, they need to find a way to kind of flip the script. How can ZeniX Lotus get back online? It's definitely going to start with formulating a game plan, as we are seeing this Lord push his way on the top side, and Van and Mitsuri there for the stoppage.
You're talking about how does ZeniX Lotus exactly get back in this? Well, I'd imagine it'd start maybe potentially picking off Foxer. We know he's been playing weak side of the map pretty much all game, but speaking about catching people.
Oh my goodness, another huge wild charge. Not going to get the knockup he was looking for, though. And now a possible counterplay. Chewy's rushes in inside of the RWM with the Black Dragon. Johnny claims a turret, though, alongside the Lord. Tier 2 has fallen for the top side. Lord quickly getting bursted down by Mitsuri alongside Gooba, who does try and find a kill himself. The marksman falling for 6 stars. But the Fierce Dive rushing in, the tier 2 turret falling for the mid lane. Map opening up, 6 stars in total control of this game.
Absolutely in control. I mean, we were only passing over the 11.5 minute mark, and they're sitting at a nice 7K gold lead. 5-1 as far as tower advantage, 10-3 in kills. Definitely closing in on potentially a victory here up against ZeniX Lotus, but back to what could potentially right the wrongs. We know 6 stars been doing a lot of right, but ZeniX Lotus here, I'd imagine, like I said, pickoffs are going to be the answer. We saw them find the hook on Gooball, no response from 6 stars in time. Maybe bait out some of these ultimates, whether it's the Wild Charge or the Cult Altar. It's just too much utility right now for them to fight against in a strict 5v5 if they don't find the pickoffs. They need to punish Foxer. And look, we talked about them needing to punish this, and it looks like they might make that call and make that play here.
Yeah, definitely going to make that call or make that play. Look at Foxer. Is going to use the split. Is going to be able to get out. Was that the RWM from Who is Peter?
That was
early, a little premature. This is the time for 6 stars to punish. And here it goes. Immobilization. Gooball falls. Oh no, Gooball takes down Jay, actually. The Petrify goes in. The triple knockup from the Furious Dive. The Shaw Essence is alive. Same with Cole Alter. Johnny Doodoo is going to find Mitsuri, though. In the midst of chaos, Foxer finds Feiyan. Killing spree activated. All members still alive for the 6-star. I think we got to give credit to Zynex Lotus using all of their utility prematurely in that engagement, allowing 6 stars to punish.
I mean, they had the right idea, but wrong execution there. That's always been the thing we've talked about. It's one thing to have it on paper and have the plan. And again, this RWM coming out for no reason at all. If they were going to go contest this Lord, you can pretty much forget about it now. That's a pretty huge piece of their team fight capability right now.
Oh. But Jay Iron Hook is going to go ahead and get that purple buff. Hey, if my jungler can't get it, neither can yours.
Definitely one way to respond about it, one way to look at it. But while they pick up the purple buff, 6 stars, they're going to be locking in that Luminous Lord Weezy. And I think that's something I'd be willing to trade out for here, especially considering the purple buff was not originally theirs to begin with. So nothing they're really losing out on, but a lot that they do pick up and gain out on.
Yeah, definitely, like you said, that one-sided story. 2 Lords have fallen into the hands of 6 stars, uncontested. And now you are seeing Zynex Lotus in that awkward position, trying to find some proper footing to stay in this game. This is a best of 1, and so far, 13 minutes in, Luminous Lord crashing down the bottom side and only holding on to 2 inhibitor turrets. This is exactly what 6-star needs for an early finish. But for the side of Zynex Lotus, you have the Franco try and land a lucky Iron Hook, catch somebody out of position and get the pick off. Mitsuri needing to play safe, stay in the back line, wait for the opportunity provided by the team for that pick off. And also, Who is Peter? Wait! Patience is a virtue. Don't drop this manipulation until it is time. Any execution that is premature is costly, especially when you're only holding on to 2 inhibitor turrets and a Lord on the bottom side.
And they really need to be careful here. I can see Frankie wants to line something up. He has Flicker and he has the Wild Charge, so an imminent engage is always right around the corner. And there it goes.
Wild Charge does connect. Petrify goes down. The suppressor for the Bloody Hunt. RWM finally dropping. Gooba wrestling with the Blazing Duet. Jay takes down Yasuji. But wait a minute, Feiyan does fall. Gooba gonna secure that kill. Is gonna go ahead and take down the jungler for Zynex Lotus, but minions have been cleared out. You are looking at the pressure. Now Zynex Lotus pushing them out of the base. The Iron Hook is gonna go ahead and connect.
Gooba.
No, I think was it a pure. How did he not hook him? It looked like he hooked him. Maybe he hooked a minion, but as we are gonna go ahead and see Zynex Lotus force him out of the. Yo, what is going on? Oh, it's
the
okay.
Immunity.
Now I see what it is. The immunity of Frankie. I thought he hooked somebody else, but Frankie has been hugging this wall, and the hooks are basically negated from the anti-CC, and now
but
there goes
one.
the hook. Grab Yasuji is going to connect. Blazing Duet goes in. Cole Alter has been activated. 2 major utilities burnt out from 6 stars.
Yeah, that's right. Just to shine a little bit of light to everyone else that's watching, right? The Grok immuning the Iron Hook, courtesy of the power of nature, right? When Grok is near those walls, swinging up the big power of nature, that skill 1 there, he is immune to crowd control effects, which is why Jay seemed ineffective until he aimed for Gooba, who does not have a self-purify there, and it actually did connect there. That's just a little bit of tidbit for anyone that was also wondering what was going on. Zynex Lotus, though, on the defense, they have 1 high ground tower left. Weezy down 10K. We talked about what they need to do to try to hopefully get back in it, and we saw them try to execute, but again, missing the mark just a bit. Right idea, just a bit of the wrong execution here. On the contrary, though, aside from pickoffs, they can always, like I said, bait out some utility, bait the engage. They still have Who is Peter and Chewies, both great at counter-initiating with the Black Dragon, with the RWM. It could open up a way for them to get back into this game. I'm not sure exactly where Mitsuri and Feiyan fit into this. Again, the composition a little mixy. Unless Jay can catch an Iron Hook, I don't think we see much come out from Mitsuri on this carry, but I do know one thing. 6 stars is Zynex Lotus breeding up for a fight.
Oh, checking the wrong bush, wrong place at the right time. Down goes Johnny Doodoo. Who is Peter? Securing the kill, but the Blazing Duet from afar. Gooba is going to go ahead and find the back line. Is going to take down Peter to respond.
The counter.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a possible counter play as well with the Black Dragon. Rushes in, enhanced form. Immobilization goes down. Glue, Foxer trying to zone him out. Turrets falling left and right from Zynex Lotus. Gooba, killing spree activated. Is going to go ahead and find another kill. It's going to take down Chewies. Jay taking some serious damage. Not going to be able to escape. Immortality has been procced. Foxer and Gooba on his back alongside Dexter. And Gooba is going to pick up the mega kill. Not going to go for the Lord. Going to go in for a possible finish. Mitsuri and Fan all by themselves left to fend off against the 4-man team of 6 stars.
And there's a wild charge in Frankie's back pocket. Again, no flicker, but Immortality and a big ultimate.
Yeah, there goes the RWM from Who is Peter. But again, a little prematurely. I wish he would have saved it because now the minions are pushing in. Fan very low. Immortality has been procced for him. The Russian with the immobilization. Yasuji securing the kill. And now Who is Peter alongside Chewies and Mitsuri trying to hold off the 4-man team of 6 stars. Who is Peter finds Gooba. Possible mistake on the way. Chewies, Black Dragon hovering around, forcing 6 stars out of the base. Drops on Johnny. Does he pull his punches? Void Crystal for the slow. And overall, the defense of Zenix Lotus pushed over, trampled over the offensive pressure from 6 stars.
And right here, I wonder, do they make the call? They have a lot of minions moving onto the base and no one actually answering them right now. But a wave will spawn in about 2 seconds. We know at that 10-second mark, every minute they spawn in and there they go. So there's a little bit of defense. I was actually wondering with Chewy's move with the rest of the team, with minions spawning in, with Gooball missing, they actually have a great opportunity to take this fight. There is no marksman around for 6 stars, so they don't have to worry about Claude coming in with the BMI and the Blazing Duet, but it looks like they're going to play this slow and controlled. I don't know if that was the right call. Definitely advantageous for them to fight with no backline present, but now with Claude back on the map, this is where 6 stars can respond.
Yeah, definitely can respond, but you know, they can also go for the backdoor play. Gooba can go to that top side.
He's thinking about it.
Focus in on it and close it out. We see this in MSC. We've seen this around the world. In top caliber play. He's going to wait. He's going to wait for Chewies to join the fight. As soon as this Lord gets to about a quarter of HP, people clear these minions and going for the play. And here it goes. Battle on the way. Chewies has spotted him out. Is going back to the base. Lord still intact. Johnny is going to go ahead and hit it with the Retribution. Frankie is going to fall. Johnny is going to claim this Lord for his team. But here we go. Gooba risking it all for the finish. Black Dragon activated for the shutdown. Wait a minute. Gooba has been forced out the base. Lord now making his way down. Overall, even though the split push didn't work, they were still able to claim this Lord for a possible finish.
And I think that's pretty okay. He did some chip damage, which means this Lord doesn't have to put in as much work on that tower if they can walk it down. Right now, Zenix Lotus are trying to speed run this Lord, and it might just work out. 6 stars is not going to stop them. They don't have any members. They did lose 2 of them, Frankie and Foxer, both those open map initiators for them. So even though they picked up the Lord, was not useful. But again, you called it out. Claude Gooba has his eyes on the prize. He knows they have an opportunity potentially to be able to split this up every time that neutral objective comes up. And that's primarily because they've got rid of all the high ground towers. There is no last line of defense. It's simply minions and a couple auto attacks away from 6 stars completing their mission to shut out Zenix Lotus in the final match of Cyberpunk Season 3 Mlsa Tournament.
That's right, as they are both fighting it out for the final spot in that top 16 for our qualifiers. Tomorrow will be the last day of the qualifiers as the top 16 will compete in a bloodbath in a best-of-1 for the top 8 position. And right now, looking really good for 6 stars, but keep in mind this is a 20-minute game, which means gold doesn't really matter at this point. Everybody should be full build, so when it boils down to execution, that is what's going to make the difference. And whoever can get the kills to the back line, whoever makes the first mistake, is going to be crucial to determine this game.
And right now, not a lot of vision to work with from either team. You can see them both setting up for an ambush, both camping it out. No one has really shown themselves on the map, but look at this. Mitsuri going to look to push up potentially on the top wave. No, he's going to sit tri-bush. All the members of the Zenix Lotus right now are sitting tri-bush. Are they going to go? What are they recalling for? Is this for a spammer? Oh, they actually went back. Peter went back.
I respect it. It's because they know these minions are coming on the bottom side, but they don't know if they're in these bushes up here. So my assumption is they're trying to gather information. They're waiting for the other one to kind of scout out and spot out where they are. And here they go. Here comes the scouters. 6 stars now taking the offensive pressure. They are going to go ahead and move around the map. A little bit more mobility on their side. And now they know where they're
look at top. Oh, love
top side. Oh, wait. Jay may get picked off.
He's in trouble.
What? RWM. Blazing Duet to the back line. Who is Peter almost getting taken down. Very close play. Petrify goes down with the Black Dragon. Is going to find Fox possibly, but Yasuji on screen is going to take down Jay. Black Dragon activated as a means of escape, but they did lose their roamer. 8 seconds before this Luminous Lord spawns in.
And they tried to make the call. We've been talking about them needing to find pickoffs. Both times, though, they came away empty-handed. Last time, they were trying to target out Foxer, and they paid for it heftily, losing about 3 members. This time, they lost Jay, but like you said, 22-minute game, every Lord counts, and with your base completely wide open, it was an unfortunate death for Jay to take here. They don't have an initiator anymore, except for Chewy's. They are desperate. I do believe they think this is kind of a last-ditch attempt, but no, they're actually gonna walk away. They're gonna bank on potentially having this Eve in their back line. Chewy's on the Yuzhong to kind of disrupt anything that Six Stars wants to go for with the Black Dragon. They're gonna bunker in. They send out the Sentry. I think that's a little too early. No one's gonna be positioned around at that point, as members of Six Stars are gonna be resetting and looking to sync up these waves. So a little bit of utility wasted as far as the terrain resources there. But again, Zenix Lotus has a bit of an opportunity here. The only thing that's really unfortunate, they don't have a marksman that has good AoE. Carry is not exactly the best to defend such a push, but the Lords sitting at the doorsteps of Zenix Lotus, they're not going to get the opportunity to rush it down, Wheezy. This could be endgame for Six Stars, or it could be the comeback for Zenix.
Yeah, it could be the comeback, or could be the endgame. But look at the Lord quickly burst it down. It is gone. 5v5 engagement. The playing field has evened out. Black Dragon
Nice
for
hook.
Chewy hovering over. The hook does connect. Bayan takes down Johnny Doodoo, but look at the base Crystal. Bayan gets a double, finds Gooba. Yashi, go ahead and takes
They're
down
holding.
Jay. They fend him off. They stand strong and stand tall. 23 minutes in, able to stop Six Stars from ending the game yet again.
Talk about trusting your gut feeling. They gave up the Lord. They said, we don't have Jay. This may not be the best call. We're going to hunker down. We're going to trust in Peter. We're going to trust in Chewy's. And we're going to believe that we can hold the 5-man wall around our crystal base, and they do it. It's left with a third of HP, but that's more than enough for them to have a chance to get back in this match. Wheezy, Six Stars, at this point, I know it must feel demoralized. And Zenix Lotus may be picking up confidence here. The more the game goes on, the more the mentality comes into question. How much longer can they endure? You've been wanting to end this game. You were in the lead at points sitting around 8K as far as a gold lead, and still could not shut out. At what point does it drain you mentally, and where Zenix Lotus can capitalize on it?
Yeah, and right now, 24 minutes in, once we hit that 25-minute mark, the Lord is not going to get any more enhanced from there, right? He's just ready for this to close out. And you're looking at both sides getting ready for a possible finisher. Zenix Lotus in a great position to turn this back around. They've been on the back end of this match this entire time since the beginning, but now able to hold off the base 2 times.
They need to retreat.
May have been able to take this advantage, but yeah, they do need to retreat here. The suppression goes down. You're gonna see Johnny find Jay. He's gonna fall yet again. First for Zenix Lotus, a repeat in history. Immortality has been procced. Mitcher in a bad position. They find the backline, take down the marksman. This may be all she wrote. And I think Six Stars notices that once you take out the marksman and you still have yours intact, you have full push potential for an ending, especially at a 25-minute game.
I think the mistake again was on Peter using that RWM so early. We saw him drop on top of Frankie, who was full HP, and then the re-engage from Six Stars.
Speaking about re-engage, split goes down, immobilization, blazing duet from Uba, not gonna find anybody. BMI's out of there. Who is Peter with RWM for the 5x5 zone?
Immortality.
One lane of minions going in. Who is Peter? Takes down one. Yusuji falls, but here comes minions on the bottom and top side.
Johnny.
Crashing down into the base.
Gooba.
Look at the HP. Chewy finds Gooba. Finds the backline, but Foxer left unchecked. He just needs a minion to finish it. Immortality has been procced, but down goes the base. Six Stars moves forward as the last team for the top 16 of the Cyberpunk Mlsa.
Wheezy, that was so risky. I can't believe that worked out for them. At that point, no minions to work with. We saw from the Martis in the hands of Fayon. He used the Mortal Coils to shove them out. It was nothing but desperation from Frankie, Gooba, Johnny, all the members from the side of their team here, able to finally get the win. It was very risky. Those HP bars dropped. The immortalities got popped, but somehow, some way, made it happen. And like you said, in the basically 26-minute match, we got our exciting conclusion that we won it. What a better way to round it out. And looking at these statistics here, you can see what it's all about. Look at that participation coming out from Yatori on this Foramus. That's exactly what you expect from the man holding the Cult Altar. But besides that, the members here, from the side, right? They were able to hold their own even when the side of Zenix started trying to meet their win conditions. Every time they tried to go for a pickoff, the rest of the team was 6 stars. There was one member around, but the rest were concealed in bushes. And as soon as the fight broke out, here comes the cavalry, able to clean up, save their fallen member, and then be able to walk away with the positive trade. Zenix Lotus, with credit to them, they tried to play it the best way they could with this composition, but it was so mixed and matched up. Again, that single target marksman, single target roam, but you had the team fighting in the mid, the team fight side lane, and it just didn't come together for a cohesive picture. 6 stars, though, getting the bigger picture and finding the win to close out tonight.
Man, talk about a flashy finish, right? Nothing but a hope and a dream. No minions to help him. The man with the plan rushing in. We were able to see Foxer on the glue close the game out. I mean, the tower took him out, rocked his immortality, but it didn't stop his passing and his drive. He was able to come back to life and secure the tower. That is an amazing way to move on to the top 16, but a very close call. Had he had not did one more damage to that, would have fallen. Would have been sitting here saying congratulations to Zenix Lotus. That's how close that game was. Nonetheless, thank you so much for Zenix Lotus competing. Deku, I appreciate you casting alongside me as well. It's been an amazing ride for the top 16 teams competing, or top 32 teams competing, but the second half of the top 32. And now, you know, we got some more matches tomorrow. Anything you're excited for?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, we're coming out of the qualifiers with a bang. We're going to be dwindling down that list to figure out who's going to be that top 8 Wheezy, and that means we're getting that much closer to see our participating teams be heading on to the Mayhem Cup. But before that, who gets one step closer to picking up that 1K USD prize pool alongside 100K diamonds being sponsored by Moonton. What a time to be alive, and go Team Elite!
Go Team Elite. Well, Deku, I appreciate you. You have a great night, and we'll see you back on the desk tomorrow. Alright guys, and that is going to conclude the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 2. Qualifiers is still going to be ongoing. Tomorrow will be the last day. I know there's a lot of questions about what the bracket is going to be. It is going to drop tonight for who will be going up against who. So definitely pay attention as we will be releasing that. Top 16 is the last day of the qualifiers. They're going to compete for the top 8 position. It is going to be a best of 1. After that, we will be moving on to best of 3s. As we move on to our official top 8s and move on to the quarterfinals, which will start next Friday. So, same time tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure you guys are ready to compete. And also, we're going to have some amazing competition. I can't wait to see where the Cyberpunk takes us, as this is kind of like a sneak peek into the NACT spring or fall season now, to see what teams are going to be competing out there as well and trying to make their name in North America. But again, like Deku said, we've officially partnered up with Raz and the team Outplay to give an $1,000 cash prize to the #1 contestant in this entire tournament. And not to mention, 16 teams out of all 32 will be able to receive a diamond prize pool provided by Moonton, who has dished in 100,000 diamonds. It has been a pleasure casting today's games, the ups and downs, the twists, the turns, and a little bit of burns in the land of Dawn. Guys, thank you so much for those who competed in the top 32. Officially now moving on to the top 16. Good luck moving forward. But as always, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we look forward to seeing you guys on the next show. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya.
Fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, they been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lip like, I am not a pimp with a lip, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. In a Still trying to fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Trying to earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route that's seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with them racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Wow. If I got it, they got it. Fairly strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you, you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a lip, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other niggas I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on a brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose with cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route that's seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose with cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with them racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Wow. If I got it, they got it, got it. Fairly strong, they solid, solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it, got it. Foundation been solid, solid. Taking off like a rocket, yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you, you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Feeling so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
fortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, oh. I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, oh. Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny mother. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody